So a big welcome to everybody here to Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. We're in Cape Town, the mother city. It is absolutely cooking hot here. We're already past the 30 degrees Celsius mark as the ZX10R Masters Cup makes its way out onto the circuit for the very first time. Sunbet, of course, are the main sponsors of this category, and we've got a nice field of riders that have come from all around the country to participate here this weekend. 16 of them in total, but it's Clint Seller, the reigning champion, who has gone and set the pace early on in the weekend to get himself up into pole position. Hein McMahon, or Slucky as he's known, he's there alongside him with multiple former champion Graham Bambadar, running the 41 for the first time in a long time, Graham Bambadar. So nice to see that that championship battle is about to rage again. Jason Lamb, of course, one of the closest rivals to Graham Bambadar during his championship reign, is the first bike on the second row alongside the juggernaut Dave Varinga there. He's on the Vino Logs and Raceline Lubricants East Rand bike Kawasaki. Watch out for him with James Barson alongside him. The third row is Adrian Van Dalen, looking good on the VAG Automotive Centre Kawasaki. Savisa Temba, IM63, he is there alongside him. And then Reggie Seal is the third bike on that third row. They are ahead of the only Cape Town-based rider, Lubabalo Nsana, Keith Agliotti and Lionel Black, as they head off now on their warm-up lap. Behind him, of course, is JLR, or alongside him, I should say, is JLR. The fifth row is made up of Perron Parasimon, Johan Leroux, and a nice run there from Peter Delport as well. And then final bike on the grid, of course, running on the number 60, Project 60 bike, but this time running the number 70 on it, of course, is Dieter Hazeman. He takes over the reins there for the other Cape Town-based rider who would normally be involved in this championship. But of course, with a crash early on, Trevor Westman, the killer, is still not fit to ride. We wish him a speedy recovery, and we can't wait to see him, hopefully in time for Killarney, the next round of the national championships. And remember, with that, it's a double header at Killarney. We've got national and regional extreme festival. It makes its way to the famous Grand Prix circuit for the second round of both of their championships. They had the first round, of course, of the regional side of this extreme festival last weekend at Swartkops. And this weekend we're in the mother city. It's a hot mama city, I can tell you. We're sitting at just over 30 degrees Celsius already. And with motorcycle leathers on and a helmet, I can tell you it's not the most comfortable place to be at the moment. You need to have a little aircon situation somewhere to watch from, because even here, sitting in our commentary booth on the side of the circuit, it is absolutely cooking. But how's that? That's such a nice scene. 16 motorcycles going at it for the first time this year, and looking to do the damage early on, if they can, to championship aspirations. So man on the sideline as well, getting a couple of extra shots there for the ZX10R Masters Cup. We've got riders all around the country that have come to join us. They've all mostly Gauteng-based riders, but as I said, Lubabalo is here. Jason Lamb has come from the coast as well, up on the east coast of South Africa. And there you can see JLR just on the left-hand side of that shot as we get ready to go. 5-second board goes up, and the first race is about to take place. Here we go, down towards turn one, as he gets the whole shot into turn one. My money's going to be on Seller, but Seller can get outgunned on occasions. And look at the start coming from the 117. What a start there from the Juggernaut. Diving through and slotting up into second place, catching a whole bunch of riders. A little bit off the start line there. See Jason Lamb up into third place. He's already under attack from the man who was in second. And Graham Bambadar sweeps around his nose. So GBBD just putting Hein McMahon down a couple more positions. So doesn't look like it quite worked out there for the K9 law enforcement man. He hangs on to what is about 5th place on track at the moment. Little battle for 6th place starting to rage as big move there from Savisa Temba. Temba's moved himself up rapidly and now fighting there with James Barson. He's just behind Barson as they head through Sorrel Sweep for the first time. And the first time in anger through that big right-hander. It takes him onto the back straightaway. Look at the gap that Seller's already pulled. Seller getting away to the tune of at least probably 40 bike lengths. Jason Lamb on the brakes, and that wheel comes up at the back of the bike as well. Looks like we've got a rider gone missing. Dave Varinga's gone missing from the front end. I'm not sure where he ended up. Varinga's made a mistake somewhere on track, and he's not behind Seller in second where he was. It's Jason Lamb in second. Where is Varinga? Varinga's there. He's just behind him. I just couldn't see him in the mix. but they are swapping in positions in the background. Watch in the background as you see those bikes left, right and centre across the main start-finish line. So as they come across the line there, Varinga is there in third place. I just didn't quite pick up on him there as they came down to the braking point into Cape Town corner. I thought he might have run off slightly. There he is, back in the mix as Van Breda sneaks back up ahead of that K9 machine. And I can tell you, Hein McMahon has got some work to do. That K9 Law Enforcement's Kawasaki sitting at the moment in fourth place. He's not where he wants to be. He wants to be higher up than that. That is for sure. Further back from that, Jason Lamb in an epic battle here. Lamb has got Reggie Seal with him, and Seal and Timber are right there with him as well. Seal's got, Timber's dropped back slightly there. And joining the party by the looks of things is Adrian Van Dalen. Yeah, Adrian Van Dalen has now joined that party, so a little bit of chopping and changing with that second pack of riders. This is the second place battle headed down towards Cape Town corner. Sellers disappeared. He's got the hotel bill and the checked in already for his flight home. But have a look at this late braking come from the 166. Reggie Seal has a big look. Couldn't quite get there though. Nearly snuck through, but just wasn't good enough to get on the brakes into Cape Town corner. Remember that Cape Town corner is a bank corner, so on a motorcycle you've got to get it perfect. Otherwise you can run high and then it sends you off into the kiddie litter. Seller 1:12.4, fastest bike on circuit, understandably. He is at least 3 seconds quicker than anybody else out there at the moment. Jason Lamb able to do 15.6s, 15.8s out of Varinga, 15.6s out of McMahon. And if I look further back than that, those are the only riders that are even close to the 12.4s that are coming out of Evel Knievel out front. So the King Price Insurance man is doing it right. He's getting away from this pack. Looks like Jason Lamb's doing a similar thing. He's opened up a small margin now over third and fourth place. Varinga hangs on to third, but he's got two riders very close and looking for a way past. One is the full bike of Hein McMahon, the other one is Graham Van Breda. GVBD absolutely hauling at the moment and looking for a chance to get through. Hitting the slipstream is important. Down that back straightaway, that slipstream will certainly help as they come hauling down onto the brakes. And it is Hein McMahon squirreling under the braking. As Bridgestone's starting to feel the heat of the day, the heat of the track. And the back end is slipping and sliding under braking there from Hein McMahon as he gets through on the former champion. So Van Breda drops one down. He drops back one position and now possibly into the clutches of the hard-charging James Barson, Adrian Van Dalen and Reggie Seal. In fact, Seal has moved up one place. He's got ahead now of Adrian Van Dalen. So Reggie Seal on the move there and going with the 15 bike of Jimmy B. Jason Lamb having a fantastic run here in second place. Maintains that small margin. There's a big fight on here for third. Really, really great little battle here between these two motorcycles as they come into it. And you can see they're going side by side as they come through the kink. Oh, what a move! Around the outside from Slucky. Can he get on the inside? No, he's not quite there. It's the right thing to do. Come out of the kink on the right-hand side of the motorcycle ahead of you and then try and squeeze through as you go down into dam step. Go. There's just a steam train of three motorcycles there, literally linked almost wheel to wheel as they go down the back straightaway. Van Breda uses the slipstream to perfection. He gets one position up and gets through on Slucky, but Slucky's good on the brakes. Slucky absolutely brilliant on the brakes there, and Hein McMahon maintains the gap and gets back ahead of the attempt there from Graham Van Breda to get ahead of him. The fight is on here big time. Fights for third place. Nice fight for about 7th place on track as well there with Barson, Seal and Van Dalen. It's actually for 6th place, I beg your pardon. Barson at the moment sitting in the top 6. And there's kind of two packs of riders. The leader's gone, he's not even in the same shot yet. Jason Lamb hangs on for now for second. And right on his tail is this little fight. Have a look at this. K9 Law Enforcement and the X-Pro security machine all over the back there of the Vino Logs and Benko machine. You can see just how tough it's going to be here for the juggernaut Varinga to keep out Hein McMahon. We have a great battle as they come down that little short straight up towards Sorrel Sweep. They head up there, that Tiger Boot straight catches a couple of motorcycles up because you've got to time it perfect to do that double right-hander at Sorrel Sweep. Watch the drive coming out of Hein McMahon. He's got the slipstream. He's going to pull out using the slipstream and try and get on the brakes a little later than Dave Varinga and get through into the 3 spot he's got there. So into third place we see Varinga. He moves up nicely. Now will he be able to come back and get back that third place that's just been taken away from him from Hein McMahon. Van Bredar late on the brakes into turn 1. Holes hooks a difficult pass to make. Can he get through? I think he might have. I think he's got through. Yes, he has. Baringa's dropping by the high side here. He's dropping back 2 positions in the space of 2 corners. Hein McMahon now sets his sights on 42 out in front of him, Jason Lamb. And it's Sifiso Temba. Temba at the moment, sitting at the moment in 12th place. He's got JLR just ahead of him and Keith Agliotti and Lubabala and Sana not too far up the road from them. That is Agliotti on the 31 bike. Pretty good there for Ridgeway and EBC. Good run there from the 2 of them, but Keith Agliotti at this point in time on a move. Remember, he came from a long way back in the field and he's made his way up now, possibly into a chance of finishing up in single digits. JLR has also got ahead now of Sifiso Temba. Temba falling back into Perron Parasman's clutches. Peter Delport just behind them looking to pounce as well if something goes wrong. So it's kind of the battle of the 10s and the 63 IM63 bike is Sifiso Temba. Look at the 2 10 bikes coming. Perron Parasman getting great drive down that back straightaway, and so does Delport. Delport tries to go with him. Parasman is late on the brakes, but Delport just slots in behind Parasman and follows him through. Very, very close stuff here between these 2 riders as they're heading down to complete another lap of action. We've got 6 to go. 6 laps of race action already happened, so halfway stage and the whole field coming through there. Everybody says still stayed upright, that's a good thing. Despite the heat on the tarmac, that's the man they've got to all try and catch. King Price, Lick Molly. He's going to have a couple of those brand new brandies, I'm sure, by the end of the day, if this is the kind of race action he's got there. So he's having a fantastic run here, is Kinsella. He's pulled a margin of almost 20 seconds up the road from anybody else on track. So that's the differential there. That gave him the number 1 plate with 2 rounds to go last year. He didn't even have to do the last 2 rounds. He still wrap up the championship. Looks like he wants to do a similar thing here this year and get the job done early. This is the battle for second. There's a new second place as Hein McMahon sneaks up the inside into turn 5, Fostron corner. He goes around and comes out in second spot now, ahead of Jason Lamb. So Lamb now having to do the work. Tyre Mart, East London, looking for a chance to come back there at that K9 Law Enforcement and X-Pro Security Kawasaki. Late on the brakes is Van Bredar. Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Machine closing down now for 3rd place. So maybe a chink in the armour there for Jason Lamb. Can he find a way through though? That's the difficult part. Come out of turn 2. Castral corner and head through the sweep. Down into Damps. Van Bredar is looking dangerous. He wants to put them into numerical order. 41 ahead of 42 if he can. And now as he gets the drive up the Tigerberg straight, can he do anything about it? Into the back straightaway. That's where he's going to look to try and get the slipstream. He's close enough. He's right there with Jason Lamb. Pulls out early. In fact, tries to go around on the power. Never mind the slipstream. And looks like he might have got that right. Him and Jason Lamb are literally bar to bar as they come down towards the final corner here in Cape Town. Fostron corner is turn 5 and he gets through. So out of the last corner, it's Graham Van Bredar who moves himself up ahead of Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb into 3rd place now. So a little bit of a fight here on between these riders and they are not holding back. We've got Klaus A out front, Hein McMahon 1 and 2 behind Sella. Further back, Johan LaRue, Perron Parasman having a big little tussle now coming into this final part for the last part of the single digits available on this race. So Sella now over 20 seconds ahead of McMahon and Van Bredar. We watch Parasman closing things down there on JLR. We go a little bit further up the road and you can see them pitching it in there into turn 2. Hanging tight for this battle to come our way. Here they come. JLR under pressure from Parasman. Parasman has a look on the inside of Castro. Can't quite get on the inside line just yet, but he did have a big look there. And it's pretty close between the 2 of them. Parasman now looking to try and get back into the top 10. Drop JLR into that 11th place. Behind them, Keith Agliotti has dropped down to 12th place. So he's had a bit of an issue there somewhere and fallen by the wayside ever so slightly there on the Ridgeway racing machine. He's got those EBC brakes and maybe feeling the heat of the day there on the terms of the rubber, the body, as well as everything else that happens there. It's a hot day's racing, and it's hot action so far that we've got out of these riders. Harassment late on the brakes, down into Cape Town corner. Fastron normally is an opportunity, but harassment wasn't close enough. Flying at the moment. He has dropped down slightly in terms of the lap time. He's now hitting the 14s, but he's still fastest on the track, completely ahead of anybody else's lap times, even though he's only doing 1 minute 14s. He's able to do 1 minute 11s actually around here. Doesn't quite got to that pace yet, but currently lapping in the 14s to just maintain the 20-odd second gap he's got over Hein McMahon. This is the gap now between McMahon and Van Breda. Van Breda's closed right onto the tailpiece there of Slucky, and wants to maybe take that second place away from him. He'll be looking to take the win in Class B, remember, so they've pulled slightly away now from Lamb and Varinga. That's the gap there, you can see in the background there, Jason Lamb. Hein McMahon late on the brakes. Van Breda, oh, such a great bit of riding there from Graham Van Breda, finding a way around the outside of Hein McMahon and making it stick. So McMahon now is up into the 3 spot, and it's Graham Van Breda who moves to second, but this battle's not done. They got 2 to go. And there's still some action to happen there between McMahon and GVBD. Ringer, Odlin Van Dalen still coming to the line. James Barson is just behind him. Barson in a bit of trouble there with Reggie Seal. Seal and Barson are fighting hard. Bit of a gap down to Lubabalo and Sana. He's, of course, the last man in single digits on the track at the moment in 9th place. Out of the saddle there. Slucky had a little moment, had to just adjust his saddle position there as he came out of turn 2. Now he gets the drive, trying to get the traction on those Bridgestone tyres as they head up into Sorrel Sweep. Let's see what the slipstream ability is here. He doesn't possibly want to do it on this lap. He might want to do it on the next one, so that he doesn't have to fight. There's a rider down. Is that... I can't work out who that is. Rider's gone down there and walking away. Looks like he's okay, fortunately. I'm going to just watch for anybody dropping out of the timing monitor there. But here we go, Clinsella on the final lap into Cashel corner. Massive advantage, but a huge fight on for second between Van Breda and Hein McMahon. It is Clinsella. We're going to just take through here for the final lap, and then we'll come back to that battle between Van Breda and McMahon to see who wraps up second place overall. Remember, Graham Van Breda is going to get second if he stays where he is right now, and it'll also give him an opportunity to win out Class B. Work out who the rider was that went down there. I think it might have been Lionel Black. Yeah, Lionel Black, I think, is the rider that went down there. So as Sella comes down into Cape Town corner for the last time, King Price, Likumali Kawasaki about to make its way to the checkered flag for the first time in 2025 and starts where he ended last year with a victory. So Sella takes the win comfortably in the end. It's 25 seconds almost down the road to the next battle, but we're going to go to pretty shortly. McMahon and Van Breda are very close. Van Breda shuts it all down into Cape Town corner. Watch for Hein McMahon coming out. Remember, Hein McMahon will be looking for second place in Class A, but he'd like second place overall. It's a drag race to the line now between McMahon and Van Breda. Van Breda's got the drive though. GBBD will take the second place. He'll take the win in Class B's with that second. McMahon comes through for second place in Class A, but third place overall for him. And that's not a bad way to start the day for Jason Lamb and for Dave Varinga as they finish up in the top 5. Jason Lamb winning Class C, of course, with that 4th place. Varinga takes Class B second place. And now we watch to see what's going to happen now between Parson, Lubabalo, JLR and Keith Agliotti. They're on their way to the line right now. Here goes JLR. He will be getting a comfortable 9th place, just ahead of Agliotti. But it's Varinga who's followed home by Van Dalen, James Parson and Lubabalo and Sana. So Class A, it's Clinsella winning over Hein McMahon. Adrian Van Dalen gets 3rd place in Class A. Class B, it's second overall, but first win for Graham Van Breda in Class B ahead of Dave Varinga and James Barson. Class C, Jason Lamb wins out of JLR. And those, I think, are the only 2 Class C riders here this weekend. So good effort to start off the day's racing so far for the ZX10R Masters Cup, and the Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages is now in full effect here at Killarney International Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed all that action, and please stay with us as we get into our four-wheel categories. We've got another heat of Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup coming up a bit later on, so make sure you stay tuned, and also check out all the social media that's happening all around Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, from all of our competitors, and of course from our organisers as well. Right, so up next we're heading into our Rookie Cup first race of the day. Volkswagen and Astron Energy, Dunlop, all of the associate sponsors that are involved with the Volkswagen brand now bring you the future of possibly Polo Cup or any other saloon car style in the country. So we're going to be in for a bit of a fight here, because of course there are now 8 cars involved in this, and also just getting some news in via the sidelines and from the boss lady from Extreme Festival. I did mention earlier on that MSA4 were looking to sort of start their championship in PE. I am corrected, and I stand to be corrected. Chatting to the boss man, Mr. Ian Schofield, at the Passion for Speed Festival, he said he wasn't sure if the cars would be ready in time for Killarney, but I've just been given information that they will be racing at Killarney, and MSA4 will launch its new platform of single-seater racing in South Africa, based on a Formula 4, of course, with an almost Halo-style device around the cockpit of the driver, and Volkswagen engines, of course, powering those machines as they now go off on their warm-up lap. So Uzair Khan and Giovanni Fiorotto, that is the front row. Uzair, of course, we have heard of in the past in Rookie Cup. He was here last year. Myro Deleuze and Christopher Tate have joined them. Luke Hill and Berlin Robinson, that's of course the sister to Tyler Robinson, who we'll see in action in the Polo Cup a bit later on. And at the back, Josh Moore and Luke Corbett make up the 8 drivers. You'll see that they've also changed up. They haven't given any cars to the coaches. The coaches, of course, this year, Daniel Rowe, Jonathan Mahotsi, Matt Merton, and a bit of assistance also been given by Brad Liebenberg. So multiple champions in all forms of the sport that we love. Matt Merton's, of course, a single-seater champion. Daniel Rowe was a touring car champion and a Polo Cup champion. Brad and Jonathan Mahotsi both winning in Polo Cup. Brad, of course, taking a Polo Cup championship, but then, of course, Jonathan Mahotsi becoming the first man to come out of e-racing to take a national championship circuit racing class last year when he won the Super Cup class. So you can't ask for a better array of coaches to be involved in this category. And looking forward to seeing exactly how things go now into the first heat of 2025 for these youngsters. All of them, or the majority of them, all come out of karting. Some have had some single-seater experience, some have had some saloon car experience, but you've got, of course, the likes of Berlin Robinson down in 6th place, who comes out of not only single-seaters, but out of NX Legends as well. That's where she sort of honed her race skills that she's looking to put into practice here for the first time. Uzair Khan, Giovanni Fiorotto, Deleuze and Tate, Hill, Robinson, Moore and Corbett about to go to battle now for the first time. It's a 10-lapper for them, so 2 laps less than the bigger classes, but needless to say, the most important factor with these cars and drivers is the experience they're about to gain. Uzair, of course, is the man to beat. He has had basically the most amount of experience when it comes to this form of the sport, so he'll definitely know how to do things in the right way that you're supposed to when it comes to driving these cars. But as they come up to take the positions now on the grid, let's see whether or not he can put into practice what he's done now in qualifying.
Between the front 7 vehicles. Is there Khan in the 78?
Standing by now as we get into starters' orders. 5-second board goes up. The lollipop moves out the way, and we go to the lights. When those lights go out, we go racing. Oh, great start from the back. They're coming from Josh Moore. He got off the line nicely. He heads down onto the inside of the circuit, trying to find a way through there on both Berlin Robinson and on Luke Hill. As they head down towards turn one, though, looks like Uzziah has hang on and has. So Khan holds on for the whole shot. Berlin around the outside. It's Luke Hill on the inside. I've heard looking for a way through to try and stay ahead of the young lady driver. Somebody running wide. That was the AF fans car. Berlin Robinson just running ever so slightly wide, looking for a way to get into Cashel Corner first and see if they can maybe sneak through and make an opportunity and open up a door if there is any. Okay, you can see Corbett coming through as well there. Watch out for him. Trying to make up some ground, but Khan leads out and now trying to get away from Fiorotto, Deleuze and Tate. Robinson is definitely looking for a way to find a way up into that top five at least, if possible. 78 leads out. That is the Uzziah Khan machine. 33 behind that. Mara Deleuze hanging on for second. So Deleuze made up one place. It was Fiorotto that dropped down a position. And in fact, he might have dropped straight into the clutches there of Chris Tate. So Christopher Tate going to be looking for a chance now to maybe pounce early on under the slipstream effect as they come down towards Cape Town Corner for the first time. Into Fostron they come. Very, very close and late braking. Look at that, Fiorotto trying to come back and Tate holds the inside line. Forces Fiorotto onto the dirt. Oh, he's right on the dirt. Smart call car goes right onto the dirty stuff on the outside of turn 5. Manages to hang on and gets back on track, but it will have compromised his drive ever so slightly, so it should give the advantage to Tate, but of course he hasn't got the inside line. That's a big, big factor here heading down towards turn 1. Fiorotto is on the inside, and can he find a way through on the brakes? Yes, he can. Fiorotto late on the brakes and Tate slots in behind him. So it's the Sportech sponsored machine there of Christopher Tate that gets demoted down, even though he was the sort of more aggressive driver of the two coming out of Cape Town Corner. Fiorotto's now got himself up into the 3 spot. So 7 ahead of 43, 4, 3 and 4. Oh, somebody spinning. Someone spun out just in the background there. And the car's just getting sideways coming out of Castrol. Was that Luke Corbett? It was. Corbett unfortunately just looping his car out under braking into turn 2. Maybe just went a little bit too hard on the brakes and the back end stepped out on him. Khan at this stage leads. Half a second over Mara Deleuze. Mara Deleuze into second place off the line and has hung on to it since. But now he has got the hard charging Fiorotto and Tate looking to close him down. Into Fostron. I haven't really seen any changes here, but certainly might just see the gaps close slightly. Smart call, and the Sportex cars very, very evenly matched. All of these cars, of course, have been tested to be within a couple of hundredths of a second of each other in terms of the pace that they are able to give. The coaches would have ensured that. They were given an opportunity only a couple of weekends ago down at the Elder Scribanti circuit to give these cars a bit of a shakedown and make sure that each of them are on par, so that it's up to the driver's skills of these youngsters in the Rookie Cup to get themselves to the front end of a race like this. As they come out of Cashel, there's a chance here. Fiorotto closing onto the back end of Deleuze. Deleuze holds an inside line. Looking for a way past him, but can't find him just yet. Pretty tight stuff. Watch that nice cut back there. Looking to try and squeeze through. He's been able to do it. No, not this time. Deleuze sees him coming and shuts the door, hangs on to second. So he's gone defensive now as Mara Deleuze. Deleuze just placing the car in the right place. Although there's a lot of attention being shown there by the man who's fastest on track at the moment, that is Giovanni Fiorotto. Fiorotto absolutely hauling, and he's now looking for a way to get into that slipstream. Down the back straight away they go. He's right in the slipstream. It's engaged. Can he use it now? Does he know what to do with the slipstream? And these cars are so evenly matched. It's not always easy to use a slipstream. And as he goes late on the brakes, oh, he goes way too late. He dives on the inside. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. How did he hang on to that one? A brilliant bit of driving there from the 7 car. And Fiorotto nearly managed to make it stick. Has he been able to hang on to it though? He holds the inside line. That's a good line to be on as they head towards Holds hook, turn 1 for another opportunity. Fiorotto was quickest on the last pass. Is he quickest this time? No. No one goes quicker than Fiorotto's previous time, but the 7 car is back into second place. And the 33 machine of Mara Deleuze drops back down into the clutches of Christopher Tate. Tate probably with a slight advantage over the rest of these drivers, other than the man out front, of course, Ozir Khan, when it comes to driving front-wheel drive machines. He's had a couple of seasons already in some of the other categories that race in the regional side of the Extreme Festival. So it's a bit of a fight on here between a driver that's never had time in the saddle and a driver that has had quite a bit more experience when it comes to the race format and front-wheel drive cars. So let's see what Tate can do to close that gap down. Oh, running wide is the 7 car. You can see how hard Fiorotto is trying. He's looking for a way through, but he can't find it just yet. Massive, massive battle on here between the two of them. Great job being done by the man out front, though. Ozir Khan has not been bedded. He got off the line, he got the job done nicely into turn 1, and he's hung on ever since. To lose this time, wants to try and return the favour. And as he comes down under braking, you can see the retail inside car just not getting under the brakes as good as Fiorotto was. Fiorotto was so late on the brakes, he actually nearly locked the car up as he hit the brakes down into Fastron corner to make it move into second place. Since he's been there, there's been no answer yet from Deleuze. Coming through, watching for Josh Moore, Berlin Robinson on his tail, and then it is Luke Hill. Corbett a long way back, that's after the spin at turn 2. Here we go. Up towards turn 2 they go. Third place battle in shot. We're going to go back and pick up on this little fight here between Moore, Berlin Robinson and Luke Hill. Fans car there fighting hard as they come into Castrol, leaving Luke Hill behind her ever so slightly better line there from Berlin Robinson and from Josh Moore to open up a little bit more of an advantage there over Luke Hill. Luke will be looking at that onboard footage and also looking at the data that the coaches will run through with these drivers after this race, just to see where he'd make mistakes and where the mistakes can be improved upon. Not always easy to do, but of course this is the learning curve that you have to do in Rookie Cup. We're about to get to the halfway stage here. Big fight on. As you can see, it continues here between Fiorotto and Deleuze. So close. Tate's joined the party though, because of that little fight. They've slowed each other down slightly. It has allowed another bit of an advantage to be gained by Ozir Khan out front. So Ozir just doing it all right at this point in time. Khan hangs on. .2 seconds on these two into turn 1. Tate hasn't quite got there yet. Christopher Tate trying to close that gap down, but not always easy to do when you're on your own. You've got 2 cars ahead of you. They tend to go through the air a lot quicker because they can share the load with the slipstream ability. Speaking of slipstream, Berlin Robinson has tried on a few occasions to use that slipstream to get through here on the Puma car. Hasn't found a way through just yet. Josh Moore hangs on to keep her out. Slightly wide this time out of turn 2 as well, so that's given another opportunity maybe for Luke Hill to join the two of them and continue fighting for what is now 5th, 6th and 7th on track. Deleuze into the clutches now, big time of Fiorotto. Giovanni looking for a chance under the slipstream effect. Here they come, down that back straight away. These are the 1 litres are going to be pushing it to the limit. Late braking from that retail inside car. Can he get through? Oh, he has a look. He was late and had to come on the brakes again, and it got a little bit squirrely in the front end. Just lost him the opportunity to make the dive on the inside and possibly make it stick on Fiorotto. Fiorotto and Deleuze fighting so hard. Right now, they stay exactly the way they were on the last pass. Tate in 4, Moore in 5, Berlin Robertson still in the 6th spot. Whoa! There you go, it had to come. Big dive there from Deleuze to get through. Got it out of shape, a little bit squirrely, onto the dirty stuff, and drops right back, literally behind Luke Hill. He goes to second last there after that mistake. So the 33 car getting a little bit too hot into Holeshoek. We're getting exceptionally hot in the commentary booth as well. Yo, it's up in this car. But as they head into Cashel Corner now, there's a lot of space for the man out front. Zia Khan has got no worries whatsoever as he goes now to try and wrap this up with about 3.5 laps to go. He's got a big gap down to Fiorotto, who's also got a massive advantage over the 3rd place car now of Christopher Tate. Tate at this point in time gifted the 3rd place, and it's a long way back to even anywhere near where we'd like to see the likes of Mauro Deleuze. Deleuze wants to try and at least get back into the top 5 if he can. Let's see what his opportunity is. Fiorotto comes out. Can he find a way to maybe close the gap down here with 3 to go? I don't think there's going to be an answer. Doesn't look like there's an opportunity here for him to be involved in the fight there for the lead with Zia Khan. He's just been the class of the field so far. The breaking point, they go down into turn 1 again. Luke Hill we're looking at right now, trying to close down there on Josh Moore. Berlin Robertson's dropped to the back of that pack, so a little bit of an issue there somewhere around the circuit that we might have missed there with the AF Fans car. Berlin, she right now looks like might have had some kind of an issue there on that last lap, because she was a lot closer to these two boys earlier on in the race. Gap has opened up now, basically almost every single car out there. So we'll just keep an eye out on the progress of Deleuze. I think Deleuze is the one car that we need to just be aware of. Tate runs wide out of Dam-Stip. It's Moore. Then you've got Luke Hill, Mauro Deleuze not too far behind the two of them. See him coming to shot. There he is, just in the background, coming in a shot now for the first time. Is there going to be a chance here possibly for him to at least maybe get himself back up into the top 5? Recover some of those vital championship points that he lost out on when he spun. He ended up in the Killarney. Well, didn't really spin, he just got a little bit too hot on the brakes and ran wide and ended up going into the dirty stuff. 2 to go. Zia Khan with only 1.6 seconds now, so Khan has backed out slightly there. Maybe just realizing that Fiorotto is in a comfortable place. He can manage it from there. Tate wants to do the same thing. Here's the fight for 4th. Josh Moore being caught rapidly there by Luke Hill. Hill and Moore about to go at it. Possibility here for a change up between these two. Luke Hill would definitely like to be ahead of Josh Moore. And it looks like that's exactly what he's attempting to do here in the closing stages. We've got a lap and a half to go for the leader. These two have still got about the same amount of distance to do as they come up onto the Tygerberg straight. Berlin Robertson, Luke Corbett and Mauro Deleuze. Deleuze looks like he's had a bit of an issue. He's now dropped right to the back of the pack, so maybe there was a bit of damage on that car after that off-track excursion. He was looking to come through and possibly take on Hill and Moore for 4th and 5th, but he's now dropped behind both Berlin Robertson and Luke Corbett. So there must be some kind of a damage or some kind of issue there for Mauro Deleuze, who's now dropped to the back of the pack. Something didn't go quite according to plan there for the last lap. Deleuze comes back at Corbett though, down into Fastron, makes up 1 place. So whatever the issue was on that retail inside car, he's got it sorted. CR machine just behind that is Luke Corbett. He's now having to try and make up some ground if he can. Out front though, just doing an amazing job. The TSS machine here of Ozir Khan. Yes, he has rolled out slightly. Fiorotto has closed him. Closed down to about 1.2 seconds. But it's also because he's dropped out of the lap times he was doing earlier on. So we'll see whether or not Ozir can hang on for this last half a lap. Is that Corbett? Yeah, Corbett's gone off again at turn 1. He ended up braking a little bit too hard on the braking, just got it locked up and went straight on. He'll get going again, but he's now dropped right to the back of the pack, and even though Deleuze was there with him, looks like his baptism into Rookie Cup has not gone according to plan. Khan onto the brakes into Cape Town corner, Fostron for the last time. The TSS machine is about to take the victory here. Fiorotto on his tail, closed down on him. It was too little too late, unfortunately, for Giovanni. Nice debut there for Giovanni Fiorotto. First time in the car, first time in a race in a front-wheel drive saloon car. And he'll take second place ahead of Christopher Tate. He comes through there for the 3 spot, just in the background of the shot. Here comes the battle for 4th. Hill versus Moore. Moore with the advantage at the moment. Josh Moore just going to hang on. Yes, he does. Keeps out Luke Hill for the top 5. Berlin Robinson will finish up her first outing in Rookie Cup in 6th place for the AF Fans machine. And Mara Deleuze has just snuck through there on that second last lap because of the mistake that Luke Corbett made, also trying to come back at him after he made an overtaking maneuver down into turn 5. So it is Ozir Khan, Fiorotto from Tate, the top 3. Josh Moore, Hill, Robinson and Deleuze beats out Luke Corbett. There are 8 cars involved in Rookie Cup.
When you're going off on that last lap, you can see it goes down to a 150, so lost 15 seconds on that. And on the last lap, 135.064.
We're going from Rookie Cup to a couple of gentlemen who may have a little bit more experience in some race cars in the very near future, because up next we head to the Extreme Supercars first heat of the day, and they of course are driven by Dunlop. So as you can see, rolling to the line now, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. There's our next heat of racing about to make its way out onto the circuit here at Killarney International Raceway. Paulie, if you do get a chance, just pop into my studio at some point as well, in between the heats there, please, brother. Brad Liebenberg, of course, is the man who's put her on pole. A big turn up there for a lot of drivers to see Brad Liebenberg's pace over the weekend so far. It's the first time that we've seen him in a GT3 car here in South Africa. And of course, in that Audi, he has now become a big threat to the front end of GT3. And of course, he's looking for a chance for the Turn Me On and Sparko team to be at least ahead of the usual contenders. If we look at the way things went in qualifying, Charles Rangi's put his brand new GT3 Stradale Motorsport Porsche onto the 2nd spot on the grid. He had a fantastic run in qualifying. Tried to stay out of the traffic that was out there, and worked with his teammate Jonathan DeToy from Trans Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport to get up onto the 3rd row. I do also hear, and the reason why I called Paul across to the studio here is that we are battling a little bit with load shedding in Cape Town. So of course, with load shedding, ladies and gents, if you are watching from wherever you are around the world or around the country, particularly in the country more than around the world, the towers go down, and it takes a long time for the cell phone towers to come back up to full strength. So we are attempting to address the issues. Unfortunately, though, we are battling with the standard option here in South Africa, which everybody battles with almost on a daily basis now, again, after them promising that there would be no more of it. Load shedding is back, which means, of course, it affects the ability of the stream to go out on a strong feed. If you are watching on YouTube, maybe try on Facebook or vice versa. Try the different streams that are available. Maybe try a different page as well. There are a whole bunch of pages that are offering our live stream feed today, and maybe you'll find one that is not buffering as much as what you're currently picking up on. We do apologize. Unfortunately, though, completely out of our hands and in the hands of our good friends at HCOM. Anyway, let's get into what we're here to do, and that's to talk about racing. Hopefully you can all hear me loud and clear once you've attempted to do what we need to do. Bad Brad at the front end of a big field of extreme supercars, and not expected. Franco Scribanti, I didn't get to mention, he's down in 4th place, so there's a huge amount of work to do there for the Franco Scribanti Racing Porsche. Remember, that's the general he's in today. He will be in the Sheriff in a couple of weeks' time, heading up a certain hill in Neisner. But today he's got to battle with a Lamborghini Huracan ahead of him from Trans-Africa Racing. A brand new Porsche GT3 from Stradale Motorsport with Charles Arangis at the wheel. And a man who's just joined this series for the very first time, who puts it on pole in his first attempt, Brad Liebenberg, multiple saloon car champion in his own right. Third row of the grid, we've got a Dodge Viper from Bucketless Racing in the hands of Chris Budnick. Alongside him in Calex and Fast Development Audi is Paul Hill. Gianni Giannocaro, as I've always called them, the Giannacaros, is the first of the G&H team. He's there in 7th place, just ahead of Marius Jackson. In the third of the Audis, he's there in 8th place, running for MJR Motorsport. Shahir Harpel having a good run so far in the 9th position on grid, ahead of Marco Retta. PRE machine ahead of Ricky Giannacaro. Iche Kojini and G&H Transport sponsored car there. Roy Obery climbs into his brand new Porsche for the first time as well. He'll be looking to run the flag high there for Val Edenvale and GWM. And Blunden is just behind him, ahead of Renzo Torrente. And then it's Jimbo Giannacaro and Uli Sana that make up the back end of the field of 16 cars in total. I did see that we might, well, I kind of thought there might be a couple more of the sports and GT cars that come to Cape Town's own category of racing here. It runs on the Power Series here in Cape Town. Thanks for that. Good mate there at Cloud9 Photography saying that from his side of things, he's finding that the Facebook feed is a lot better than the YouTube feed. And as I said, guys, unfortunately we are fighting a little bit of load shedding here in Cape Town. So that affects our ability to get strength from the towers. And then, of course, the ability to bring you the stream on a high, a strong feed that we're able to give normally. So we do apologize. We are working as frantically as we can to bring you the best amount of the sport that you love. And we do appreciate the support, and we also do appreciate the feedback, because it does tell us that things are either working or not. But they're about to go working now, and they got some hard work. It's 12 laps of action coming your way now for Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. And it's Brad Liebenberg who will set the pace. He knows exactly what to do in a situation like this. He's done it on numerous occasions in the Super Cup class. And as they hit the loud pedal as the lights go out, it is the Audi that gets the drop. Watch for Jonathan du Toit to try and finish it, follow it through, and maybe sneak on the inside of that Porsche. But no, the Porsche goes second. So Val Fluid Solutions up in the second place there with Charles Arangis at the wheel of that magnificent brand new 991 machine of his. And behind that, a hard charge already coming from Franco Scribanti in the general. He is looking dangerous and looking for a way to get ahead now. As he comes out of the kink, he loses a little bit of ground there to Jonathan du Toit in the Huracan. The Viper is in 5th place. Tucked in behind him is the second of the Audis there of Paul Hill. Gianni Giannacaro looks like he's up into the 6th place at the moment, or 7th at the moment. They're just behind Hill as they come onto the Tigerberg straight. Yeah, there we go. And then tucked in behind him, it is Shahir Hoppel. Hoppel and Retta, then Ricky Giannacaro. Back to the pack as they come through there. You can see them all sorting themselves out now for the first time. Late breaks there from that Bucketless Racing machine. Big V10 Viper in full flight. Arguably one of the nicest sounds you'll hear down that back straightaway comes from that car when Chris Butnick has got his foot to the floor. Big move on here, possibly from Giannacaro. Massive move coming out of Franco Scrimanti up the inside, but runs a bit wide, and Jonathan Detroit comes back at him. I was hard to say, that was maybe a little bit too late on the brakes there from Franco. But Franco just manages to tuck in behind the Lamborghini again and follows him through into Castro Corner. So a big fight on there between Trans-Africa Racing's Jonathan Detroit and Franco Scrimanti in the Scrimanti Racing Porsche. That Porsche is absolutely hauling at the moment. Look dangerous on the brakes, but it's also very quick in the straight line. But if there's a bit of a gap like there is right there, he might not be able to use the advantage. The straight's long, but it's not that long. Here we go. Let's watch him get the power down. He drops the hammer, and look at it. Look at the straight line speed of that Porsche closing on the Lambo. He gets up alongside him. He tucks on the inside, and now we'll follow Jonathan Detroit through and try and attempt a similar maneuver to what he did in the last pass. The Lamborghini's good out the corner though. It's absolutely amazingly quick out of that corner, and of course all the electronics that work on that car, Jonathan Detroit is using to full effect. He goes defensive. Oh, how's this? Frank around the outside of Charles. Porsche side by side into turn 1. He's got the outside line, which will become the inside line for turn 2. He's going to go defensive on Detroit. So with that defensive maneuvering, it's slowed him up slightly, and it's not quite there to get through on Charles, but he had a big look at Charles going into turn 1. Charles Arangi's had a big wake-up call there from the Class A car of Franco Scrimanti. Second at the moment in Class A is Chris Budnick, but first at the moment in Class A is the third car in shot. That is Franco Scrimanti. That car, the General from Scrimanti Racing, absolutely hauling to get through there on Jonathan Detroit. Now watch the straight line speed. Slight differential there between the 997 and the 991 as they head down there. Is he good enough on the brakes? Can he get through on Charles? He's having a look. No, he's not close enough. He had a big look though, and Charles Arangi shut the door. Some slightly different wing differentials and wing designs on those cars as well. And pushing hard is Brad Liebenberg, but here we go. Straight line speed of Franco Scrimanti. Should see him take the lead into turn 1 as we go back into the battle, but a little bit further back than the Lamborghini. The 41 car there of Shahir Hoppel under attack big time from Marco Retta. Retta under a bit of threat now from Giannacaro. Ricky Giannacaro still getting to grips with that brand new machine that he's under. He's gone to the German brand AMG Mercedes-Benz for the season and has changed his allegiance yet again. Going to try and get the speed out of that AMG Mercedes-Benz. Porsche battle is now won out by Franco Scrimanti. He gets ahead of Charles Arangi as he heads down that back straightaway. And now looks to close things down on Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg might be a little bit more of a difficult competitor to find a way through. Let's see how they go. They come across the line and complete lap number 3 of this race. 4 of the race, I beg your pardon. 8 to go. First third of the race completed. This is Hoppel under pressure from that Progress BMW. And Retta goes around his outside. So here Hoppel has to follow the BMW through there in the Lambo. Try and come back at him as they head down towards turn 1. Giannacaro behind him, then on Giannacaro's tail is Ed Blunden in the McLaren. So you've got a BMW fighting with a Lamborghini, fighting with a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 machine. Blunden behind that. Blunden at this stage fighting for second in Class B. He's got to try and catch that white Lamborghini if he can to get the lead of the Class B battle. Ricky Giannicolo might help him out there a little bit if he can just get ahead of that Lamborghini. Let's run here from Franco's Garanti as well. He hit the front, yes he has. Franco's got to the front, he's got ahead of Brad Liebenberg. He's used the additional strength and straight line speed of that Porsche to get to the front of the battle, and now leads for the first time across the line. So it's Franco Scaramenti out front where he likes to be, ahead of Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg realizes he doesn't have to fight with Franco. Franco's a Class A car. He's in the GT3 national class, and that is second, third, and fourth place. And he has to attempt to keep out Charles Arangis and Jonathan Dutoy. Those are the two cars he has to be worried about. Climbing into the car that, of course, we saw Arnie Neveling do such an amazing job last year in. And he's now back at it. Oh, hold on a second though. Liebenberg straight back at Franco. Franco made a mistake somewhere and he slowed up slightly. So the Porsche got to the front, disappeared, but he's now under threat again from Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg now looking to try and come back at Franco. Turns the wick up down that back straight away. Just uses the straight line speed advantage that the Porsche's got to stay ahead. But it's the nimble ability of that Audi and Brad Liebenberg's ability behind the wheel of that Audi that's keeping Franco within a few car lengths. Jonathan Dutoy has got a little closer to Charles Arangis on that last pass, but not close enough yet to make a move. Gianni Giannicaro, of course, sits in second place in Class A ahead of Marius Jackson. That's for the Class A fight in this Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. If you've just joined us on the live stream, a big welcome to you. It's Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa here in the Mother City. We're at Killarney International Raceway and we're into the halfway stage of what has been a pretty epic start to Extreme Supercars for 2025. Turn me on Sparko Audi all over the back end there of that Franco Scaramenti Racing Porsche. The General out front with Franco at the wheel. Here comes Trans-Africa Racing's Jonathan Dutoy for a way to get through there on his stablemate. He was to catch her on the side of the car as well now, so a couple of sponsors jumping on with Trans-Africa Racing to assist with expenses that go into racing these incredible cars around the country. That brand new Porsche only put wheels onto tarmac here a couple of weeks ago, I should say. I think it was actually the week before last that Charles got the car, and has had about a week and a half to try and develop it and get it ready for race trim for today. The 80 car further back in the pack there, having a bit of a fight of his own as well. Nice little battle there. As you can see, Marius Jackson in a bit of a run here with Blunden. Problems there. I think that might have been Jimbo Giannicaro or Ulisana. No, it might have been Ulisana who's pulled off to the sideline there. Rolling into sort of the entrance point of the World Rallycross course here at Killarney International Raceway. Back straight away, we continue to watch this little fight unravel. Jimbo. Jimbo that actually turned, it went off the track there. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm not quite sure which of the Giannicaros are in which car today. I do know that Ricky's in the AMG. Here they come. Heading onto the back straight away again soon, but no answer yet from Jonathan Dutoy on the pace of the Porsche that Charles Arangis is piloting today. Liebenberg continues to lead GT3, but he's second on the road, just keeping Franco Scaramenti within his grasps. Three of the four top cars have got into the 110s. Fastest lap at the moment is a 1:10.7 from Franco. We've seen a 10.4 from him earlier on. Retta continues to fight it out here with Ricky Giannicaro and Blunden on his tail. Shahir Harpel has now got ahead. He will lead things out then in the Class B battle over Marco Retta. The BMW there has been outgunned by the Lambo, and now the Lambo trying to pull away ever so slightly. Here comes a big move from Ricky, and a look into Sorrel Sweep in the G&H Transport AMG Mercedes-Benz. Let's see if he gets to drive now. Maybe a little bit of slipstream from the BMW. Looking for a possible overtake here down into Turn 5. Retta knows exactly where to place that car. Puts it just on the right-hand side, which forces Ricky Giannicaro to go high onto the banking. And come out at Turn 5 on that high side, which is not ideal. Can get good drive though. Traffic in the way though, as they come up on the second of the BMWs. That might be Lorenzo Torrente. They've just gone past. It has bridged the gap, and it's Constantino that field up slightly as Franco then... let me just put my words back in my mouth there. And Constantino them up for about 2 seconds. And he just turned the wick up to get away. So we're down into the second last lap about to be started. Coming through there on Jimbo Giannicaro in the Porsche. It was the Z4, I think, that went off the track there of Ulisana. So that's how things changed up in terms of that battle for the back of the pack. They've just gone past the Porsche of Jimmy Giannicaro. Run here from Jonathan DeToy, but still hasn't found an answer to the pace of the two cars he needs to beat if he wants that National GT3 Championship. He realises there's still a long way to go in this championship, so he doesn't want to be throwing away a third place here from Cape Town at the first round. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor when it comes to this form of sport. Down the back straight they come again. Looks like a change up here as well. Yes, Giannicaro and Blunden are through. Retta's trying to come back at Blunden, forcing Blunden to stay on the high side of that turn. It becomes the inside line for the next corner, so if Ant Blunden just keeps his nose just ahead of the BMW into Castro, he should still be able to maintain, and does so, the position he's just gained as the general starts his final lap. Franco 1:10.7s, 1:10.8 from Liebenberg on the last pass, so only 1/10 of a second between the first two cars on track in terms of lap times. But it's just that speed differential of that Porsche that Brad just doesn't have. And remember, the GT3 cars all run with restrictors to keep them within the GT3 spec that the national class requires, whereas the Porsche's got unlimited. So he has got the ability to turn the wick up at any stage. That's the reason why at this point in time he's got the advantage over Brad Liebenberg, Charles Orangis and Jonathan DeToy. Into Cape Town for the last time. Over the bump and on the brakes. So you hit the bump, you hit the brakes and turn it into the banking. Head towards the chicken flag. For the first time in Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, it's going to be Franco Scribranti to take the win in Class A and the overall victory. He wins out over Brad Liebenberg. Welcome to Extreme Supercars, Bad Brad. The win in GT3s and second overall goes to Brad Liebenberg ahead of Charles Orangis and Jonathan DeToy. Will be 3 and 4 overall, but second and third in the GT3 battle. Budnick in the Viper comes through. Nice run there from him. He will finish up in second place in Class A in that big V10. Next up should be Gianni Giannicaro. And here he comes in the background. Just coming up as we go past one of the back markers. It's in the foreground here. And then it's Giannicaro who beats Marius Jackson to the line. So Gianni Giannicaro will come through for fourth place in the GT3 class. Marius Jackson will finish up in third in Class A. Shahir Harpel, if we see him coming to the line in the Lamborghini, he will wrap up Class B. So it's going to be tight though. Very close between Giannicaro and Harpel in the end. Harpel just getting over the line, but of course that's not for position in class, that's just for overall position. And it's Shahir Harpel gets the 8th place ahead of Ricky Giannicaro, but wins the battle with Ant Blunden for Class B. And Marco Retta just behind that will take 3rd place in Class B. Good drive from Roy Aubrey. He was able to stay out there just enough to stop him from being lapped by those drivers in the Haval and GWM Edenvale Porsche 991. And it's Renzo Torrente who finished up in lucky number 13 in the BMW. First heat of these incredible extreme supercars driven by Dunlop in the bag. Great job there from all the drivers. And we head from here into the first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. So as you can see, a really nice crowd here at the Killarney International Raceway for round one of the Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. We're into heat number one of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. A couple of new drivers joined this big field. A couple more going to be joining us by the time we get to Killarney as well for the second round. But incredible news yesterday, we saw the lady who sits currently in fourth place on the grid, Tyler Robinson, actually steal the pole position away from all the boys in the actual qualifying. But unfortunately couldn't quite get it together in her super pole lap, which dropped her down into fourth place on the grid, where she'll start there for the AF Fans and Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport team. Industrial Petroleum is on pole position, Rory Atkinson at the wheel, and it gives us a chance there to say how's it to Roars and send a shout out to the family. Rory and his family unfortunately lost Rory's mom during the week, Prue, and of course to the entire Atkinson family, we send our condolences. But you couldn't ask for a better sending off for a condolence from her son that loves being in a race car, Rory Atkinson, getting the super pole and putting it onto the front row. Front row for Shrin Rajpal, a rookie driver on the front row for the first time in a long time in Polo Cup. It's great to see. And the dub call machine will definitely be a car in the mix there with that Industrial Petroleum machine of Rory Atkinson, fighting with the likes of Mo Karodia and Ethan Kutsia just behind them as they line things up there. Mo Karodia, of course, he is there in the Fast 5 Motorsport car in fourth place on the grid and potentially in with a chance of spoiling the day of those two cars ahead of him. But he's going to have his work cut out for him because Tyler Robinson has certainly got to grips with a new look and feel Polo Cup Polo. As you can see there, a slightly different front end. They're expecting a bigger turbo by the time they get to Killarney, and you see a nice little wing on the back of the car as well for the first time in Polo Cup, and particularly in this version of it. So 29 years of Polo Cup is what we're into this year, and Ethan Kutsia will be the last of the top six there for Lee Thompson Racing and JDR. Behind him is Dr. Hannes Skeepers and Charles Smallberger. They'll be looking hard to push hard there for Dane Fern Dental Studio and for Sabertech. And then it's Lonica Martins who joins Team Red Racing, moving herself up into the single digits for the first time out in a front-wheel drive car for a long time there for the young lady. But certainly a young lady who knows how to drive a car and will be pushing hard to try and stay ahead of Nirav Singh, the Ninja, in the Killarney Exhaust and TNT Creative Silver Dream Racer, or the Silver Bullet as he likes to call it. Divya Naidu in the Production X car is there in 11th place ahead of Judd Berthold for Volkswagen Motorsport. Remember Judd Berthold winning the Rookie Cup last year and stepping up into Polo Cup as part of that prize. Bjorn Berthold, his brother, in the Season 90 Plastics car is part of Team Red Racing this year in 13th place ahead of his stablemate Carl Visser. He's in the Charles Engineering and Team Red Racing car as well, ahead of the two fellow teammates out of that same stable for Universal Motorsport in the likes of Milan Emsley and of course the Upward Spiral and Wamsa machine of Roshan Goodman. Pierluigi Mussolini is behind them in the FSS machine, and then we've got the first of the Masters. Now if I look at the first of the Masters, I was expecting to see John Kruger, but it looks like John Kruger may have digressed on the rules slightly and has dropped right to the back of the pack. So John Kruger not out there at all. It is Wayne Masters and Derek Smallberger that I see taking up their positions for the lead of the Masters side of this battle. Mike Babaglia for Paybar is there as well in 21st place ahead of Elio Mussolini in the second of the FSS machines. There is the Silver Bullet I was just talking about there in shot. Roberto Franco comes from Super Cup and joins the Masters category in the Polo Cup. ahead of Gavin Ross, who makes his debut there in the Norbrake car at the back of the field. So some big fights expected in this one, in both the front end and in the Masters class. Trying to get some heat into those Dunlops. They're running on brand new Dunlop rubber this year as well, so looking forward to seeing how the change up on the rubber works for these cars, with the change up on the setup on the cars as well. That little wing is going to be a factor for these machines as well, particularly here in Cape Town, probably at East London Grand Prix circuit as well. Polo Cup safety car will roll into pit lane. Final bit of twitching and flicking and looking for a little bit of extra heat in the Dunlop rubber as they come to the line. But it's up to now, of course, Rory Atkinson to ensure he can be the man at the front end. John Kruger's just come back up onto the timing monitor now, but he's on pole position according to the timing monitor. So I think they might have just missed him on the transponder or didn't quite get it right in terms of their loading of the grid. But John Kruger, according to my understanding, was on pole position for the Masters, ahead of Wayne Masters and ahead of Derek Smallberger. I can see the Havard car is on track, so there may have just been a bit of a shuffle there on the timing monitor, and we're probably going to get that shuffle to sort itself out now as we get into the first heat of racing. We are under starters orders now for Astron Energy Polo Cup for the first time today of 3 races. Remember how they finish up here in this first race is how they will start the second race. They've already qualified themselves for the third race with their second fastest laps out of qualifying yesterday. Atkinson to dictate the pace of the line. He gets a good start. Great start coming out of Mo Karodi as well. Goes side by side with Tyler Robinson as they head down towards turn 1. It is a phenomenal start from Shin Rajpal. He leads things out, and Rory Atkinson drops back into 6th place. Atkinson did not get the drive he wanted off the line, and it is all the youngsters that go mobbing around the man with maybe a little bit more experience when it comes to front-wheel drive polos than a majority of this field. Shin Rajpal is the rookie, and he leads into turn 2, Cashel Corner. So it is Shin Rajpal who leads things out at the moment. What a start there from the Dubcore car. He's ahead of, by the looks of it, Tyler Robinson and then Mo Karodia, but I think Karodia might have just squeezed out Robinson, and Ethan Kutsia's got in there as well. So Kutsia and Karodia have found a way through. Look at where Nirav Singh's got up to. He's up into the top 5, top 6 there in the Kyle Army exhaust car. What a start there coming out of the Silver Bullet. He's tucked in behind the doctor. That's the dental doctor, that is. Dr. Hannes Kiepers in the mix there with Nirav Singh. Behind that, it's Smallberger by the looks of it, and a nice start coming out of him as they head down that back straightaway for the first time. Slipstream going to come into effect here. Tyler Robinson trying to just defend from Rory Atkinson, who dives on the inside of the young lady, forces her up onto the banking. Hannes Kiepers is going to go with him. Tyler Robinson is going to lose out 2, possibly 3 positions, because here comes Nirav. Nirav is side by side. There's a little touch there between Tyler and Nirav as they come onto the main straightaway. Nirav Singh has just been able to, he hasn't, he's side by side still. No change up there between Singh and Tyler Robinson. Robinson's on the inside line though for turn 1. Lonica Martins, welcome to Polo Cup, Lonica in the kitty on the sideline. Tyler hangs on to the inside line. Side by side again for the second time into Holzhoek. Somebody runs wide. I think that might have been Tyler or Nirov. One of the two had to give way there. There's not enough room to come out of turn one side by side like that every single time. And someone had to go into the dirty stuff. Carl Visser joining the party, bringing Mussolini along for the ride. Behind that, it's Goodman and looks like Emsley from Team Red Racing. They've now joined the party. Second pack opening up a little bit of a margin as well as they come down towards turn two. It's a nice start to the first heat of Polo Cup. Remember, there's 3 of them today. This is lap 1 completed of 8. We're watching John Kruger. He leads out the Masters. Looks like he's ahead there of Smallberger. Smallberger's ahead of Wayne Masters. So Derek Smallberger in the Sabertech car just ahead of that Ferro Energia and Alpha ESS machine. So a nice run here from Masters. Behind that, it's Mike Barbaglia in the paybar car. Look at that. Mike Barbaglia not too far off the back end of those first 3. Trying to bridge the gap there in the paybar car as they head down towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. Paybar have also joined the series as one of the associate sponsors, so Mike Barbaglia not only racing in this class but also helping with a bit of assistance in terms of some ammunition to the series. And a subsidiary and associate sponsor to the series now is Paybar. He's loving life, sitting in 4th place in that battle for the Masters. Elio Mussolini is in 5. Here comes the battle for the lead though. Into Castro from Aerial Materials side of things. The fight is on between the 2 teammates. Lee Thompson Racing cars in 2nd and 3rd. And what an amazing dice there between Karodia and Kutsia. You can see on the left-hand side there, the skid pan, some of the drifters giving the public a bit of entertainment on the sidelines, as per usual at an extreme festival. As they come onto the Tigerberg straight, watch for the push coming from Hannes Schippers on the back end of Rory Atkinson. Atkinson has lost out big time there, sits in 4th place from pole. Hannes Schippers is on his tail. How far back is Tyler? She's not that far back. She could possibly bridge that gap if she uses a little push to pass down this back straightaway. A little couple of extra kilowatts of power might just bring her back into the hunt for the front end of the field. 5 cars into turn 5. And it's Fast 5 in 2nd. Fast 5 Motorsport, Lee Thompson Racing versus the Lee Thompson Racing and JDR machine there of Ethan Kutsia. Look at this. Tyler's not too far behind. Nirov, I think, still sits in 6th place. Yes, he is. He's there in the Silver Dream car. That Silver Dream race of Nirov Singh. That's the highest position he's been up in a Polo Cup race for Kyle Army Exhaust and TNT Creative. An amazing run here from these guys as we are in full flight now for Polo Cup. Polo Cup are having an absolute incredible start to the 29th championship season. And we come back down into turn 2. Watching for opportunities. They're all line astern at this point. No one's going to show their cards just yet. Fastest car on track though is Rory Atkinson, down in 4th place, closing in on Ethan Kutsia. You can see that gap has visibly come down between the 2 of them, but the dub core car of Shrin Rajpal looks like it's in control at the front end. Can you believe it? This is the rookie of the class leading this battle and leading the steam train of polos around Killarney International Raceway. Carl Visser stays ahead of Berthold. Berthold just ahead of Smallberger. That's how that goes for the final single digits on track. Berthold is in 9, Smallberger in 10. Divya Naidu not too far behind that in 11th place, but the Production X car has got some work to do. Industrial Petroleum under attack there from the DDS machine. Daneford Dental Studios car. Whoa! Atkinson off the track. That's going to give it a little sniff there to Hannes. I think Hannes might sneak through. Dr. Hannes Skip is going to capitalise on a mistake there from Rory Atkinson. The pressure is on. Lots of pressure being applied at the front end there, and Skippers has gone across the line ahead of Atkinson. Can he hang on to it down into turn 1? Late braking coming out of Berthold. That's Cizanani machine looking for a way through on Carl Visser. The Charles Engineering and Team Red car under a bit of pressure there. Visser needs a little bit of assistance from his 2 teammates who are not too far behind him. But he would appreciate a little bit more help, though, from both Berthold and possibly from Milan Emsley. Emsley, unfortunately, has dropped out of the pack. The second pack has fallen by the wayside there slightly. Him and Roshan Goodman having their own little in-house battle between the 2 teammates. But what a run here. This is the Dub Core car, our rookie in this championship, leading things out from the word go and keeping Mo Karodia at bay. Karodia chatting to him at some of the events we've had at Fast 5 Raceway so far this year, has said to me he's coming in fired up, wanting this championship. He wants to be the man with the number 1 plate by the time they finish up the 29th edition of Polo Cup Championship. So he's waiting for now. Is he having a go? Has he got to push to pass left to try and find a way through there on the Dubcore car? Remember, no one's going to have an advantage of additional push to pass mechanisms in these cars because they all start on equal footing. Here comes Kurodia. He's gone for a push to pass. He uses it. Can he find a way through? The Lee Thompson Racing man looking for a way to take the lead ahead of Shin Rajpal. Is he good enough on the brakes down into turn 1? Rajpal's good. He holds the inside line. Ethan Katia follows his teammate through. And that's the slot in behind Rajpal. Rajpal is so good on the brakes into Holzhoek. He hangs on to the lead. What an amazing start to the season here. There's 6 cars in it. 6. Any one of those top 6 can take the victory, including Tyler Robinson, who currently sits in 6th place. That AF Fans car and Team Red machine of the lady who was on pole after qualifying yesterday and then had to settle for 4th after Super Bowl as she couldn't quite get another lap in to keep her at the front end. Further back, we're also seeing some battles sorting themselves out there in the Masters side of it. Looks like Mussolini having a bit of a fight there with Gavin Ross at the back of the pack. We've lost Monica Martins. She unfortunately has had to park her car and probably left it on the sideline there where she went off. So Monica Martins' debut has not gone according to plan like she was hoping for. She was hoping to maybe possibly join her teammate from Team Red Racing, Tyler Robinson, and make it 2 ladies on the podium. That would be the first in Polo Cup if we ever get that this season. And we're certainly looking forward to it because there is a big chance that that might happen. Here comes Kurodia around the outside this time for the 2nd attempt down into turn 1 to get ahead of Rajpal. Rajpal is good on the brakes though. Can Mo Kurodia keep him out? No, he can't. Ethan Katsia's on the inside of him though. Ethan Katsia capitalizes on the open door and slots up in a 2nd. Kurodia dropped back down into 3rd, so some changes there between the 2 teammates. There'll be no team orders down in Lee Thompson Racing other than taking each other out, and it looks like he's been able to get ahead. Here comes the doctor. Hannes Kieper's having a look on the inside. Can he find a way through? Very, very close there between the 2 of them. Look at this. What a great battle here between the first 6. The second 6 cars also just as intense. Change up for the lead, possibly. Ethan can see on the inside of Dabstep. Heading to Sorrel Sweep. Can he make it stick? He's got the inside line. Rajpal's going to hold him around the outside. They're going to go wing mirror to wing mirror. That is exactly what you want to see in Polo Cup. A little bit of room given. They're going to go 3 by 3. Mo Kurodia pulls out. There are 3 cars side by side headed down towards turn 5. Kurodia looking for a way past. Kutsia saw him coming and dived left to defend. Here comes Atkinson, and Dr. Hunter Skippers on the inside of Atkinson. Sneaks through. Skippers moves up into 3rd place. Atkinson to 4th, and Rajpal, the original leader, is bound to 5th place after this incredible lap. Wow, can you believe the changes here? So it's Lee Thompson Racing 1 and 2. On their tail comes the hard charge out of Hunter Skippers, who now moves himself up into the 3rd spot. With a lap to go. Skippers ahead of Rajpal. Rajpal and Atkinson down into turn 1. That is how they will go into turn 1 and hopefully come out the other side. You never know. It's so exciting. Judd Berthold. Baptism of fire there with him fighting with Milan Emsley, but this fight at the front has been absolutely incredible. Dr. Hunter Skippers is up into the 3 spot. Ahead now of Rajpal. Rajpal runs slightly wide. Opening up the door yet again, possibly for that Industrial Petroleum's car. That's Rory Atkinson off the track. Atkinson goes off the track with Rajpal. The 2 of them coming together there and off the circuit, allowing Tyler Robinson to sneak up to 4th. So it's Atkinson and Rajpal coming together. 1st and 2nd on the grid. They've come together on the last lap out of turn 2 and gone on the dirty stuff. Ethan Kutsia looks like he might get the first victory here. Mo Kurodia looks like he may be able to hang on for 2nd unless Dr. Hunter Skippers has got a push to pass left. Can he close that gap down under braking? Somebody running wide in the background as well, also on the dirty stuff out of Sorrel Sweep. Lee Thompson Racing 1 and 2 here. It's Ethan Kutsia, he's going to hang on. Kutsia is going to get the victory ahead of Mo Kurodia. And Dr. Hunter Skippers with an incredible move 2 laps ago moved himself up into 3rd place, and he's going to get it ahead of Tyler Robinson, first of the Team Red cars in 4th. Unbelievable start here to Polo Cup's 29th anniversary. What a way to go. Mo Karodia was looking like he got it all sorted out. He opened up the door, Ethan Kutsia came through, and after that there was no stopping Kutsia. He came through the pack like a hot knife through butter. It looks like Bjorn Berthold on the last lap. That's the dust we saw at Sarel Sweep. He's stuck in the kiddie litter. So the Team Red and Cizanani machine unfortunately out, and Berthold not happy about it. Must have been a tap between somebody and Berthold that put him in the dirty stuff. We go further down to pick up on the Masters. And John Kruger managed to hang on to keep out Derek Smallberger and Wayne Masters for the top three there in the Masters category, beating Mike Barbaglia and Roberto Franco. So a nice start to the day there, and a nice baptism into the Masters class for Franco. He would have been enjoying life, having a little bit of more people to play with, I'm sure, because in the Super Cup class Masters last year it was him and Andre Besaidnout. Besaidnout will be back today in the Super Cup class for Team Perfect Circle. Between the two of them, they shared the honours in the Masters title last year, with Franco eventually wrapping it up, having done more races than Andre was able to do. What a start. Ethan Kutsia, Mo Karodia, Hannes Skip as your top three, Robinson in fourth, Raj Paul, who had an incredible first first 7 laps at the front end of the field, unmatched, and then just all fell to pieces in the closing stages. Carl Visser eventually coming through into 6th place to finish up behind Srin Rajpal, and Divyan Naidu beating Roshan Goodman and Charles Smallberger to the line as we get ready to go now, heading into the first part of the day's proceedings here. And I think we're in for a bit of a fight as well, because there is going to be some serious race action coming view now from the Gazoo Racing stable. We go from Volkswagen to Toyota. It's Gazoo Racing SA up on track. And of course 3 classes there, 1 for the media, 1 for the dealers, and 1 for the development drivers, about to come out onto track for the first time in 2025. Gazoo Racing on its way now down on its warm-up lap. The new format, of course, a change-up from a few seasons ago, and last season, as you can see, a couple of changes in terms of drivers. Names at the front end of this pack as well will be interesting to see as they get into it, because it's a local man, Jason Kutsia, runner-up last year in the outgoing Formula 1600 Championship, stepped up as to the lead car in the 86 brigade at the front end of this field. They've given the youngsters and development drivers the 86s to play in. Those Toyota 86s basically are a 4-cylinder boxer engine, 2.4, naturally aspirated with a automatic box on it with paddle shift. 180 kilowatts of power to play with at the front end. And then just behind them, they've thrown in a couple of very fast Corollas. Those GR Corollas, the GR Spec Corollas. So 1.6 3-cylinder, and it's upgraded to a 221 kilowatt powerhouse in it. 12% basically more than the Yaris at the back of the pack, which most of our dealers are driving today. And of course, they are the unbelievable cars that they get to pilot as part of the Gazoo Racing GR Cup from South Africa. At the back of the pack, of course, are the Yaris GRs. That's a 3-cylinder 1.6 turbo. It's a 4-wheel drive machine, those Yarises, and a 6-speed manual box that the dealers get to play with. But if we look at how things line up, Jason Kutsia and Ken Swartz, they've been involved in this class already. Mikael Besaidnout joins them as well out of Formula 1600 and the outgoing class there. Kanya Ngwenya for his first time out ahead of Brandon van der Nest, also a newcomer Jordan Mudley, Vatsua Mokunwana, and then Nabil Abdul make up the 8 86s about to go to battle. Behind that, Devin Scott and Mario de Souza are the top 2 in what are going to be the Corolla class. Little gap in proceedings, as you can see, as they head down to the start line. They'll give a little gap to the 86s to get away, and the youngsters from the development side of Gazoo Racing stable head down towards turn 1. It's the yellow liveried machine of Jason Kutsia hanging on ahead of Ken Swartz. Just tucked in behind that was Michael Besaidnout. Michael Besaidnout having a fantastic run also last year in Formula 1600s. Devon Scott will set the second pack on its way. Alongside him will be Mario de Souza. And it looks like the Motus Man already putting pressure onto that Toyota Development Driving Academy driver. First of the Yaris's round the outside is the Car Magazine machine. Great effort there to see Car Magazine getting behind the Toyota Gazoo Racing stable again. We saw last year a whole bunch of fights in amongst the usual contenders when it comes to the media, but of course we now got new contenders out there as well, in the form of Kyle Koch, Putimjana, Rudolf Bonzaya, Lawrence Mini from Auto Trader, Willem Janssen van der Merwe. You've got Tian Combrink and of course Charles Bosch all fighting hard in the back end of the field. The time's like sideways from the fourth car on track there. It's a super sport car, I think, that got out of shape. Yes, it was. Unbelievably sideways there from Nabil. But he managed to hang on to it and bring it back onto the kind of black and grey stuff here at the Killarney International Raceway. If you joined us for the first time here on our live stream, we do know that we've had a couple of issues on YouTube and we are working on that, but unfortunately we are fighting load shedding down here. So we're asking anybody that's watching on YouTube that has the ability to migrate across to Facebook. Apparently our Facebook feed is a little bit stronger on all of the Facebook pages, so do yourselves a favor if you want to continue watching without as much buffering. As soon as we've got our towers back up and running here in Cape Town after the load shedding is completed, we will let you know, and you can head back to your preferred platform of social media to watch all the action from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly brought to you now by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. So Michael Besaidnout has moved himself up into second place ahead of Ken Swartz. Ken Swartz under a bit of pressure there from Kanya Ngwenya on his way through to maybe just bridging that gap onto the back end and looking to close down now on Ken Swartz and Michael Besaidnout. They're not going to catch Jason Katsia. This man around this track is a tough man to beat in any car. And of course in a single-seater he was a really, really difficult man to beat when it came to the race strategies he had available to him. Mario de Souza still hangs on to second place. Is that Devon Scott leading out? Yes. Vanna Fenter is up into third. So a nice run there from him. NMR machine starting to make its way to the front end. Nabil Abdul, of course, in the Super Sport car in 11th. Andries de Villiers is up into 12th ahead of Kyle Koch. Putim Panya is, Nyani is, of course, new driver, so he's getting used to all these new names as well. And then 15th place on the track at the moment is Lawrence Mini, sideways from the 19th car of de Villiers. Andries de Villiers got it completely out of shape there, coming out of turn 5. Kept it on the grass and then brought it back onto the tarmac, but only just losing a little bit of ground in his attempt to do that. Fastest car on track, understandably down in 8th place, Devon Scott. He does a lot of the driver training for both the junior competitors and the media guys coming from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Driving Academy at Swartkops. So he knows exactly what to do in these cars and how to get the best performance out of them. So a good run there from Dev so far in the 21 machine. Staying out ahead of Mario de Souza ahead of Fenta and Abdul. And then it's de Villiers who ran wide earlier on. Koch in there, nice run from him. It's a really nice little run here from them as well. As we see the fight starting to rage amongst our media contenders as well. You can see Besaidnout and Swartz all in top 3 in the 86s. Abdul, Koch and Nyani, of course, is there. Top 3 for Yaris, Devon Scott, Mario de Souza, and Vanna Fenter, the top 3 in the Corollas as it stands. Get used to who's in all the new coloured cars out there as well. Some work to be done. For third place, up for grabs. Defensive driving coming out of Ngwenya. Ngwenya has got through there on Ken Swartz. Swartz has been demoted down one place. So Kutsia maintains over Michael Besaidnout. But Ken Swartz has lost out to Ngwenya. Ngwenya moving up into third place in his first outing for the Gazoo Racing stable. As I said, these little 86s, they run with the the 4-cylinder boxer engine. It's a 2.4 litre, naturally aspirated, so down here should be in their element with the additional amount of air that they've got to suck in. And with the paddle shift, 180 kilowatts will be lots of fun around this track with this rear-wheel drive car. Teaching these youngsters how to handle a rear-wheel drive. Race fanatics will have an argument as to what the most difficult car to drive is. Is it a front-wheel drive or is it a rear-wheel drive? Well, they've all got their pros and cons. But learning to drive a rear-wheel drive car, got change of surface flag being shown there down into turn 1. Somebody must have run wide and maybe pulled some dirty stuff onto the circuit. Didn't see anything wrong there, but maybe it's on the high side, on the high line, that we didn't see from our camera angle. Devon Scott, ooh, here we go. D'Souza under a bit of pressure. Or is that just coming up on a back marker? No, that was them coming up on the back marker. I think getting through there, yeah, on Vatsi. Vatsiwa Makwanya, unfortunately just dropping into the clutches now of the Foster Corollas. The Corollas have now caught the back end of the 86 Brigade. If you have just joined us, remember this is Gazoo Racing GR Cup, proudly brought to you by Toyota South Africa and driven by Netstar. What you're going to find here is there's a fight on amongst junior drivers, seasoned campaigners and dealers. The dealers themselves get an opportunity to drive the Yaris's this year, which are the red, white and black cars. As you can see there, Auto Trader on the side of that. I beg your pardon, the other way around, the media are in the Yaris's this year, so the Auto Trader car there. But the dealers, they're from Waterberg Toyota, as you can see there, having a fantastic run there with Lawrence Mini. As we watch that little fight unfold. Mini in the fight there with Rudolf Bunzaya from Waterkloof Toyota. What it gives the opportunity for the dealers is it gives them a chance to sort of see what these cars can do in the Gazoo Racing trim, and then they can set up a GR section to their dealership where they can offer their clientele an option of doing the Gazoo Racing upgrade on any one of the Toyota products that they have an allowance to do that on. Normally you'll see it on a Toyota Hilux, you'll definitely get one on an 86, certainly on a Yaris and on a Corolla. But there are a couple of other models that also come with the GR option on them as well, which is fantastic to see. And when you look at what Gazoo Racing are doing worldwide, not only here in South Africa with this GR Cup, any format of motorsport that has a Toyota Gazoo Racing team in it usually finds that Gazoo Racing team at the front end. And of course a whole bunch of drivers that have come through this particular stable of racing have gone on to bigger and better things, the likes of two brothers involved, of course, in the touring cars last year. And looking forward, of course, to seeing how they progress in their careers heading into off-road trucks. We already saw Saud Variawa take a victory in one of the stages in this year's Dakar. So it just shows you that the learning curve that they get here from Gazoo Racing stable and the GR Cup certainly pays off. Devon Scott in a bit of a fight here with two of the 86s. And it looks like he's having a great time of it there with Brandon van der Nest and Jordan Moodley. He'll now show them the inside line possibly and use maybe a little bit of extra power coming out of that Corolla compared to what the 180 kilowatts gives those 86s. But the nimble ability of those cars is probably what they're playing around with now. There we go. 221 kilowatts, no replacement for displacement. Devon Scott moves through. He's now up into 7th place overall, which will now make, of course, drop him up into 5th place overall, having got past both Moodley and Van der Nest. Amazing run here from Devon Scott, and as I said, if you do have a Corolla product and you'd like to learn how to drive it properly, Gazoo Racing Stable and their driving academy are based at Swartkops. So get onto the phone, get hold of the GR Driving Academy. Devon is the man that you probably want to have a chat to there to see if you can get yourself or even your whole team involved in something's gone wrong. Someone's gone and dropped some oil there and it looks like somebody's lost it coming out of Damstip. We got an 86 on the inside and we got a Corolla that's run wide as well. I wonder if there's a change of surface possibly there that's caused that Corolla to go sideways and miss the turn completely. Yaris has gone through. He looks like okay, so maybe not an issue there other than possibly running out of talent there. It was the Vaderbach Toyota there, I think of Rudolf Bonzaya. Yeah, Rudolf Bonzaya, who went sideways out of Damstip. Almost hit the tyre barrier. You can see Nabil Abdul continues to lead the Yaris aspect of this race. He's fighting at the moment though with a Corolla there by the looks of things. And if I'm not mistaken, that could possibly be the 222. Is it the 222 there? I'm just trying to work out who's in that car. Some new colours on these cars, I've still got to get used to them, so as they get through the day we'll probably get the names right. Fights out front from both sides of the classes as well as in each of the categories themselves have been pretty good for the first time out for Toyota Gazoo Racing. And my car so looking for a chance for third overall. That's the cars looking for Vanna Fenta fighting at this stage. Here comes side-by-side action between the two 86s. Van der Nest. Jordan Woodley's run off the circuit. Jordan was a little bit too hot and too late on the brakes to make that turn at Fostron Corner. Coming out of the dust though, it'll be Vanna Fenta who will show him the way to the line. Checkered flag is out. Jason Kutsia taken the victory for the 86ers a long while ago. Jason Kutsia taking the win there, but a great drive coming out of Devon Scott. He's happy with that, with D'Souza in second and Fenta in third for the Corolla side. Nabil Abdul wins out over Carl Koch. Koch there, nice run from the man in the second of the Yarises. Puti Mnyana comes through for third place, beating Charles Bos and Willem van der Nest or Willem Janssen van. I'm not quite sure what Janssen van is. Let's have a look and see, because it's a break on this one. There we go. Hold on a second. Let's see what it says. But as we wrap things up for Gazoo Racing Heat 1, in the 86s, Jason Kutsia wins his first outing with Toyota, ahead of Michael Besaidenote and Kanya Ngwenya, Ken Swartz, Brandon van Ness, Jordan Woodley, and Vatswa Nkunyana finishes up in third place. In the Yarises, it was Nabil Abdul beating Carl Koch, Puti Mpanya. Lawrence Mini from Auto Trader beats out Charles Boss and Willem. And in the Corollas, it was Devon Scott, Mauro D'Souza, and Vanna Fenta who won out over Andries de Villiers, Rudolf Bonzaya, and Tiaan Combrink. Up next, we're heading into touring cars and to the Super Cup, the first heat of the day from them. And then we'll be having a short break in proceedings for a grid walk and some fan interaction for the crowds out on the track here at Killarney International Raceway. Making their way onto the circuit now, of course, are the South African touring cars and Super Cup class. 6 touring cars and an array of Super Cup competitors behind them. It's great to see the return of Andre Besaidenote into the Masters class for Team Perfect Circle, getting a little bit of very much needed track time and seat time as he starts to prepare himself to go to battle in Knysna in a couple of weeks' time. I was chatting to him earlier on, he was saying to me that he's even bought himself a cart to get some extra seat time in and some valuable seat time to try and get his fitness back up as quickly as possible so that he can try and get that F1 Gould of his sorted out in time before we go racing in Knysna. We're in Cape Town. It is Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly brought to you these days by the Coca-Cola Beverage Company of South Africa. Fantastic to have them back on board and as a sponsor of motorsport again. Long-standing relationship with the Coke brand is now reignited with the Extreme Festival. Tate Bishop had a phenomenal run to put it on pole position for the Super Cup class, but it was Julian van der Walt who was quickest in the touring cars. He will lead out over Anthony Pretorius, and Pretorius of course will be looking to try and get to the front end and keep Julian van der Walt and Michael van Rooyen at bay if he can. Andrew Schofield out there in the Sapphire car for Chemical Logistics. He'll be looking to run that BMW as high up as he can get it. A welcome return to Mandla Ndakani back into the racing stables of touring cars. Great to have the young man back in a race car, but also a massive return, well, not a return, but a welcome there to the man in 6th place in the second of the Golf 8 SA touring cars, and that's Jagger Robertson. Jagger, of course, winning the Formula 1600 Championship last year, and a part of that prize, of course, is an opportunity to drive for Ian Schofield's team in a touring car, and he's climbed into the GTI. He was quick throughout the weekend, didn't quite get it into the place he wanted it when it came to qualifying, but watch out for him in that Investment Chemical Logistics and Sparco sponsored machine. As I said, it is Tate Bishop in the Angry Racing and Lee Thompson Racing Super Cup car that's on pole, ahead of fellow Cape Townian Charles Visser for Volkswagen Motorsport and Charles Engineering. Jonathan Machotsi. In fact, if Charles Visser's for Charles Engineering this year, it's not for Volkswagen Motorsport, because his seat, of course, was taken up by Jason Loosmore, who's just behind him, the winner of the Polo Cup Championship last year. So Machotsi, the champion in the Super Cup class, lines up alongside the champion of Polo Cups in Jason Loosmore, the two Volkswagen Motorsport teammates there on the second row of the Super Cup. Nicky Vistanis is ahead of Davy van der Merwe, his first outing in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Toyota Starlet. Dylan Praji in the Styling Auto Developments and Fast Development Racing Polo GTI Super Cup from Zimbabwe. He's alongside Cara Hill for the 7th row. Davide Franco for GSM and Team Red Racing are there as well. The GSW car of Davide Franco ahead of Dean Fenter. And then the only master in the class, as I said, is Andre Besaidenote down in 17th there for Team Perfect Circle. I actually see him just outside of my window here in front of our commentary booth. He's looking for a chance to get that Batter Wines and Team Perfect Circle Polo maybe in amongst the mix at the back of the pack there for Super Cup. But as I said, using this as prime opportunity to get behind the wheel of a race car and in the seat of a race car in lieu of the stuff he's planning for later on in 2025. So heading down towards turn 1 on the warm-up lap. All of these cars also shed with, or shod I should say, with Dunlop rubber. Trying to get the heat into that rubber as quickly as possible. See all of the Volkswagen Motorsport colours there of Visser, Machotsi and Loosmore. Nice job they've done there on the Platinum Mile car as well. Dean Fenter. There will be, of course, a little bit of a break in proceedings between the two classes. There's a little bit of a hold up there for Tate Bishop to dictate. He will hold back the Super Cup class behind the touring car class, but you can see them heading down towards Damps, just trying to get some more heat into the brakes, heat into the rubber, get themselves ready to go. There's Davy in the only Toyota Corolla or Toyota Starlet out there at the moment. The second car has not got a pilot in it just yet. And then our safety vehicles at the back of the pack, making their way around behind. Nicky Vistanis looking to improve as he's done on every single occasion behind the wheel of a Super Cup car. And of course, this weekend, top 5 for him is arguably one of the highest finishes we've seen from him in qualifying. Top 6 are Toyotas and BMWs and Volkswagens. We've got a Corolla, we've got a Corolla hatch. We've got 2 BMWs and we've got 2 Golfs about to go to battle for touring cars. Van der Walt will lead the pace. Let's watch for Jagger Robertson coming through the field though. I'm sure he's itching to get through on a couple of these drivers and get into the mix as they head down towards turn 1. We go out and into full flight racing now. Julian Van der Walt trying to hang on. Pretorius going to try and go around the outside of him in the BMW, looking for a way through. Can't find it at this point in time. His teammate follows him through just in the background. Keep an eye on that inside line as well as they come into the first part of proceedings. Munda Nakani starting to get a bit flustered a little bit by a few cars coming from the back of the pack. Let's go back to Super Cup and around the outside looking for a way through is Visser. Visser starts things out on the high side of turn 1. Going to be holding on to that outside line to make it inside for turn 2 and maybe squeeze through there on Tate Bishop. Bishop sees him coming, shuts the door, doesn't allow anybody to come onto that inside line. Visser under attack though from Machotsi. Here comes the Starling Auto and Fast Developments car. Praji round the outside of Darby van der Merwe. Van der Merwe will have to maybe back out of that one and allow Praji through. He's done that, but comes straight back at him into turn 3. Damstip. The Toyota Starlet diving back up the inside of that Starling Auto Zimbabwe car. Zimbabwean is having a big run there in that mid-pack of Super Cup. Let's go back to the front end. As Jagger Robertson has got through now on Ndakani and on Schofield. Puts himself tucked in behind. Who's that? That is going to be Anthony Pretorius and Marco van Rooyen. So Marco van Rooyen is sitting currently in the 3 spot. Pretorius leads out as they cross the line. Van der Vat in second. So a bit of changes in that top 6 at the front end of the field. Pretorius in the BMW hangs on for now to keep out Julian van der Vat and Marco van Rooyen. Van Rooyen looking pretty dangerous there in the hatch version of the Toyotas. The sedan version, of course, is piloted by Ndakani. He's dropped to the back of the pack behind Schofield. Jagger Robertson trying to bridge the gap there to the back end of Marco van Rooyen. First time out here for Jagger Robertson in full flight race for Super Touring. And these touring cars are really putting on a super show. There they come down that back straight away looking for a possibility of some slipstream. Van Rooyen is not quite close enough to capitalize on that slipstream ability. Schofield certainly used it well. Got onto the back end of Jagger. Jagger Robertson went defensive into turn 5 to keep Schofield out. Eddie Schofield looking to put pressure onto the youngster, the rookie, feeling the pressure here for the first time as Pretorius crosses the line at the lead of the race. Here comes his teammate side by side with Jagger Robertson, but he's on the outside line though for turn 1. That might not be the ideal place to be in. Have a look at how things are changing up here. Jason Loosemore making a move up into what is 4th place now. Squeezing through on Vastanis. Nicky Vastanis trying to keep him honest as well as they come out of turn 5. Vostron corner. Tate Bishop hangs on for now. It's Machotsi on his tail. No, it's not. It's Visser, I beg your pardon. Then Machotsi. Very similar looking cars though. So that's the reason I got that a little bit wrong. They need to change up the wing mirrors on those cars or something to differentiate them, because from the front they look very, very similar. There are a slight change in the wing mirrors. Of course, one's got white and one's got yellow, but in the glint of the sun, not always easy to pick up on those. That's Darby van der Merwe, the lone Toyota Gazoo Racing starlet, currently sitting in 6th place. First 5 are all Volkswagen Super Cup GTI Polos. Then it's the starlet of Darby van der Merwe. And on there to win the 86 Cup twice and then get a chance to drive in Super Cup for the Gazoo Racing stable. Dylan Praji's dropped back quite a long way. He's dropped back behind Cara Hill and looks like behind Davide Franco. So Praji must have made a mistake somewhere on track there in the Starling Auto and Fast Developments car. He's falling into the clutches there of Dean Fenter, who's not too far behind him, trying to close things down there on the Zimbabwean. So DP under pressure from DV as Fenter tries to get onto the back end of that very, very bright machine from Starling Auto Zimbabwe in Bulawayo. Pretorius, second quickest car on the track at the moment. Andrew Schofield, his teammate, is the quickest as he looks to try and bridge the gap onto the back end of Michael van Rooyen. He's left Jagger Robertson behind him to fight things out with the Munda Nakani for 5 and 6 on track. 1, 2 and 3 onto the back straight. Let's see whether or not we've seen any changes yet between these three. Van der Vat just goes defensive on Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen not going to go and show his cards too soon. Still got a lot of work to do in this car today and doesn't want to spoil his opportunities of scoring some good points here. If a door opens up or there's an opportunity, of course he's going to pounce. But right now, he is just going defensive and keeping out everybody else. Defensive driving coming out of Mandam Ndakani now. It's Jagger Robertson literally Fender trailers on the back end of the Toyota. Little tap there between the two of them actually. There was a little bit of rubbing there between Jagger Robertson and Mandam Ndakani. Ndakani feeling a little bit of pressure. Remember, Jagger Robertson comes from NX Legends, where bump draft is allowed. It's not quite allowed here though, Jags, so just be warned, you could be in a bit of trouble for that. But Manda did come out of turn 1 Holzhoek a little slower than normal, and Jagger was already engaged to try and have a go, and there was a slight nudge from the back there from Jagger Robertson's point of view. Carney in the sedan version of the Corolla as it goes onto the back straight. Look at this. It's heating up a bit at the front. Van der Watt now quickest. Down to the 15 4s, 15 7s out of Pretorius, 15 6s out of Michael van Rooyen. Tate Bishop continues to lead things out for Super Cup ahead of Charles Visser. It's Cape Town 1 and 2 at the moment for Super Cup. Bohotsi, Loosmore and Vastanis 3, 4 and 5. Angry Racing and Lee Thompson Racing prepared. Polo Super Cup GTI trying to just keep his fellow Capetonian Charles Visser behind him. Charles Visser there in Volkswagen Motorsport colours, but running under, of course, Charles Engineering Works, his own company. Same sponsor that his brother runs in Polo Cup. Still with the Astron energy stickers on the side of that car there, so still part of the Volkswagen Racing stable, of course, for motorsport. 3 competitors in that team now, including Jason Loosmore, last year's Polo Cup champion. He's had a bit of a tough introduction to this category. Chatted to him yesterday at the track. He was saying it was a little bit more difficult to drive than the Polos, these Super Cup cars, but they do tend to have a bit more power that he's got to get used to. So it's just a case of learning to drive a new car, which may take a couple of races for him to do. But the oval track man certainly knows what to do and can be a big thorn in the side. Watching a big move there, possibly on the Toyota from Vastanis' point of view. Not from Vastanis, I beg your pardon, from Hill's point of view. Carey Hill starting to close things down now. Oh, that's Schofield. Is it Schofield? Or was it Pretorius? It might have been Pretorius actually. Just trying to work out which of the BMWs has gone off on the sideline there. It is Schofield, there we go. Beg your pardon. Fly Sapphire colours on the side of that BMW is Andrew Schofield from 4th place off the circuit, handing Ndakani now 4th, and Jagger Robertson top 5. So it's a battle of a karter and an oval tracker here at the moment. Polo Cup champion from last year, so he definitely knows what to do in a front wheel drive. That's Jason Loosmore. But Nicky Vastanis has got 2.5 seasons on him in Super Cup in terms of experience, so he's got a little bit more of an understanding of how well these cars can perform. Darby van der Merwe, first time out in this class for Toyota Gazoo Racing, under attack now from the Calyx car of Hill. Just behind, look at that, sure. Too far behind there comes Davide Franco. We're going to be in for a bit of a tight finish between those 3. Very good possibility for a close finish as well between Vastanis and Jason Loosmore. Little wheel on the dirt there from Darby. Still yellow flags into 1, so there must be a car. I think it might be for Schofield's car on the exit of turn 1. Just warning the drivers that there is a car on the exit there. Back to the battle between Jagger and Ndakani. And looks like Jagger's got back ahead now of Manda Ndakani, so they've chopped a few positions. Leading bunch, still Pretorius from Van der Watt. Van Rooyen has had an answer there to the Golf GTI ahead of him. So it's the Toyota coming to the line now to complete lap number 6. Make that lap number 8, I beg your pardon, 4 to go. Carney and Jagger Robertson are having a phenomenal battle. They really are pushing it to the limit, the two drivers. Welcome return for Mandla, and of course a baptism into this class for Jagger Robertson. Running for Chemical Logistics, and of course Sparko as his main sponsor. He's also got Liqui Moly behind him, of course, as his personal sponsor. But great drive here from the youngster, our single-seater champion from 2024. Run here from Anthony Pretorius. What a way to start his step out of the Toyota and into the championship winning car of Robert Volks, and he's just climbing into the seat as if his name was Robert Volks. Pretorius has not been even troubled in this race since hitting the front. Julian van der Walt tried, so did Michael van Rooyen, and at one point Andrew Schofield was in there as well, but it looks like it's going to be a fight for second. Certainly going to be a bit of a fun and games here between these two. Here we go. Thought it might start to happen. Van Rooyen looking for an opportunity. Opens up the door. Van der Walt's got a problem. Van der Walt slows up coming out of Castrol. That's why Van Rooyen dived on the inside. Julian van der Walt looks like he's going to have to nurse that Golf all the way back to the pits, but that is the Golf out of race 1. Michael van Rooyen up into second place with that promotion. Here comes the third and fourth place battle. Ndakani now up into third. Jagger Robertson, could he possibly squeeze through on Ndakani in these last 2.5 laps and maybe spoil the day there from Ndakani's return to touring cars? Get on the podium in your first time of asking is exactly what Jagger Robertson wanted to do. Chance now, Jagger Robertson. Watch for the cutback. He goes high onto the banking. Oh, Ndakani saw him. Ndakani knew exactly what he was trying to do there. Kept him on the high side of the banking and didn't allow him to cut back. So there we go, across the line they go again. Leaders have already passed. They're on to their penultimate lap, and these two start their penultimate lap now. So Pretorius from Van Rooyen. There's a decent, somebody's run wide there. One of the Super Cup cars running off at turn 3, damn step, putting wheels on the dirt. I think it might have been Franco, yeah, Davide Franco running wide. Down into turn 5. Oh, Dylan Pragi spun out. Pragi spinning on the exit. And, oh, that's Ndakani gone as well. Ndakani's gone at turn 2 at Cashel Corner. So Jagger Robertson, if there wasn't anything in terms of some argy-bargy between them, could possibly be on the podium in his first time of asking. Pretorius has done it to perfection. Running in the Chemical Logistics BMW. Anthony Pretorius heading to the line now to start the final lap. Anthony Pretorius has got a massive margin now over Michael van Rooyen. In second place there, first of the Toyotas in terms of the Gazoo Racing stable. And this is the man on his way to possibly wrapping up the first victory of the season in 2025 for South African touring cars. Looks like he's coming up on the stricken Julian van der Walt car. Julian has stayed out there, still circulating. Just maybe looking to pick up some points. Remember what happens for the second heat is they invert the grid, so that's why Jules has probably stayed out there to try and ensure that he can at least get pole position for the second race today. That's why Van der Walt would have stayed out there. Dean Fenter might survive. I don't think Pretorius is going to catch and pass him before the line. So Fenter might still have to do another lap. But out of Fostron in Cape Town corner comes your first winner for 2025 in the South African Touring Car Championship. For in Best Chem Chemical Logistics in the BMW, it's Anthony Pretorius. Highly underrated driver, in my opinion, an absolutely amazing man behind the wheel of a race car, followed by a seasoned veteran in Michael van Rooyen for Toyota Gazoo Racing. He comes through for second place, and third place is going to go to Jagger Robertson. Tate Bishop is hanging on. He's managed to keep Visser at bay. Visser's kept everybody else behind him as well, including Mokotsi, the champion. So it's Tate Bishop for Angry Racing and Lee Thompson Racing, looking for the win here in the Super Cup class, ahead of the Charles Engineering Volkswagen Motorsport Astron car of Charles Visser. And then third place will be going to Jonathan Mokotsi for Volkswagen Motorsport. Good drive for his teammate as well there in Jason Usmore, out of Team Red Racing last year, winning the Polo Cup Championship, stepping into Super Cup for the first time. There's some happy boys on the sideline there from Lee Thompson Racing. They know how vitally important that first win is, and just sets the benchmark for the rest of the season as to who the man to catch is. Right now, it's Tate Bishop. Bishop, Visser, Mokotsi, Loosemore and Vastanis are your top five, ahead of Davy van der Merwe and Cara Hill. Top five at the top end of the field, though, was Anthony Pretorius, Michael van Rooyen, Jagger Robertson, and then Mando Ndakani beat out Tate Bishop. And I think if he stayed out there, Julian van der Walt will still be classified into sixth place for the touring cars. But Tate Bishop, in fact, it'll be fifth place because Andrew Schofield retired. Tate Bishop, Charles Visser, Mokotsi, Loosemore and Vastanis are your top five there for Super Cup. They'll be out a bit later on. But remember, we now go to a small break in the proceedings. So we'll try and get a little bit of action out on the grid walks once the cars are all in place. There are going to be cars here on the main straightaway. There'll be cars on the Tygerberg straight as well. And we'll catch up with a couple of the fans in between the race action that starts with the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup second heat. And that is, if I'm going according to what we've got right now, approximately half an hour from now. And there you can see the program for the rest of the day. After ZX10R Masters Cup, beg your pardon, we head into the Astron Energy Cup Race 2. Race 2 of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Then we've got Rookie Cup and GR Cup driven by Netstar. Race 2 of the South African Touring Cars and Super Cup, which we've just seen. And then, of course, the Race 3s of Extreme Supercars. And final race of the day comes from Astron Energy Polo Cup, their third and final heat here today in Killarney. Stay tuned. We are going to go and see if we can get some action in the grid walks as well, if we can. Chat to a couple of fans, chat to a couple of drivers, see what conditions are like out there as well, and see exactly what we can do to bring you a little bit of action in between the heats here today at Killarney and the Extreme Festival, proudly brought to you and presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Tyler Robinson, yesterday all went according to plan in qualifying, got it onto pole position, second lady ever in Polo Cup to do that, but unfortunately couldn't quite get it right in the Super Pole and had to start from fourth. But what an epic battle you were involved in.
Yeah, no, Super Pole just held on to it a bit too much, a bit too cautious, I think, because of all the nerves I had going into Super Pole. Obviously a lot of expectation. The first race was absolutely crazy. I mean, there was just battles every single lap. I fell to sixth because I made a bit of a mistake. I was on the wrong side of the track going into Cape Town corner, which cost me a few positions. But in the end, I made it back up to fourth, and that's all that matters. I mean, I had a great race. You need to start basically in the same place for race 2, but there are 3 races. So tyre preservation of these new tyres is going to be pretty crucial as well. Yeah, luckily I put a good lap time down in the first heat, so I'm starting fourth again, which is, I like starting from fourth. It's a safe position to start in. Yeah, the tyres, I think the last race is 2 laps longer, so it's going to be crucial to keep the tyres cool. Obviously you can't stop it from getting hot, but try to keep them as cool as possible. Yeah. So I'll see what happens in race 3. I'm starting from second, which is my first time starting from the front row. It's a bit nerve-wracking, but I think I can do it.
Always great to catch up with Joanne de Freitas from Dunlop, South Africa. Listen, you've got the monopoly. I think you bought the hotel on Jan Smuts Avenue. You've got the waterworks and all the train stations. One thing I've got to ask is, I know there's development on the motorcycle tyres. Can we possibly get them onto Dunlop soon?
Well, so I handle the motorsports and we have a motorcycle department. I've put them under pressure, severe pressure, to say, can you please equal what I've been doing here? You've only got one. I've got now 24. You must start doing your job.
It's an incredible effort that you guys put in. I mean, I just watched your guys yesterday. Just Polo Cup alone, with all the new wheels that came in, and no valves on those wheels either. They had a monstrous task to get through.
It was incredible. And we were down one fitter yesterday as well, so we were to go and grab one of our Dunlop zones in the area and say, please come and assist us. And the fitting that took place here was next level yesterday to try and get all these cars ready for the racing today. So it's been an incredible day.
We saw last week at Swartkops the introduction, of course, of your sponsorship of the V8s. That must be a completely different tyre that comes in, first of all, but also a nice new format to get involved in.
It's so exciting for us. You know, when we signed up Extreme Supercars for the National Series, there was such an attraction for that. And then we looked at the V8s and said, nope, we can do that there as well, and sign up for the V8s. And it's fantastic to have everybody under one umbrella, to be able to come here and look around and be really proud to be part of Dunlop and our contribution to SA Motorsport. We want to elevate it. Our products are performing. It really is fantastic for us to be here.
Now, the other big question, of course, everybody asks is, you know, what wins on Saturday and sometimes on Sunday sells on Monday. How's the sales been in terms of the return on investment?
Sales have been really, really good, and I think one of the messages that we always portray is if the tyres are good enough on the track, going at the speeds that they're going and the number of laps that they are doing, they are definitely good enough for your vehicle at home, you know, on the road. So yeah, sales have been good. Branding, we've got great branding opportunities and great branding stats that are coming back, and it's all a tribute to motorsport.
And it's also going well with the dealers in the Dunlop zones and stuff. They're loving the motorsport involvement and, of course, their ability to leverage off that.
Absolutely, 100%. And we're focusing on our dealer principals as well as our counter hands in store. They don't get the opportunity as much as we do. The counter hand is the front line staff in the store. And right here at Killarney at the end of last year, we had over 100 dealer counter hands attending the event. So it's absolutely fantastic, and we can share, we share that. It gives them confidence in store to be able to promote the brand.
Oh, Claude, you can do like a 360 or 180 there, but we've got a Dunlop shot car right behind us. Thanks, Joe, for chatting to us.
Thank you very much.
Listen, you were in an epic battle there, but welcome back is the most important factor right now. It's been a while, a little bit rusty, I think. That might have caught you out a little bit.
I guess it's good to be back. Thanks for everyone who made the opportunity possible. Invest came logistics, fast developments, and back in the Toyota, it took a bit getting used to compared to being off-road, which we have been the past 2 years. But it was quite tight there. I guess the off-road came in handy. I was being pushed sideways quite a bit there, but it's good to be back. But not as far off as we had thought. So it's just going through the motions, and I don't see us being not too far off the front for long. So we'll be up there real soon.
Reverse grid though, that's definitely going to put you a little bit higher up than what you expect.
Yeah, I think for sure. I did see a few people fall off during the race. So I guess it's a fourth for the first time back in 2 years. We'll take it for now, and we come back and we fight again in the second heat.
Good to see you, man.
Okay, Greg, you can talk.
So here we are on the famous grid walk at Killarney. Going to try and catch up with a couple of spectators and fans in the house here. Looks like there's a couple down the side here that might be Tate Bishop style fans. Let's get in here and see what's happening on the Angry Racing side of things. Don't go anywhere, ma'am. You look amazing. That's the right hat to have on today. So far, so good. How's your favourite driver gone so far?
My grandson Tate. Well, what else can I say?
We had to find the grandmother of Tate Bishop, you know what I'm saying? This is arguably the biggest fan of Tate Bishop, other than maybe Tiny and then me.
Oh, he was wonderful, wonderful. I was so proud.
Coming here as a elderly states lady, I'm going to put it that way, and seeing how things have changed in motorsport. I'm sure you've been around for a while. I know your son Tim has been there for a long, long time. How do you see things from your side of things and the way motorsport is turning around?
I think it's very exciting. I mean, Tate started when he was 5.
Yes.
You know, in a little go-kart, and now well, look where he is, you know. I'm so proud.
Well, we're great to chat to you, and hopefully has a good second and third heat as well, and into the championship later on. Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a great one. There we go. We'll sneak around this side as well. Come on to following me through here. Claude, are you just checking out what they're doing with Tate Bishop? There is Tate himself. Check that, hey? Tasting a bit of... So we got Killarney International official camera crew here. Our official camera crew at the same time. We're going this way, around them. Check, there's Shalfissa. There's Shalfissa, everybody. Shalfissa and fans and family and everybody. Check, Frankie's trying to take a photo and we're going to photobomb it. Look, I'm going to photobomb it again. Hi, Frankie. Hi, Frankie.
All good.
We're just photobombing Frankie's shot there. Why not? Okay, we'll wait to get your shot there, Franks. Then I'll go in. Are you done? It's an Instamatic camera. It's a Kodak camera. He's got a Kodak camera. Listen, no, I'm not talking to you. No, I'm not talking to you. No, where are you going now, Mo? Why are you running away? Only joking. Right.
No, it's fine.
No, I'm talking to you now. Listen, talk to me now, bud. That first heat, Tate's on it.
Yeah.
Cape Town 1-2 there. What's happening? Is it going to be 2-1 the other way around?
Yeah, that's the plan, you know. So luckily I put in the fastest lap now to race, so Wheeler's just going to swap around. So I'm starting pole, he's starting second. So it's going to be a good race. I just fell a bit out the bus at the end, just overdriving a little bit. But Tate's on form this weekend, and they really got the car dialed in properly, and he's also doing a mega job as well. So yeah, we're going to do a few setup changes and just a few tweaks and see what we can do for the next race. But overall, pretty happy with the pace we're carrying this whole weekend, and yeah, just looking forward to the next race, to be honest.
That's how it goes. We're going to move on. Let's go and have a quick chat to Jason Loosemore. He's on the far side there. He's, of course, stepping up from Polo Cup Championship into Super Cup for the first time. And he's looking quite tasty right now. Listen, factory drive here, as you can see, Loosemore in the factory official Sparker overalls. And the Sparker girls behind you. It's a tough life being the factory driver alongside the champion. We've got 2 champions in Volkswagen Motorsport this year.
Yeah, it's a privilege to be alongside Jono in the Super Cup, and yeah, thanks to Sparker and VW for the opportunity. Just grateful to be here and soaking everything in, and yeah, just super impressed.
There's a couple of things that are, you could be soaking as well, but they're behind us. We'll talk about them later. Moving in there, this is the man for Sparker. He's the guy who sits it all out. That's how we do things. Moving through here as well. Let's see if we can find a couple of fans here with us. Audio Claudio. Coming around the back here, you can see there's a young fan here. Hello, ma'am. How are you? How you doing? Can I chat to you quickly? Hey, do you want to talk to me? Don't you want to talk to me? Don't be scared. I promise. Oh no, I wanted to talk to you. You don't want to talk to me? Why not? Oh, come on. Who's your favorite driver? What kind of car do you like? What's his name? Dean Fenter. Oh, I thought so. Yes, indeed. I thought so. All right, we'll go over here because this man looks like he knows what he's talking about, eh? Check out that shirt, bro. There's a rocking shirt, eh? That's a custom-made one by the looks of it.
From the yes. I have no idea what to say, but thank you.
You didn't say anything. Just tell us who your favorite driver is.
Scribanti from the Porsche.
Oh, the Porsche driver.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
but he's rocking a Volkswagen Motorsport shirt. Like Volkswagen brand as well. GTI fan.
Yes.
Of course, he's a GTI
Of course.
fan. But he doesn't say. You don't say GTI. What do you say? You say?
Vrpa.
Oh, GT. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's see. Here's a couple of youngsters. Let's see if we can get these guys to talk to us here. Odds. Here's a young driver. How many autographs you got on that cap, dude?
So I got, look at
A lot.
A lot. Okay, so who did you get? Oh, it's all the freestyle riders. Okay. And Kinsella signed it too. Well, that's a good one, eh? Show me signature. Yeah, that's officially his. I've seen his signature before. So is he your favorite rider here today?
Yes.
And who's your favorite car?
I don't know.
You only like bikes? That's the right boy. That's the kind of man we like to interview, eh? So EBC's involved here in a big way here, Geordie, and looks like a nice step up there from the brand side of things to join ZX10R Masters Cup and Sunbet and all the associate brands.
Yeah, well, it's been a long time for us trying to get EBC in with the racing. We've had an opportunity with the ZX10s now. When we were racing, we were able to use our product in the racing, but now they've gone with us. We've got the series involved, and, it's given us the opportunity to make riding easier for the guys. We're getting some really good deals for them. Everyone's giving us great feedback today, with the likes of Selo on the pads and everything, and what he has to say, the feedback he gives us, it's really, really great. We're so chuffed, eh?
But he doesn't use the brakes.
He does? Oh no, he doesn't use them. If we take them out, we can wrap them and sell them, eh?
Once slightly used pair of pads available, yeah.
Nice one, man.
Down in Cape Town, how's things been going? I know you've been here like full time now for what is it, 2 years now?
Yes, sure. No, it's actually 4 years already. Yeah, I've got my brother down. We're running him for the weekend, so I'm getting my hands dirty, but we're making good progress with him. It's nice to be back at the racetrack and doing our thing, man.
Well, thanks so much, and keep us on the brakes, buddy.
Nice to see you.
There we go. We're heading this way again. Moving on. Here's a couple of fans. Now, hold on a second. Just hold on. We're going to get to him now. There's a man here that wants to talk to us right here. How are you feeling?
I'm good, and you?
Are you good, eh? Who's your favourite driver?
I go for motorbikes, actually.
Motorbikes, okay. So talk to me about who's your favourite rider then. Ek kan Afrikaans praat, dis nie 'n probleem nie.
Ek ken nie regtig almal se name nie. Ek ken nie name nie. Ek kyk dit net.
Okay. Wat 'n kleur. Do you know what your favourite bike's colour is? How does that work? What's that Oaks name? Come Slayer, get in here. Come Slayer. You know the man. Who's he talking about?
Yeah. I don't know who's talking about.
He doesn't know who you're talking about. Is he your friend?
He's my brother.
He's your brother. Okay, well there you go. Brotherly love. This is like the Marquez brothers. They don't even know who they're talking about. We'll move on down here. Let's move on down here. Here we go. So, do you want to talk to this guy with this funny shirt on, or this guy with the funny shirt on, or this guy with the funny shirt on? Here's the guy we want to talk to.
Oh.
So, as a motorsport fan, it looks like the Volkswagen brand might be close to your heart.
Yes, it is close to my heart. Okay. Especially, I'm the #1 fan of this driver
No,
here.
I would never say that. Not a chance. Really? Why would you say that?
I don't know. Something about him looks familiar.
There's some genes in there.
Yeah, something like that.
Listen, it's one thing to get that #1 plate, but it's a very difficult thing to hang on to. And you could see today, not quite on pace there just yet. The two Cape Town boys showed him the way around, but I think there's a long way in the season still to come.
It's still early days. First race, he's got hopes for the second race. Let's see what happens. But it's not a sprint, It's a whole season of races, so we'll see how it goes.
Wish all the best with them. Thanks for calling us. Claudio, when you come past here, just stay away from that badge, okay? Don't show that badge. Oh, there it is. That's the #1 car. That's the one that everybody wants at the end of the season in Super Cup. And Jonathan Mahotzi's got it at the moment. He's right behind us here, Claude. So if you spin around, I can have a quick chat with him and just say to him, listen, I said to Dad, listen, getting #1 is a difficult task. We know how hard it was, how hard you worked for it. It's even harder when you got to try and retain it.
Oh, no, absolutely. And first of all, championships aren't won in the first round, but they certainly can be lost. So, we're a little bit off the pace here, but it's not too much of a big deal. There's always learnings that we can take away. Today we're just going to try and maximize as much as we can, and obviously, learn from this weekend's event and take it on from there.
Because if you get some data, we do come back here a little later on in the season, and that's when it's needed.
Absolutely. Round 6, I think it is, later in the year, September. So, I'm pretty sure that that's going to be even more of a cracker, but, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Well, we can't wait. Good luck for the second one. We'll catch you later
Appreciate
on.
It.
All right, guys, that's good walk done and dusted. You can hear the whistles in the background. Hope you enjoyed a little bit of entertainment there. We're going to be back soon with ZX10R Masters Cup. So, second half of the day about to kick off as we get our ZX10R Masters Cup, proudly brought to you by Sunbet. Just chatted there to Jordan Agliotti, who of course has also joined with the ZX10R Masters Cup to bring EBC. Catch him though is the big question here for heat #2. He finished up about 30 seconds ahead of the rest of the field by the end of race 1. And Kinsella, with that number 1 plate, is a difficult man to beat in any format of two-wheeled racing. On that King Price and Liqui Moly, it's great to have that Kawasaki in this field. But a couple of riders that didn't make it down here with, of course, other obligations to be looked after. And, of course, big thoughts coming through from AJ Fenter's point of view, heading into the TT and to the Northwest 200 in a few weeks' time. So he certainly has to mind what he actually gets to get onto in terms of a two-wheeled machine leading up to the Northwest 200. Hein McMahon will definitely be looking to try and go a little bit quicker and possibly a little bit higher up at the pack. Nice arrow there, boy. He'll be running alongside Graham Van Breda, and Van Breda had a phenomenal finish to the first heat. Jason Lamb will definitely look to try and stay with that pack if he can, at least give them a run for their money, as will James Parson and David Veringa. Those were kind of the first 6 bikes initially, and then when Sella got away, they kind of eventually broke up into their own little packs. It was another start just like that we saw from Sifiso Temba in race 1. He'll also be looking to try and at least stay up in that top 6-7 hunt as he starts from 8th place on the grid here in race 2. Reggie Seal had the crash. Hopefully he's back up. Looks like he is. He's back up and running, so not too much damage on that bike, and he was able to get it sorted out in time. We just heard now from Keith Agliotti's brother Jordan that they've done a few changes onto the Ridgeway racing bike, number 31, that Keith is on today. He'll be looking to go slightly higher up than what he did in the first heat as well. Everybody on track basically will be looking to improve as we're actually into probably most unideal conditions for motorcycle racing. I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek because it's about 36 degrees Celsius real feel here in Cape Town at the moment. A very, very light breeze, so hardly any respite from the heat. And it means that the track temperatures are going to be close to the 40 degrees Celsius mark, which means the Bridgestone tyres that these guys run will get up to pace quickly, but they are going to need to be nursed in these very hot conditions to get them through the 12 laps of action that are about to unfold here for race 2. So it's Sella, McMahon and Van Breda the front row, Lamb, Veringa and Boss in the second row, Van Dalen, Temba and Seal the third row, Libabala and Sana Agliotti and Lionel Black, Perron Parasman, JLR and Peter Delport, and Hazeman is all on his own right at the back as we bring them under starters orders again. Waiting for that 5-second lollipop to make its way off the circuit. Lights are about to go on and off. And down towards Holzhoek we go again with Sella getting the whole shot. Little wheelie coming from the back just behind him there. Didn't quite get off the line as nicely what he wanted, but Sella all shots. Van Breda second. And Jason Lamb almost getting his nose cut off there by the dive onto the inside corner there, coming into Holzhoek for the first time. Coming out of third place. And David Veringa just cutting the nose off there big time. Sifiso Temba's up into fourth. What a start there from Temba. Sifiso Temba off the line like a rocket ship on the IM63 bike. The Wakanina racing machine is absolutely hauling, and he's up ahead of there's some usual contenders that he's not normally fighting with there, including Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb's looking, going, hang on a second, where did Temba come from? IM63 in full flight in fourth place, holding off Jason Lamb and the rest of this pack, including Van Dalen. Looks like we've got Reggie Seal, Lubabala and Sana and Keith Agliotti all behind the IM63 machine, up into fourth place overall. Might just lose out a little bit here with the extra pace there from Lamb and from Hein McMahon's point of view. Yeah, McMahon eventually gets through. So he drops down to 6th place now, 7th place as they come out of Fostron for the first time. And yeah, it looks like Perron Parasman about to give him a little bit of a hassle as well as they come through to complete the first lap in anger. Parasman, it looks like he might have got through there on Temba. And Reggie Seal now with Keith Agliotti looking to try and sneak up onto the exhaust pipe there of him. But he's also got to keep an eye out on Lionel Black. Lionel Black and Seal, Agliotti and Parasman going at it. Just up the road from them, you can see a little change up there from the 469's point of view as Adrian Van Dalen gets into the mix. Just ahead of Temba. Temba 9 to 6th place, as I said. Off the line, he was a rocket and got into 4th place overall. Now things have sort of settled back to the usual contenders at the front end. Sella opening up a margin of already 2.5 seconds over the pack. Van Berdar's on his own as well. He's about a second up the road from the second pack of riders, led out by Varinga. Lamb and McMahon behind him. And then Temba ahead of Van Dalen, Barson and LaRue. Top 10 is made up of Lionel Black. So the 61 bike there in 10th place. It looks like he might be under a bit of threat here as well, as now we see Keith Agliotti moving up through the field. Perron Paraxman goes with him as well. So Reggie Seal's bike is working, maybe not as well as it was in the first heat before he went down. We'll keep an eye on the progress there of the 166. But across the line, and that's 2 out of 10. 2 out of 12, I beg your pardon. It's a 12 lap of this one, Greg. Jason Lamb also moving through the field there pretty rapidly. He's moved up to 3rd place ahead of Varinga now as they cross the line. McMahon's got through as well as they go to turn 2. Barson looking to sneak through there possibly and find a way on Van Dalen. And it's Agliotti and Parasaman. Peter Delport and Lubabala and Sana, the only Cape Town-based rider, tucked in there in 14th place ahead of Dieter Hazeman. Better start from Dieter this time as well. Remember Dieter Hazeman running on the Project 60 bike there, Trevor Westman's bike for this weekend. Westman's still out after that injury, and we're hoping that he's going to be up and riding soon. Certainly missed at the front end of this pack is the killer. And of course, Cape Town's massive here, only represented by one rider. Here comes JLR, late on the brakes on Reggie Seal and on Temba. Seal goes up the inside of Siviso Temba, but up his inside was JLR. And Johan LaRue eventually finds his way up into single digits, possibly now even higher up in those single digits as they cross the line and complete another lap. First quarter done, 3 out of 12 done. A couple of changes. Look at the lap time, 13 dead out of Sella. Not quite the 11s that he can do on that motorcycle, because that is what his lap record is. I think is an 11 something here at the track. It may even be a high 10. In fact, I can't remember the exact figure that Sella set when he broke the lap record that had been long standing here and I think was in the hands of the Mac Attack, Stuart McLeod. He was the man who held the lap record for ZX10s at Killarney for a long time. When Sella made his return to Killarney as part of the ZX10 Arm Masters Cup last year to win the championship, he also broke the lap record. And that back straight away, those ZX10s, particularly those front bikes, will be close to the 260, 265 km/h mark when they come onto the brakes, all the way down. Some of them into 3rd, some of them into 2nd, depending on what gearing they're running. The majority of these guys will probably go through Cape Town in 2nd so they can get drive out of Cape Town corner and then carry it through onto the main straightaway here. Jason Lamb under a bit of pressure though. Watch out for Hein McMahon. McMahon looking dangerous down towards turn 1. It's not quite there yet, but he's definitely bridged the gap. And Hein McMahon bringing that K9 law enforcement and X-Pro security bike onto the back end of the Tyre Mart East London Kawasaki of Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb is fighting so hard at this stage. Oh, losing out. Just getting... Oh, and McMahon goes down. McMahon goes down right in front of Jason Lamb. Back end stepped out there. He made the move stick, and unfortunately that was it. Looks like the bike is broken, and he's looking for some assistance from the marshals. But Hein McMahon making a big mistake there, unfortunately, and losing out. He made a great move to get on the inside of Jason Lamb. I think it might have been a little bit too hot in terms of the move he made. And as he went to get on the loud to the locker, the back end stepped out. A low side there for Slucky, and out of race 2. Let's have a look at that in a quick replay as we see Sella heading down there. You see McMahon makes it perfectly stick there. Look at that. Nothing wrong at all. And as he goes to get on, just a back end stepping out. Maybe just caught something on the circuit. You can see sliding there, sparks flying. And that's K9 Law Enforcement and X-Pro on the sideline. Leathers worked well. Probably got the best helmet in the world on there, so he wouldn't have to worry about any head injuries, although he didn't even come close to hitting his head. It has spread the field out, though, unfortunately, for the top 3. 4th place could be the battle to watch now, as James Barson has got ahead of Dave Varinga. So Jimmy B taking on the Juggernaut. And I can tell you, James Barson Your day's not done yet, pal. Because look at that. He is looking to close things down on Jason Lamb up the road from him. That's the battle for Class B. Jason Lamb leads Class C. So C's second place is Johan LaRue down in 8th. So Lamb doesn't have to worry about anybody else other than his Class C compatriots, although overall victories are always incredibly important to these riders in the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. James Barson under the back end of that Time Artist London Kawasaki. Not quite there just yet, but Barson running for Steel Monkey Clothing on that Kawasaki, of course, doing an amazing job to keep Varinga. And is that Van Dalen? Van Dalen on Varinga's tail, yes. Then a little bit of a gap to Reggie Seal and Johan LaRue. They've just crossed the line, and then Safisa Temba makes up the last of the single digits. He's in 9th. At one point, he was in 4th. I don't know what he had for breakfast or for lunch, but it certainly worked. Now heading into turn 2, watching Safisa Temba coming from the back end here onto the brakes. This man has just got better and better every single time he climbs on a motorcycle. And you can see him running that the GoPro on the back of his bike as well with that extended arm. Some of the footage that we're going to get from that, I think, is going to be pretty spectacular stuff. And I'm sure that the IM63 fans are itching to see what he puts up on his social media from that camera. As he heads down into the Tigerberg Straight again and up towards Sorrel Sweep. It's Safisa Temba on IM63 and Wakahinya Racing absolutely flying. Watching the battle unfold here as well. Looks like a bit of pressure onto the back end of the Juggernaut again now, this time from Van Dalen. Varinga said to me this morning he was feeling good, the bike was working well. He was concerned about the heat and how it would affect the tyres. I don't think it's affecting the tyres as badly as what he thought, as most of them seem to have got great traction on these R11s and R10s, depending on which Bridgestone they've gone with. GVBD leading Class B, but he is 19 seconds down the road from Sella, who leads overall and Class A. He's just set the fastest lap there of his run in the second heat, 15.522 from Graham Van Breda, former champion in this class, and of course on the Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki, but not really with an answer to Clint Sella's pace at the moment. No one really has an answer to the King Price and Liqui Moly sponsored Kawasaki of Evil Knievel, Clint Sella. You don't even see him in the same pick. He's not even on the same straight as Van Breda hits that back straight away. Third place, certainly heating up. Jason Lamb and Barson going at it. Barson would love an overall podium, that is for sure. Parassaman, a bit further back there. He's got Peter Delport closing down on him. Delport looking like him with a chance of maybe spoiling Parassaman's day. As they head down towards Cape Town corner. Behind them, they'll be just keeping a wary eye as they pitch it into Cape Town corner. Parassaman, of course, a man who's come through various forms of two-wheeled sport, loving life now in the ZX10R Masters Cup. I think he might have found himself a little niche here where he's enjoying his racing. James Barson has closed the gap and looking for a way through on Jason Lamb. Battle of the Jays here. Which one's going to have the advantage? Barson onto the back end looking for a way now to close and find a way through on that Time Artist London Kawasaki. Jason Lamb knows how to soak up this kind of pressure. Usually would have come from the likes of Graham Van Breda, Trevor Westman, and other top riders in this category in the past, where Jason Lamb was running at one point in time in contention for a championship with Graham Van Breda, if you remember a couple of seasons back. And Darlin has got through on Varinga. So a change up there for the 5 and 6 spot as they come across the line. There's 3 more to go, so we are 3/4 of the race completed. Looks like Varinga's not going to give up without a fight though. He closes back up underneath that tailpiece and not too far behind. Van Dalen steps out as they come out of turn 1. Might have a look here on the brakes. Just puts the wheel there. reminds Adrian that he is still there and is not going to give up that easily. Looks like Jason Lamb's opened up a little bit of a margin now over James Barson, so I think he realizes that he's got to get a move on as they've got 2.5 laps to go. As I say that, Barson answers the call, comes straight back at him. This is how it's going to be running in the last part of the second heat of Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. They come onto the Tiger Big Straight. We pick up on Parassaman, still with Delport all over the back of him. The rider we were watching in the background closing in on them earlier on was, of course, Dieter Hazeman. It's Peter Delport and Dieter Hazeman. Spelt the same, just a PH difference. Pun intended there. Here we go. Parassaman. Oh, what a move. Delport. Shall-we? That's an amazing bit of riding there. Around the outside of turn 5. And then on the back wheel, just to rub it in your face a little bit, coming out of turn 5. Shoo-wee. Like this kind of race action coming out of ZX10R Masters Cup. Agliotti down in 13. McMahon out, unfortunately. Looks like he might have picked the bike back up again and got going again, but he hasn't. He's only completed 4th. They're not going to complete it anymore. That bike was stricken on the sideline. So with this final lap to be completed, we're waiting to pick up on Sella. He starts his final lap now into Holzhoek. Don't think there's going to be an answer to him at all. And Sella just showing everybody a clean pair of wheels here today. Those brandies are going to be flowing down at the King Price pit shortly, I'm sure, to celebrate a double victory. The Biffles boys better be ready. They came on board with Clint Sella knowing that they're going to get good coverage out of him, and that's exactly what he's provided here today in Cape Town. A circuit he absolutely loves racing at. And you can see why. 27 seconds up the road. Probably going to be about 30 seconds by the end of this final race heat lap of the day from Clint Sella. Sella comes out of Fostron and Cape Town corner. We're going to see a little bit of showboating from him across the line, or is he going to just keep it clean and clear? No, he stands up. And there you have it. Evel Knievel, double winner on the day, and opens up his account for 2025 with full points. Looking back going, hey, where are you guys? It's a long way back, Clint. You're going to be in turn 2 before second place Graham Van Bedar comes across the line. Yes, Jason Lamb still hanging on for 3rd. Lamb looking for 3rd place, and it looks like he's going to hang on ahead of James Barson, so good effort there from him. So we've literally got 1, 2, and 3 across the line, are first in each of their respective classes. Sella for Class A, Van Bedar 2nd, and first win for Class B. Lamb 3rd and winner of Class C. Nice run as well just behind there. You see Van Dalen enjoyed that battle with Dave Aringa. So if we look at the classes quickly, wrapping things up in the classes, Sella from Van Dalen and Delport. Van Bedar beats out James Barson and Dave Aringa. And Class C, it's Jason Lamb, Johan Leroux, and Lionel Black, top 3 there for the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Great race action, and once again Sella living up to his Evel Knievel antics, getting the crowd behind him. They've certainly enjoyed what he's just provided as a good lesson on how to ride a ZX10R Masters Cup fast. They are doing an amazing job in that team, they really are. So from ZX10s, we're heading into Heat 2 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. They'll be out on track soon. And remember, they've got 3 heats, so we've still got 1 more to go right at the end of the day for the Polo Cup. But let's leave you with the celebrations there from Evel Knievel, your champion and the #1 plate in the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, as we wait for action from Astron Energy Polo Cup coming up shortly. Well, as you join us now for race 2 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Cars out on track getting some heat into the rubber. Remember, they've still got to go around 1 more time as well, because they'll have a warm-up lap behind the official safety car. That's Polo GTI. See a couple of additional people joining us here. Hopefully the live stream is working a bit better now that we're back under normal power again. I battled a bit this morning with some load shedding. I see my queen is in the house, if she's still there. Didn't get a chance to say how's it to her earlier on, but hopefully she's still there and going to enjoy a little bit of Polo Cup action. Atkinson resumes his position on pole. He'll be looking to sort of capitalise a little bit more than he did in the first one, where he kind of got eaten up by the whole pack down into turn 1 off pole position. I think Hannes Schippers might be quite hungry for a victory, so could be the man to watch out for, trying to get away from this pack if he can. But keep an eye out on, of course, the hard charges from race number 1. Ethan Kutsia, Tyler Robertson, Mo Karodia and Shrin Rajpal. Joining them for this one will be Judd Berthold, who starts in 5th place. As you can see, he'll line up on the grid there for Volkswagen Motorsport. Divyan Naidu and Nirav Singh are on the 4th row, ahead of Carl Visser. And then it's Charles Smallberger, Bjorn Berthold, and Roshan Goodman and Milan Emsley, with Pierluigi Mussolini and Lonica Martin starting from the back of the pack of the Cup class. This time it's Wayne Masters who will be on pole position ahead of Derek Smallberger and John Kruger, Mike Barbaglia, Elio Mussolini, Roberto Franco and Gavin Ross in the Masters class. That's how the Masters side will line up here for race 2. Safety car rolls. It's just not a rolling start. They just follow the safety car for one extra installation lap before they come and take up their positions for the race start. Where they are right now, they'll just come back there again and get ready to go for the second of 3 heats today. All of them 8 lappers. By the looks of it, a couple of cars missing, or maybe just coming right from the back of the pack. Took a while to get off the line there. I thought that was the Masters class starting a bit earlier than what I expected, but no, all those cars are back on track that we expected to see after a little bit of chaos on some of the cars and a bit of touching and rubbing. What you kind of expect to see in Polo Cup though. It's part and parcel of what's happened for the last 29 years of racing, is Polo Cup being action-packed every single time they're on track. As I said, it'll be Wayne Masters who will lead things out in the Masters side of things, with Derek Smallberger alongside him. Second row, John Kruger and Mike Barbaglia from Paybar. Atkinson and Schippers. It's an exciting front row. But when I look who's behind them, that's what I'm worried about. Mo Karodia from Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing. Tyler Robinson from AF Fans and Team Red Racing. She was the pole position lady yesterday in qualifying So we know that Tyler's got pace. Behind her will be Ethan Kutsia, charging through the field as he did in race 1, trying to find those opportunities to open up some doors and squeeze his way through. Judd Berthold, much better qualifying there for him for the second heat of today's racing for Volkswagen Motorsport. He joins that Volkswagen Motorsport team that run in Polo Cup and of course run all of the Super Cup polos for the likes of Charles Visser, Jonathan Machotsi and Jason Loosemore. So from aerial material, here we go down to race 2 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Quite a packed house here, as you can see as well in the background. Lots of people have come out to enjoy all the entertainment here on a perfect day in Cape Town. I think a lot of the cyclists that are down here are hoping for a similar kind of day tomorrow. Maybe a little cooler for the Cape Cycle Tour. Bumper weekend in the city of Cape Town. And of course they're a big supporter of the Killarney International Raceway, so always good to see them here supporting an event like Extreme Festival. Now proudly brought to you by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. 5-second boards out the way. Here we go to start procedures. We're on board. And look at that. With the drone, it shows us exactly. Oh, Tyler Robinson coming from right to left there. Coming across to tuck in behind Rory Atkinson as he goes down into turn 1. Mo Karodia follows through with Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia coming together with Hannes Skeepers. Little touch between the two of them, but they manage to hang on. Tyler Robinson tucks in behind the two of them as they come out. And Nirav Singh up into 6th place. Putting a wheel on the dirt there. Here come the Masters. The Paybar car of Mike Barbaglia, and then Gavin Ross at the back there running Paybar and Norbrake colours. He's tucked in just in the background there on the tailpiece and looking for a way through on, I think it was on Roberto Franco. But here we go into turn 2. It is Atkinson who leads things out. This time he's not going to hold back. This time he's meaning business. He's not going to get caught out for a second time today. He leads out onto the Tigerberg straight with the 2 Lee Thompson Racing boys on his tail. Then it's Hannes Skeepers, followed by Tyler Robinson. Team Red Racing, followed by the Kyle Army exhaust car of Nirav Singh. What a start there from Singh again. The Ninja is finding his feet there. And remember, he's not in the exact new car just yet. He's still got some work to do there in terms of the new chassis, the new bodies, etc. that are available for these cars for 2025. So doing an incredible job to stay with the new cars. Onto the back end of the field. Look at this, is an amazing job here from Hannes Skeepers, trying to find a way through there on Ethan Kutsia. Ethan Kutsia is not an easy man to race against, and Hannes Skeepers is giving him a run for his money. Tyler behind that comes Carl Visser. Visser coming into the mix as well. Visser's onto the back end now of Nirav Singh. They fan out into turn 1. Big move on the inside coming. Oh, little touch of Skeepers. Gets side by side with Tyler Robinson. Robinson had the outside line. Skeepers the inside line. It becomes the opposite way around when they head to turn 2. Have a look at it here from our drone. Now it's 3x3 into turn 2. Who's going to have what it takes on the inside? Big look on the inside there. By the looks of things, coming from the back end of the field, and possibly Carl Visser squeezing through. Visser finding a way through there big time. And he might have got ahead of Nirav Singh and possibly even of Tyler Robinson. He was late on the brakes into turn 2. Let's have a look and see if that's... Yes, it is. There we go. Visser through there now on Tyler and on Nirav. Great bit of manoeuvring there from the man now in 5th place, Carl Visser. All side of Team Red Racing, running under Charles Engineering and Team Red this year is Carl Visser. And now looking for a chance to squeeze through and maybe get up to the back end of Hannes Skeepers. He closes down under braking onto Skeepers. Skeepers sees him coming, goes defensive. Tyler Robinson goes on the attack. Puts that AF Fans car and Team Red machine up the inside, trying to open up a door. Didn't work. Visser saw it coming. Teammates working together now. Can they possibly work together to get to the front end and catch Atkinson and the two Lee Thompson Racing boys? Behind that, Nirav, it's Shrin Rajpal. Rajpal has now joined the party as well, and not too far behind Nirav Singh and Judd Berthold. He's dropped back. Bjorn Berthold has gone forward, so the two Berthold boys have reversed order in terms of the way they started. Bjorn making his way up behind Nirav Singh, and Judd falling behind Rajpal. So, bit of chopping and changing there between the brothers as we're into the second lap now of Polo Cup. Astron Energy Polo Cup shod with Dunlop rubber, Ferodo brakes. Paybar have joined the party there, and they're running Astron Energy Quantum fuel in these cars. It's absolutely amazing to see how much support this category's got over the last 29 years, and the continued support and long-standing partnerships that have formed amongst the competitors, and of course with them the OEMs that have joined Volkswagen as a brand to promote the series for the last 29 years. Skipper's under a bit of threat. Here comes Kutsia. Karodia sees him coming, shuts the door. Very, very late braking there from Karodia. Great drive out of turn 5, in fact. I think he might have caught Ethan Kutsia out ever so slightly. So the two Lee Thompson boys now fighting hard. But if they fight, they might slow each other down. And speaking of fighting, here we go. Fisser on the inside of Skippers. Carl Fisser possibly looking for turn 1 and 4th place. And is he going to bring his teammate along for the ride? The door gets shut behind his Skippers as Fisser goes through to 4th. Skippers comes back at him though. Holds the inside line. Oh, a little touch. Runs Fisser wide. There was a little nudge there from Skippers as they came out of turn 1. Holzhoek. Watch for the battle now into turn 2. Fisser's on the inside. Skippers on the outside. And looks like Tyler might go with him. Tyler's going to try and sneak through there on the Doctor. She's going to hang on to that inside line through the sweep. It's the outside line for the sweep, but the inside for Damps Dip as they go towards Damps now. Back to the Masters class. That's Mike Barbaglia sitting comfortably there in the 4 spot behind Masters, Smallberger and Kruger fighting for the lead. It's Masters ahead of Derek Smallberger there for OMP and Sabertech. It's the Habot and Team Red Racing Machine of John Kruger in 3rd. Paybar car in 4th and I think 5th because Gavin Ross I think is just behind him. So a good run here. Gavin Ross's baptism into this category has been a hard one, and he's got Franco, who's also a new man to the series. Raced in the Super Cup last year, remember, as one of our lone Super Cup Masters competitors. Decided rather to come and play at Masters Polo Cup side. We got yellow flags into turn number 5. Somebody's gone off here at turn 5. As we see Franco under yellow. He can't. He realised that, I think. He saw the yellow flag and backed out, and that's why we got a car spun out. It's Berthold. Bjorn Berthold for Team Red Racing, and Cizanani Plastics has spun out again. Bjorn's had a tough day. That's the second spin for him. So BJ with a bit of work to do now. Not going to be able to get back from that position, that's for sure. Might have to just try and get in a good lap. See if we can get some pace and data that they can use later on. But he'll have to wait for race 3 now to possibly change his luck here today in Cape Town. Rory Atkinson hanging on for the lead at the moment ahead of Karodia and Kutsia. This is an amazing run here from Rory Atkinson. This time he wasn't bedded off the line. He was able to get off the line nicely, hung on to the lead, but these two followed him and they were pretty rapid into turn 1. Try and stay right on the back end of Rory Atkinson. Hunter Skippers is on his own slightly. A little advantage over Tyler Robinson and Nirav Singh. Judd Berthold behind that. And then, of course, you've got Fisser just ahead of all of those drivers. So Carl Fisser just doing a much better job here in this second heat for his new team at Team Red Racing. He runs Shaw Engineering on the car. Of course, that's his brother's company. Charles Fisser, of course, piloting the Shaw Engineering and Volkswagen Motorsport Super Cup GTI Polo in the Super Cup class. Tyler sneaks out, has a look. Carl sees her coming, shuts the door. Almost a chance there for Tyler Robinson to sneak through, but Fisser was well aware of it. Now we see Ethan Kutsia. I think he's starting to warm up there, possibly looking to pounce because he's running out of laps. We got 2.5 laps to go for these drivers. Lovely backdrop there. Cape Town is showing off today. Very hot, little breeze in the background. You can see, just if you're watching on some of the straights or where you can see flags, there are some flags waving and some umbrellas might be just being affected by that breeze, but it's ideal racing conditions today. Maybe a little hot for some drivers' likings, but we'd rather have the heat than the rain. The back straight away now for the second last time, about to start. No, in fact, the third last time, I beg your pardon. Penultimate lap about to start. Atkinson under a bit more pressure from Kurodia. Kurodia realizing it's time to go. It's time to pull the pin. And they're telling him. They're telling him big time there at Lee Thompson Racing. Kurodia needs to get a move on. Doesn't want to open up the door to Ethan Kutsia like he did in the first heat to give him a chance to sneak through. Kutsia will be looking. He'll be looking to pounce. As they go down the Porsche straight away, downing towards turn 1. It is Rory Atkinson. Here comes Ethan Kutsia on cue. Door opens up. Kurodia says, oh no, not again. Ethan Kutsia says, I'll take it. You want to open up that door, bud? I'm going to make you pay. And he's made him pay big time. Now, Mo Kurodia's got to try and come back at him if he can. He looks pretty dangerous, though. There's Mo Kurodia in that Fast 5 and OMP machine. Both these cars prepped by Lee Thompson Racing. The Halp Racing machine out front here. And Industrial Petroleum machine of Rory Atkinson looking for a chance now to take a victory. It's one he wanted badly today. It didn't come in the first heat. It certainly looks like it might be on for the second because the two teammates are fighting so hard. That might slow them up ever so slightly and secure the top spot here for Rory Atkinson. We'll start the final lap. Here it comes. Let's see what these Lee Thompson boys say as they come past. Go, go, go is what they're saying. Not quite sure who they're shouting for there. They're shouting for both their drivers, I'm sure. So as they cross the line for the last time, we got Atkinson, Kutsia, Kurodia, Skippers, Visser, Tyler Robinson, Judd Berthold ahead of Srinraj Paul, the danger man in race number 1. Nirav Singh and Roshan Goodman are the top 10 with Divya Naidu just outside of that top 10. Nirav Singh, amazing job there from the Killarney exhaust man. Gonna take my hat off to him, he's done an incredible job on that car. And of course, by the time we get to Killarney, remember there's even more component changes coming to these cars with a slightly bigger turbo for all the cars to play with. So we're going to be in for some phenomenal race action at the double header at Killarney. It's definitely something you want to have in your diaries. Because 10th is the Thursday, that's the practice day. 11th is the Friday, that will be the qualifying day. And of course the 12th is a full day's racing of both national and regional categories at Killarney Grand Prix Circuit. So 10, 11, 12, make sure it's in your diaries of April 2025 for the next round of the Extreme Festival. Proudly brought to you by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Here we go. Amazing job. And that is exactly what Rory Atkinson wanted. That one I'm sure is going to be dedicated to his mom. We mentioned it earlier on. He lost his mom during the week. And we send our condolences out to the family. But that is exactly what Rory wanted to do. To secure a victory in honor of his mom today. And that's what he's done here in race 2. Great job. Masters side, fantastic effort as well from our Masters category. Wrapped up by Wayne Masters ahead of Derek Smallberger, John Kruger, Mike Barbaglia, Roberto Franco and Gavin Ross. Elio Mussolini bringing up the tail end. But it's Rory Atkinson from Ethan Kutsia beating out his teammate Mo Kurodia. Hannes Skippers, the doctor there, in 4th ahead of Carl Visser and Tyler Robertson, the two teammates ahead of Judd Berthold, who came through eventually into 7th place for Volkswagen Motorsport. Srinraj Paul with some work to do in race number 3 later on, along with Nirav Singh. They're down in 8th and 9th. They'd be like to be back up where they were earlier on in the 2 heats into that top 6 battle. And 10th place eventually going to Roshan Goodman. A great effort there from the Mzansi Motorsport band and Team Red Car in 10th. Second race at 2 now for the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Charles Laranges this time will be on pole position. Jonathan DeToy alongside him. Brad Liebenberg drops down to 3rd place. Budnick into 4th. Franco will only be starting from 6th place on the grid, but I don't think that's too much of a concern for Franco Scribante, considering the pace that he's got in that Porsche. We saw it in race 1, how he came through the field and then just decimated them with the straight line speed of the General. Oyster Catcher Trans Africa Racing Lamborghini Huracan will be the second car on the road. Alongside the pole man, Charles Laranges for Val Fluid Systems and Strudale Motorsport in the Porsche. Liebenberg on Turn Me On, Sparko Audi, Chris Budnick in the back of this racing. Dodge V10 Viper. Looking for a chance to possibly be a little bit higher up in the GT3 standings by the end of this one. Franco Scribante, as I said, has got some work to do, but as I said, with that extra bit of pace he's got, I don't think he's too concerned about starting down in 6th. Marius Jackson in 7th ahead of Paul Hill. That'll be the 4th row of the grid, the 2 Audis alongside each other. Ricky Jonakara in the AMG Mercedes-Benz alongside his teammate Anne Blunden in the McLaren. Retta in the BMW is just outside of that top 10 in 11th place as they now come to the line. Looks like a little bit of issues here for Franco coming out of pit lane, boys. You know, this camera's the right camera to be on. Stand by for the General to be pushed onto the grid on the right-hand side of the shot here. He didn't quite make it out in time for the warm-up lap, and they are battling to get that car started by the looks of things. He's stuck just off the camera shot here. It's just to the right of where we see Roy Obery's car. There you can see it on the right-hand side. I think there might be a problem in the Porsche. Has that Porsche got a problem, and are they going to get Franco onto the grid in time? It doesn't look like it. Even if he starts at the back, I wouldn't be too concerned because I know how fast that Porsche is. So will that be a concern there for Scribante Racing, the Franco Scribante squad? Maybe a little bit worried that the car didn't quite start up like they needed it to. They needed a little bit of a push start to get it going. So is there another electrical gremlin that's coming in that car to hinder his opportunity to be in 6th place on the grid? Or is he going to have to start at the back and see if he can do a Gary McCoy style drive from the back to the front? Brad Binder did it as well, from the back to the front, remember? So we'll have to wait and see if Franco gets going from the exit of the new pits. Interesting news there in my ear from my director, Dave Peterson. Yes, indeed, I did see that. Amazing ride there from your nephew, Cam Peterson, yesterday at Daytona. 3rd place in King of the Baggers class. What a ride. He was having an absolute blast on those things. Also watched the progress, of course, of the 2 riders I'm going to be picking up on action on later on this year, as yours truly makes his way to the TT. Michael Dunlop and Peter Hickman, both involved in that race meeting as well at Daytona. So interesting stuff happening in the US of A as we are enjoying all the race action here in the RS of A. So clearing the grid, but have we got that Porsche fired up? It sounds like it's fired up. That tells me it is. That's literally just outside my commentary booth here in the back of the double cab. There's Mrs. Scribante. As Franco's trying to get that thing fired up, but it just doesn't seem to have, doesn't want to take there. I don't know what the issue is. I see Marco running back there to try and get the computer. Maybe there's got to be a adjustment made on the car. I don't know. But they're pushing that car into its grid position to get it going. You can hear from when it fired up and it started backfiring here, it's certainly not firing like it should. And let's see whether or not he gets going. He's got going. And maybe he'll be able to get those gremlins sorted out on the warm-up lap. Jackson and Hill, the two Audis alongside each other. They're down on the 4th row. Late starter off the grid there as well. Another car that didn't quite get off the line in time. So we'll have to come from the back of the pack as they come out of turn 2 at Castrol. Arungi's, Dutoy, the front row. Stablemates, both of them out of Stradale Motorsport. One runs in Trans-Africa Racing colours, one runs in Val Fluid Solutions colours there. But that new Porsche of Charles Arungi's showed us it's got a little bit of metal in it. It can certainly run at the front end of the GT3s. Toy and Gianacaro are the guys who've got to find the pace to catch Charles. The car at the back might have been that didn't quite get going in time. Took a while to get going. Is it the Lamborghini possibly there? It might have been, yeah. Could have been the Lambo coming through there of Shahir Harpel. So there it is. Charles from Jono, Brad Liebenberg and Budnick. Gianacaro, Franco, Jackson and Hill. And then it's Ricky Gianacaro and Blunden making up the top 10 in the first 5 rows. They're now under starters' orders. And Charles Arungi's will now have the responsibility of bringing them to the line. He may not accelerate until those lights go out. So he's going to try and hold them as much as possible. And then drop the hammer as the lights go out. Looks like everybody got a clean start. Look at Franco already around the outside of Budnick. Franco into turn 1. He's moved himself up into 4th place by the looks of it. Yeah, tucks in behind Bad Brad. Gets through there on Budnick in the Viper. Almost instantaneously goes onto the attack to try and find a way through there on Brad Liebenberg in the Audi. Not easy to do, but here we go. On a car that wasn't firing when it started up, it certainly looks like it's firing well now. And can he get back to the front in the space of this next 12 laps? Arungi's hangs on for now ahead of Dutoy and Liebenberg. That's the first 3 as they get onto the back straight in full flight for the first time here in Heat 2. Little general in the background, playing with these boys in terms of straight line speed. GT3 cars are fast, they really are, but that unlimited car in 4th place just has another level to it. Gianacaro closing in on Budnick as we see an attempt here for 3rd from Franco on Bad Brad and gets through on him. So Liebenberg in the turn me on machine, losing out. Oh, as Franco gets a little bit out of shape, coming onto the short straight between 1 and 2. Back end stepped out there ever so slightly there on that Porsche, allowing Brad a sniff to come back at him. Not quite sure if he's going to be able to do that and get back at him, but he definitely had another look there because he saw the back end step out on the Porsche. And if you see a chink in the armor and your name is Brad Liebenberg, you normally capitalize on it. I think that's exactly what Brad's trying to do here. Breaks into turn number 5, Foster on corner, closing in now on Jonathan Dutoy. Dutoy all he can see in his rearview mirrors is that army green General Porsche coming along from Franco Scrivanti Racing. He's got past him and he's got past Charles as well. Wow! No holding back down that straightaway today, but he ran a little bit wide. Kind of thought that might happen. He was a bit hot into turn 1. Couldn't quite get it to turn in, and both Charles and Jono came back at him. A 1:10.7 from Franco Scribante on that last pass. That's the fastest lap we've seen all day. 1 minute 10.7 coming out of Franco Scribante in his attempt to get to the front. He had a look, didn't quite get there. Amazing effort being put in here by Franco. He really is working hard. Squirt that comes from that unlimited car to get past Onda Toy and Arna Ranjis. Just couldn't get it turned in. And holds hook. See if he gets it right this time. Carries the corner speed through the kink. Should get Jono. Might not get both of them. But he's going to attempt it. Oh no, he doesn't. Tucks in behind Charles this time. This time only 1 for 1, not 2 for 1 deal into turn 1. So he gets up ahead of the Hurricane and demotes the Oyster Catcher Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini down into 3rd place. It's 2nd in GT3s though. Just remember the first 4 cars, only Franco's in the unlimited class. The other 3 cars run GT3 spec machinery, and that's the National Championship class, of course, for this category. Brad Liebenberg will have to try and find a way through there on Jonathan du Toit. He's looking to maybe be in contention and also wrap up an overall win for the day here. He has a big dive, shows the nose and shows the outer circles into turn number 5, but the Lambo was up for the challenge and du Toit just slams the door. Here we go. Change up for the lead on the cards, possibly towards turn 1. Done deal. Wow. It's pretty spectacular to see on the live stream, but I can tell you something. If you're standing down at the Porsche corner or the Porsche Owners Club and you see that 997 come down in full flight and pass an exceptionally quick Porsche in the hands of Charles Ranjis that easily, then you know you're dealing with a car that has got some very, very good engineering and work, time and effort put into it. So Franco leads out, Charles in 2nd. Jonathan du Toit still in the 3 spot in the Lambo. Jonathan du Toit looking a little bit more racy as well. Possibly up to the challenge to get the Lamborghini up in the 2nd overall. Brad Liebenberg just waiting possibly for a chance here to spoil the day of the Porsche and Lamborghini in front of him. Bit of an AE battle going on here, we'd say, huh? Porsche, Lambo and Audi all out of the same holding company, each their own separate brands. Oh, great move. Liebenberg saw the door open up, gets up the inside of the toy and should get through on him through the kink. Does so. The toy keeps him honest though, keeps him having to work for that inside line for turn 3 and halt into damps. But it's Brad up to 2nd in GT3's 3rd overall on the road. .110.3 from Franco Scribante on that last pass. Unbelievable bit of driving there from the Porsche man. Certainly got an unmarkable and unmatchable pace in terms of the straight line. Franco loving it. Back to the Audis of Hill and Jackson. Jackson still in the lead. Paul Hill still in the lead of Class B, ahead of Marco Retta and Blunden. Jackson at the moment is 3rd in Class A, but Nick would be the 2nd class in the Viper. 2nd in class, I should say, in the Viper. Johnny Giannacaro still in the race there in 4th for GT3, 6 overall. A bit of pressure on the BMW as Retta has been closed down by both Blunden and Ricky Giannacaro. Ricky's just done a personal best of a 14.486 there in the AMG, but not quite up to pace just yet to have a go at his teammate and maybe spoil the day there for Marco Retta. Come down that main straightaway, that back straight. This car's in full flight, will be well over 250 k's an hour. Down the gearbox into 2nd gear. Look at the pressure being applied here from Brad Liebenberg on the back end of Arungi's. Looking for a way through. Back markers coming into play now. Porsche's getting through on the back marker. Porsche, Audi and Lamborghini follow suit. Also picking up here on this car, this is Roy Obery's car, the Haval GWM 991. Currently sitting down in 12th place, but if I'm not mistaken, leading Class C here. And Uli Sana, of course, leading Class D ahead of Jimbo Giannacaro. Shea Harpel in the Lamborghini. I didn't think he finished the lap. He went in early, along with Renzo Torrente. So the Lambo and BMWs didn't make it out for the second heat. Bit of a meet in the sandwich now between the two G&H Transport boys. They put Retta's BMW into that position. GG looking to maybe have a go there as he closes the gap down on Budnick. Back markers coming into play there for Budnick as well. How far back is John? No, I thought it was a bit closer. Johnny, I thought was a lot closer to Budnick. Maybe not going to have enough time to have a go here as we're into the last third of this race. 8 down and 4 to go. Two Audis are side by side. Jackson just keeping Hill at bay for now. Paul Hill definitely loving life in that Audi. He's had a couple of cars that he's piloted in this class, another GT3 spec racing series that run around the country. I think he might be quite happy, to be honest with you, in that Class B Audi of his. Being the Class B car, remember it runs in GT4 spec as opposed to GT3 spec. Action Jackson's car, Class A, unlimited machine. These three are having such a great battle. There might be a bit of issues up the top at Cashel Corner as well by the sounds of things, as we're watching the leaders head down towards turn 5. Fastron corner, possible overtaking. There you go. Was it the two Audis? It was. Jackson and Hill. Commentators curse on them. They must have come together at Cashville. Two to go for Scrivanti. 2 to go now to see whether or not Brad Liebenberg can find a way through here to get past on Charles Arungi as he goes around the outside of turn 1. Going to try and hold that outside line. Charles sees him coming, goes defensive immediately, holds the inside line, realizing that Brad is going to attempt to get that inside line from him at turn 2. Not going to happen though. He is hanging on for that second place, but it's the GT3 win that these three cars are fighting for. It's not the overall win. That overall win, of course, is going to go to Franco Scrivanti if he stays where he is now for the next lap and 2 corners. Back marker out there again being lapped. That looks like Jimbo Jonakara. Yes, Jimbo Jonakara now being passed by these very quick Class A and GT3 spec cars. Charles Orangis trying to hang on and fend off the massive threat that's coming from Brad Liebenberg in his debut in Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. He is being helped out just slightly by his teammate Charles Orangis, as Jonathan du Toit is hounding the back end of Brad Liebenberg and making him think twice about overtaking maneuvers. Here comes du Toit though. Du Toit dives on the inside. Oh, there's contact between the 2 teammates. Massive contact between Charles Orangis and Jonathan du Toit as they come out of turn 2. Brad Liebenberg stayed out of that one. He was very lucky to stay out of that one, but Jonathan du Toit had a big dive. It didn't quite work out. And maybe a bit of frustration there from Jono as he went on the inside to get through on Brad. Brad backed out, realized that Jono was coming way too hot, and he tagged the back end of his stablemate. And the 2 Stradale, and one is out of Trans-Africa Racing Stradale, the other one is out of Stradale and Val Fluid Systems. One is a Porsche, one is a Lambo, and they both ended up on the sideline at turn 2, gifting this man an easy run to the line and a double win on the day for Franco Scrivanti. Brad Liebenberg will win the GT3 class and get 2nd overall. Let's see how things turn out now. Where is Jonathan du Toit? He is in turn 5 with a slightly damaged front left-hand side of the car. Going to the line. Is he going to try and hang on to keep out Budnick? Budnick's going to beat him to the line because of the drive. The damage on the front left allows Budnick to come through. He finishes up behind Charles Orangis. Jonathan du Toit drops down to 5th place overall. He didn't have to worry too much about Budnick, but he would have to worry about Gianni Jonakaro, who was coming pretty rapidly. And let's have a look at that replay there, Paulie. Thanks, bud. There you see a big dive from Jonathan du Toit to get through on Brad Liebenberg. He's too hot into Castro Corner. Just tags the Porsche. Does some damage to the front left of that Lamborghini. And unfortunately, well, he got back on track, but with a damaged car. Orangis got back on track. He was able to still finish up in 3rd place overall, which will put him 2nd in GT3s. Du Toit still gets 3rd in the GT3s, but drops down to 5th place overall, as you can see there on the standings. And Gianni Jonakara will be the 4th GT3 car in 6th. Class A 2nd goes to Budnick. Class A 3rd goes to Jackson. The win goes to Paul Hill in Class B ahead of Ant Blunden and Marco Retta. Ricardo Jonakara will come through. Ricky will come through, of course, for 4th place in Class A. Roy Aubry takes Class C, and Uli Sana takes Class D. So, wow. There may be a little chat there between the teammates, I think, after that little incident heading into turn 2 there on that last lap. Not quite the way they wanted to finish that up, that is for sure. Right, so we head into Volkswagen Rookie Cup Race 2. That's up next. And then we've got Gazoo Racing Cup South Africa still to come. We have got action from the SA Touring Cars and Super Cup. And then the 3rd and final heats of both what we've just seen on track right now, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, and the Astron Energy Polo Cup still to come. So for the 2nd time today now, we see our Volkswagen Rookie Cup out on track. Great to see this field growing by additional 2 drivers, but an incredible amount of new drivers in this class this year as well. Chris Tate is going to be on the front row. Giovanni Fiorotto looking for a chance maybe to go to the top of the field this time. Let's see if he can keep Wazir Khan behind him. Wazir basically was the class of the field in race number 1. Mauro Deleuze coming from 4th will be looking to try and stay with those first 4 cars at least, and let Luke Hill, Berlin Robertson, Josh Moore and Luke Corbett fight it out for the latter part of the 8 cars out there on track now. Berlin sister to Tyler, the younger sister having a really tough time initially in this class. Eventually found her feet yesterday and she started to find some nice pace. And it didn't quite work out in the first one, but maybe here in the second one can not lose the toe to those front couple of cars and stay in the mix. She has fought on numerous occasions in the NX Legends with some seasoned campaigners in motorsport, so knows what to do. But this is a slightly different machine that she's piloting today compared to an NX Legend with a 1100 Yamaha engine in it. Slightly bigger car, front wheel drive as well. And definitely no bump draft allowed in Rookie Cup. Five-second board is up and we're about to go racing now for Heat 2 of Rookie Cup. Lights off and we're racing. Josh Moore once again off the line. Pretty good out of the back of the pack there, but trying to now get through. Not always easy to do. From second place, looks like Ozia might be trying to go around the outside to try and get the lead into turn one. Good possibility that he's outgunned Tate, but no, Tate is hung on by the looks of things. The Sport Tech car just coming through there as they come in towards turn two for the first time now. It is Tate on the inside line, Ozia around the outside. And then just behind that, tucking in is Fiorotto and Deleuze. Berlin Robertson trying to come through as quickly as possible as well, trying to find a way to get up to those top four. She's in sixth place at the moment, tucked in, I think, behind Luke Hill. Josh Moore fighting with Corbett at the back. This is 8 cars almost identically. There's about 100th of a second between them in terms of the setup on those cars, according to the coaches that did all the setup on those cars. Daniel Rowe, Jonathan Machotsi, Matt Merton and Brad Liebenberg all helping out with the development of these cars to get them within a couple of hundredths of each other, so that when they're handed to these new young pilots, they all get a chance of being in a car that's as competitive as the car alongside him or her. A little bit wide there from Azia. And that was not Fiorotto, I beg your pardon. That was Fiorotto that ran a bit wide there. Straight line and over the line we go for lap 1 to be completed of 10. Tate, Fiorotto, Khan. Giovanni was the car that ran a bit wide, but I think that might give an opportunity there for Uzia to sneak through. Yeah, I think he's got through there nicely. Little change there. Smart, cool car coming through. The fact that these cars are so evenly matched makes it very, very difficult to overtake. You've got to just time your run to the braking point to perfection to give yourself a chance of diving through on your fellow competitor, catching them out on the brakes. But it's a good learning curve on how to use race tactics and strategies. Slipstreams, as we can see, are vital. In this class, that little bit extra power that comes from the slipstream could be used to very good use. And Ozia Khan tried it there, couldn't quite get up the inside of Giovanni. And Fiorotto hangs on for second for now. Corbett, last car out of Fostron corner. Incredible to think that they're only split by 3 seconds, all 8 cars. Showing just how evenly matched these cars are. Fiorotto goes quickest, 14.542 there for him. But Ozia is right there with him. 34.542, 34.892, 34.982 is the lead car. So it's a couple of hundredths in it. That's all it is. drivers, of course, getting all the data feedback and expertise given to them by the 4 coaches that are involved this year. 4 coaches this year. Daniel Rowe being one of them. Matty Mertens, single-seater champion in his old racing career at some point. Daniel, of course, is a touring car champion and Polo Cup champion. Jonathan Mahotsi, the Super Cup champion from last year. Brad Liebenberg, multiple Polo Cup and karting champion. Been to the World Karting Finals on numerous occasions as Brad Liebenberg. And all 4 of those coaches are going to be teaching these youngsters how to drive and how to race cars, particularly front-wheel drive Volkswagen branded cars. And the interesting side of this whole program is it's not only how to drive the car. It's kind of the fast and furious. It's not how you drive your car, it's also how you stand by your car. And when I say that, I say it tongue-in-cheek. They teach them the media skills that are required when you've got to do interviews with the media. What you need to do in terms of your training. Nutrition is important when you're doing training, so what to eat, how to eat correctly, what to do in terms of your training program so that you can capitalize on that. That's all part and parcel of the program they've put together here from Rookie Cup's point of view. This time Isaiah was quickest. So Isaiah Khan now stepping up into the 34.4s, deciding it's time to go. But he's still done in 3rd. And hasn't got through on Fiorotto or on Tate yet. Christopher Tate's been in this position on a few occasions. We say Rookie Cup, some of these drivers have had other experiences in motorsport. Most of them come from karting. But Chris Tate, of course, has already had a couple of outings from karting into some saloon car categories he's raced in over the last season or so. Those 4 cars very evenly matched at the front. Khan now pulling out. The TSS machine locks up under braking. Oh, and a touch between the top 2. Top 2 get sideways, and there's a touch. Tate and Fiorotto coming together. I think Tate might have come off worse for wear there. Fiorotto might be leading as they cross the line, but it's going to give Khan a chance to get him because he got better drive coming out of Cape Town corner. No, Tate managed to hang on. It was Fiorotto that came off worse for wear. And you can see as they went into turn 5 there, a little bit of maneuvering from the front 2. Fiorotto having a big dive to get past, but didn't quite make it stick, and it cost him dearly. He drops down into 4th place. Here's the replay. Big look from Fiorotto. Actually from Tate. Fiorotto was around the outside. Fiorotto was on the outside. Tate hung on to the inside and tagged the back end of him, giving him a little light tap that allowed Khan through. It allowed Deleuze through. So Fiorotto having to come from 4th place now. Gaps opened up though between the first 4. 1 and 2, and then a bit of breathing room between 3 and 4. Deleuze not with any breathing room being given to him there by Giovanni Fiorotto, trying to come back at him. Luke Hill behind them. Berlin Robertson still in the 6th spot ahead of Josh Moore and Luke Corbett. What it has done is it's just brought that gap down slightly between those cars. So a little bit closer between the first 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Dive on the inside. Oh, put him in the dirt, why don't you? Khan runs wide and forces Christopher Tate onto the dirt. That's going to drop him back 3 or 4 places. So Isaiah Khan coming through for the lead of the race, and 5 to go. Halfway stage, and we got a new leader in Isaiah Khan. Deleuze in 2nd, Fiorotto in 3rd, and Luke Hill is now up to 4th as Christopher Tate got put into the dirt. Luke Corbett on his own. Berlin Robinson's gone missing. She's dropped right to the back of the pack for some reason. I'm not quite sure. She's crossed the line, but she's dropped right to the back for a long way off where she was earlier on. So it must have also been caught out, maybe with a bit of the debris that got brought onto the track after those 2 cars had their little excursion. Now they come down on the braking point in towards Damstip again. As I said, the gaps have opened up a little bit now, so there's a bit of breathing room between each of the cars. That's not good because it's not easy to make up ground in these cars unless you can outbrake your fellow competitor. By doing that, sometimes it puts your car into a, and I say this carefully, precarious position, because it's not the ideal race line you want to be on if that's what you're doing. Having to do hard braking. Here we go. Deleuze on Khan. Retail Insights car, looking for a way through there on the TSS machine. But can't find it just yet. Ferrotto in third. He's lost the toe to those first two, so not going to be easy to make that up now with only 4 to go. So no changes on that lap. Khan stays in the lead, Deleuze in second. He's got, 0.4 of a second there between them. Ferrotto a further 1.9 down. Hill hanging on to fourth, keeping Tate behind him. And as I said, Tate was leading only 3 laps ago, leading comfortably. One ambitious move, little mistake, either or can be costly. Now they go through Sorrel sweep. Perfect lines. Well, they could be a little bit closer to the apex on the right-hand side, but that's a kind of rookie error. And we want to hug that little inside concrete curbing a bit more. But they are trying to carry as much corner speed as they can to convert that into straight line speed onto the straight. Khan hangs on for now. Deleuze, Fiorotto and Luke Hill. Hill's pulled a small margin now over Christopher Tate. Just watching in the background, how far is Josh? No, he's too far back. He's too far back there maybe to catch Christopher Tate, but yeah, he's still going to give it a go. Luke Hill, quickest on that lap. Incredibly, getting down into the 34 dead. So those Dunlops are starting to come into their own now. The lap times are starting to come down rapidly. Berlin taking a bit of strain right at the back of the pack. I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong there with that AF Fans car of hers. But we'll find that out later on, I'm sure. Here is Rookie Cup in full flight for what is 1, 2 and 3 on the road. And 2.5 laps to go. Here is the slipstream effect in full effect. Engage that slipstream Fiorotto and could possibly squeeze through for the lead. Certainly Mauro Deleuze has done it right. Might have just, I think he went out a little bit early there. Might not be able to get that slipstream to work perfectly for him, having gone that early, but as I say that, he proves me wrong. Goes inside and takes the lead, only just by half a bonnet length, and then eventually takes the lead coming out of turn 5. So out of Fostron corner, we've got a new leader in Mauro Deleuze. He'll cross the line at the front end of the field for the first time today. So Deleuze from Khan and Fiorotto with 2 to go. The slipstream battle, and now the tactician comes into play. Big dive there from Fiorotto, just showing a wheel to both drivers into turn 1. Then running onto the inside curb. Can't do that too many times because the COCs will be watching for that. Using more than what is available to you on the track is deemed to be a problem for the COCs. Oh, there's a little tap. Khan running through turn 2, very hot. Just nudges the back end of Mauro Deleuze. And now as they come out of the kink, is that going to be a move for the lead? Yes, it is. Khan to the front. That little tap just unsettled the 33 car there of Deleuze. And he now drops back down into second and into the clutches of Fiorotto, who was quickest and the first man to get down into the 33s in Rookie Cup. 33.768 there. coming out of Giovanni Ferrotto. Are we going to see a change up again? Yes, we are. Here comes Giovanni. And it's now back into the hands of Mara Deleuze. So Deleuze takes the front. Giovanni comes with him and goes to second. Khan drops down to third. And into the mix comes Luke Hill. With a lap to go, we got 4 cars in it. Possibly 5 even. Tate's not too far behind. Something happens between any of these cars in this first 3. And both Hill and Tate will pick up the pieces. Last lap. And it is Deleuze hanging on for now. But watch out. Here comes Hosea Khan. Khan in the inside. It'll be the outside for turn 2. It's not where he wants to be. Watch for the cutback, but he might try a slightly different apex coming out of turn 2. Here's a look. Watch the apex change up here. Tries to get on the inside, but oh no, we saw that coming. Saw that coming from a mile away to Giovanni Ferrotto. So Fiorotto up in the second place now. This looks like it's going to be Mara Deleuze for a maiden win. Only his second outing in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Battle scar on the third car there. Hosea might have had a little touch with somebody and started to affect the bumper of the rear end of the car. There comes a move in the background as well, coming from Tate on Luke Hill. Looking for a chance on the inside. No, can't get there. Tate back down to 5th as they come out of the final corner. Heading to the line now. Maiden win here for Mara Deleuze. He's going to be happy with that. Taking a victory in his first time of asking. Didn't quite work out, but his second time he got it sealed. Beats out Giovanni Ferrotto. Khan comes through for third. That might give him the overall win for the day. Luke Hill beats out Chris Tate. And it's Josh Moore, Luke Corbett, and eventually a long way back to Berlin Robinson, who will finish up down in 8th place for the AF Fans team. Pity to lose out those cars in that battle earlier on, but needless to say, they'll be back. Remember, we go to Killarney. That's our next round, 10, 11 and 12 of April. You'll get to see these guys and girls in action again, joining the Regional Extreme Festival in a combination of regional and national action at the Killarney Grand Prix circuit. But speaking of action, we go from our second heat of Rookie Cup into the second heat of Gazoo Racing SA, proudly driven by Netstar. Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup driven by Netstar. Michael Besaidenote, Jason Kutsia front row. Kanya Ngwenya and Kent Swartz second row. Jordan Moodley and Brandon van der Nest. Vatsiwa Makonwana. And then, of course, Devin Scott makes up the front row of the second pack, which is our dealers and media. If you've never seen this class before and you've just joined us on our live stream, a big welcome to you. You have missed out on quite a bit of action all day long, and I know we are battling a little bit with the feed, but it certainly looks like things have got a bit better now. Not as many people complaining. Tyron Alberts has joined us all the way from Ireland, so hopefully he's enjoying it. We got some big game coming up a little bit later on there, don't we, Mr. Alberts? We'll have to keep an eye on that one. I see Liam Maliti has joined us as well. Jana van der Westhuizen's in the house. Mark Friedman's just joined me too. He's a big Audi fan, so he would have enjoyed the race action coming out of the Extreme Supercars. We've got one more of those to come your way there, Marky, if you are watching. But we've got to get through Gazoo Racing Cup first. Touring cars and Super Cup, and then we go to the third and final heat of the Extreme Supercars and the third and final heat and the last race of the day coming out of the Astra Energy Polo Cup, their 29th anniversary this year. Michael Besaidenote and Jason Kutsia, not rookies in this class. Well, I should say rookies to this class, but not rookies to racing. Both of them coming out of the Formula 1600cc class last year, our single-seater championship. That, of course, all changes up by the time we get to Killarney on 10, 11, 12, where we will be launching MSA4, the brand new single-seater class for South Africa. Scott and D'Souza, that motor's Toyota. He's got the Hulk green colours on the inside. He'll certainly be looking for a chance to get through there on Devon Scott and maybe give him a little bit more of a run for his money here in the second heat of GR Cup. But coming to the line now, it's Michael Besaidnout who will dictate the pace for the 86s. 180 kilowatts of power to play with. Four-cylinder boxer engine in these cars and rear-wheel drive. And young drivers coming out of karting and other formats of the sport giving a chance to be part of the Gazoo Racing stable. That brings all these cars together. And I heard from the boss man, there's a possibility of another set of cars making their way onto the circuit in the very near future. That's going to be interesting. Look at this pack. Great to see the Roller Toyota around the outside there, looking for a chance to squeeze through and get to the front end. You can see that there's going to be a bit of a fight on there amongst our Yaris's and Corollas. I like the way that they start to get into the mix right from the word go. As you can see there, you'll see Times Live versus, for instance, Waterkloof Toyota on the outside. Somebody running off there. Is that the NMI car? It was. The NMI car getting a little bit out of shape there. The 222, I think, of Van Afenta. Second place at the moment is Mario D'Souza behind Devon Scott. They head up towards Sorrel Street for the first time. Somebody running wide from NMI. I think Vanna was at the wheel of that car. We'll keep an eye on that. See if we can pick up exactly who it was. I assume it is. But we'll double check on that one. Back to the front end of the 86s and Michael Besaidnout under a bit of pressure. Is that Jason Kinsia trying to squeeze him out? It is. They've done that on a few occasions, those two drivers, in single-seaters, but not quite into very evenly matched Toyota 86s. Besaidnout hangs on only just. Kinsia in second. Right on their tail, though, in the green colours, is Ngwenya, and he looks to dive on the inside for second. Can't quite get there. Kent Swartz follows him. He's got the orange livery. So it's the purple car out front. The Toyota 86 of Michael Besaidnout, who leads out at the moment. A little bit of a gap opening up there between Jordan Moodley and Van der Nest. Leaving the back end of the field in the hands of Vatsui Mokonyana. Going to be closed down pretty rapidly, I think, by Devon Scott. So Mokonyana will have to keep eyes on the rearview mirrors because that Corolla will be coming rapidly in the hands of Devon Scott, followed by Mario D'Souza and Andres de Villiers. So there's some Corollas on the move. Trying to catch the back end of this 86 brigade out front. Corolla Cup, the Yaris League, and the 86 League. Someone's run off at turn it's turn 2. It's the 23 car there. Waterberg Toyota. Well, if you want to get some coverage for your dealership, I can tell you that's one way to do it, eh? Make sure that you go off there. And Rudolf Bonzaya has done that on a few occasions today. So keep that up, Rudy. At least we're getting some coverage there for the Waterkloof Toyota dealership. Remember, with this class, as we watch the action between the junior competitors in this category, they're all fighting, of course, for a Gazoo Racing Cup Championship. That's kind of where the championship lies. But remember that there are argy-bargies happening at the front end. That's what there is, as opposed to what they are. If you see those hazard lights coming on, remember these cars do run with the stock standard systems in them. So the ABS braking engages as they go hard on the brakes, which puts the hazard lights on instantaneously, as it would on a normal road car. Kitsia and Besaidnout have been wing mirror to wing mirror for 4 corners. Make it 5 now. They're going to. You don't want to get closer than that, boys. Wow. They literally locked wing mirrors there and nearly touched. Unbelievable action there between those two. Not an inch given. D'Souza trying to close down there on the back end of Devon Scott. Here we go. Front end has got a new leader. as Jason Kutsia hits the front and gets ahead of Michael Besaidnout. Besaidnout now into the clutches of that Hulk Green, number 72 of Kanya Ngwenya. Ken Swartz looking to pick up the pieces there in fourth. Reminder that these front cars are running for the Gazoo Racing Cup Championship for the development of these drivers. It's a great run coming out. I think that's Abdul. He's up there. Yeah, Nabil Abdul up into the mix there with Devon Scott and Mario D'Souza. That is a phenomenal run from the first of the Yaris cars. And now we see Devon getting in amongst the back end of the 86s. Saw that earlier on today. Jordan Moodley about to be caught and passed, and Van der Nest as well. Van der Nest and Moodley being forced out of the way there by Mario D'Souza as he dives on the inside in the Motors Toyota. Looking for a chance to just get ahead, maybe put those two cars between himself and Nabil Abdul. Nabil Abdul's had a phenomenal run, he really has. That's the first of the Yarises. Remember that Yaris is an all-wheel drive car. GR version of that car, all-wheel drive, and being pushed to the limit there by Nabil Abdul, super sport presenter. Loving life at the moment, I tell you that much, in that Yaris. 1.6 turbo, 200 kilowatts to play with. Not quite the extra 21 kilowatts that both Devon and Mario D'Souza have got, but needless to say, still able to run. And he'll definitely be able to use the additional power to get through on the 86s here of those two younger drivers, Moodley and Van der Nest. If he times it right, that Yaris should be able to go around the outside, and that's what he's trying to do here onto the main straightaway to get through on Van der Nest and Moodley. I look down in the classes at the moment, Devon Scott, D'Souza and De Villiers are the top three. Kyle Koch from Car Magazine has moved himself up into second place in the Yaris Media Challenge. And Putti is up into third. What a good run there from him. Lawrence Binney, first time out in the Auto Trader car. Had some big shoes to fill there from an Auto Trader point of view. In both Chad Luckhoff and, of course, Sean Nurse, who he took over from. Incredible bit of driving from them. And working hard now as they get into the closing stages of the second heat. I will get you later, don't worry. Here's the Car Magazine car I was just speaking about. And on his tail comes the Times Live machine of Putti. It's a great little drive here, but it's for second and third between these two. They don't even have an answer to Nabil Abdul's pace. He really has just cottoned onto these cars. Really, there's Nabil going down here. He has second and third, so it's about half the back straights in terms of distance between the second and third cars and the lead Yaris. Koch ahead of Jana. Andries de Villiers, Van der Venter, Lawrence Binney, and Vatsy's dropped down to 15th overall, last of the Toyota 86s. Nabil Abdul in the World of Champions car is in the World of Champions right now, because if you look at the Motors Toyota, he, I think, if I'm not mistaken, won the Media Challenge last year, did Mario D'Souza. And Devon Scott, of course, was in contention for the win in the Corolla class. So he's amongst champions right now in the World of Champions Yaris. And a long way up the road from Kyle Koch and Putti. He's actually putting a bit of pressure onto the back end here of that Motors Toyota of Mario D'Souza. 2 laps and a corner to go for our top drivers here in the 86 Brigade. And right now it's still the 7-7 car out front. Jason Kutsia hanging on ahead of Michael Besaidnout, Kanya Ngwenya and Ken Swartz. How far back is Dev though? There he is, he's right there, wow. Devon Scott with 2 laps to go could potentially spoil the day here for these 86s. That is going to be his goal for the next 2 laps, is to run and try and get ahead of each of these youngsters ahead of him. There's 4 to negotiate. He has got 41 kilowatts more power to play with in the Corolla, but it is a slightly heavier car that he's in. Maybe not as nimble as the 86s he's about to go to battle with. And remember, Kent Swartz and Jason Katsia, Marco Besaidenote, seasoned veterans when it comes to race strategy. Kanye Ngwenya maybe not have as much, but he has come from karting, so he might know what he's talking about when it comes to race strategies. And if something goes wrong, well, D'Souza and Abdul will wait to pick up the pieces. Abdul definitely going to win the media challenge. The dealer challenge champion from last year, Mario D'Souza. Not the media challenge, I mentioned that earlier on. I meant the dealer challenge champion. D'Souza still in with a shot here of keeping Nabil Abdul at bay. But he's having to work hard to do it. All-wheel drive, 200 kilowatts, 6-speed manual Yaris in the hands of the World of Champions car driver Nabil Abdul. And fighting there with the 1.6 cylinder GR Yaris, 221 kilowatts. Devon is up to third overall with a lap to go. Marco Besaidenote and Jason Katsia are the only two cars he's got to find a way through on. They're fighting hard for the win in 86 Brigade, but they're not realizing that Devon Scott is coming to spoil their day, possibly for the overall win. Devon now goes wide. Watch him cut back, get the apex and get the drive out of turn 2, Castral Corner. Try and use the slipstream. He might be able to use the additional power down that back straightaway. He's going on Besaidenote. He's got the outside line into turn 3, which becomes the inside line. Besaidenote tries to keep him out. Can't make it though. Devon Scott puts the nose in and dives through. He's up to second. He's got 2 corners, the back straight to go, and 1 car to negotiate to get the overall win. Now you know why they put the driving academy drivers into these cars. Alright, so Jason Katsia gets the power down. But it's 41 kilowatts less than what's behind him, and here comes Dev. Devon onto the brakes into Cape Town corner around the outside and makes it stick. Inside line coming from Ngwenya as well. Kanye Ngwenya diving on the inside up to second place possibly. Somebody put a wheel on the dirt coming out of turn 5, but Devon Scott has got to the front and is going to take the win. Scott takes it. What a drive there from Devon Scott, the Toyota Driving Academy man. Has shown the rest of the field how to drive these cars. It's Ngwenya who ends up in the dirt. He got it completely wrong heading into the final corner. Had a big dive on the inside trying to get through on Kutsia and Besaidenote. And he's dropped right to the back of the pack as the rest of the field come through. D'Souza finishes up 5th place overall. That'll be second in the Corollas. Nabil Abdul, great drive from him. He'll win out the media challenge, beating Kyle Koch and Putim Punyana in the Yaris Media Challenge. Corolla Cup went to Devon Scott ahead of D'Souza, and Van Afenta still hung on for 3rd place there in the 222. 11th overall, but 3rd in the Corolla Cup class. Great driving once again from our GR Cup. Toyota Gazoo Racing have yet again provided us with some great action. We do appreciate it. And as I said, stay tuned to the Gazoo Racing Cup social media pages for an announcement real soon of some exciting times as more cars come to join us, possibly here in the very near future in Gazoo Racing GR Cup. We're going to have a bit of fun and games, I think, in this one. There's definitely going to be a chance here for maybe a couple of new faces to be on the podiums, which is kind of what crowds like to see at motorsport events. They don't like to see the same guys winning all the time. But sometimes it's difficult to beat those seasoned campaigners. Let's see what Jagger can do about it now. Let's see what Mandla Ndakani can do on his return to touring cars. Chatted to him in the break on the grid walk, and he was saying, you know, how excited he was to be back in a Corolla on circuit racing. But having been on the off-road truck side of things for a while, it's taken a bit of an adjustment to get back into how circuit racing works. Man at the back there, in the Team Perfect Circle car. He also is kind of got to give a shout out to him in the Team Perfect Circle machine. Only master in the class, but if you remember, we've got Coca-Cola that's joined Extreme Festival, presenting it now, the Coca-Cola beverage company from South Africa. But initially, Team Perfect Circle were instigators and a big instrumentation to bringing Coca-Cola back into South African motorsport, as they were the official sponsors of the Team Perfect Circle Porsche in the 9 hour at Killarney. So that has just been extended slightly from a long-standing relationship there between the powers of Extreme Festival and the powers of course, our fastest judge slash advocate slash lawyer slash legal party in the country in Honourable Side Note. He also stands as a judge on the FIM Council on certain appeal processes that happen in the bigger classes around the world. So a huge amount of experience coming out of Team Perfect Circle there as well. But here we go into race 2, and it's Madeline DeCarney who will look to try and get the drop on Julian van der Walt as they head down toward turn 1. Van der Walt was circulating at the ends very slowly. He knew that by circulating he had a chance of possibly still getting into the hunt at the front, and a massive moment! Julian van der Walt gets sent sideways backwards into turn 1, and he ends up on the sideline. Super Cup are about to head down that way. Julian van der Walt, if I was you, do not move. Well, he's going to go straight across the front end, and here comes the Super Cup class. He gets out of the way, I think, just in time as the Super Cup class make their way down into turn 1. Chaos as Van der Walt goes right to the back from pole position. That is a massive moment in the background as well. Cara Hill off the track. Is that the 15 car of Jason Loosemore? It was. Loosemore was also onto the dirty stuff in the Super Cup class. It is a baptism of fire out there right now for a couple of the drivers. They are seeing what Super Cup driving and South African touring car driving is all about. Out front, looks like it might be... Is that Charles Visser? It is, and Machotsi going to go to second. Visser leads out, Machotsi goes to second, Bishop down to third. Looks like surviving that first incident into turn 1. I'm sure that Paul's going to have us a replay as they head towards turn 1. Let's have a look at the replay. Here they come. I think there was a little touch there between Ndakani and Van der Walt. Jagger Robertson, how he avoided that, I don't know how he did that. He just slammed on the anchors and fortunately didn't go nose to nose with his fellow GTR driver, but that was a massive moment there for the lead cars in the touring car class. Michael van Rooyen, the biggest winner out of that. He stayed out of harm's way and now leads into turn 2 ahead of Anthony Pretorius. Jagger Robertson up to third. Fourth place is Ndakani, having survived a potentially heart-stopping moment there for him, I would have to say, because he was completely sideways as well at one point. Very lucky to survive that. Look at all the debris that's come onto the track there as 4 or 5 cars went off track in the first time of asking into turn 2. That's Machotsi up to second, Tate down to third. Van Rooyen leads out Pretorius, Jagger Robertson and Ndakani, Schofield. Visser leads out here, as you can see, ahead of his stablemate, Jonathan Machotsi, Tate Bishop behind them. Tate has got a hard-charging Jason Loosemore, who's already been off track, come back on again, ahead now of Davy van der Merwe, the only Toyota out there for Gazoo Racing in the Starlet, in the Super Cup class. And he's ahead of Vastanis, Franco and Praji. Fun and games at the front end here, that is for sure. I can tell you it's been a tough day in the saddle here for a couple of drivers, but that man there has had a really tough day. Didn't work out for him in the first one. You can see the battle scar and the damage on the back end of the car there as well for him. And that's definitely not what we wanted to see from Julian van der Walt's point of view. Not easy to do. And not easy to see all the other cars go flying past you while you've got a broken car nursing it home back to the pit lane. Gaps have opened up there from the first 3. Third and fourth, bit of a gap that's opened up now as well, but 5th place, or 4th and 5th place, might be heating up slightly there. as Schofield tries to come back after not finishing the first heat. He needs to get some points in the bag. To get ahead of Munda and Ndakani might be a good plan. Looking at the Super Cup class, it's Mahotsi in second behind his stablemate Visser. Bishop still hangs on to the 3 spot ahead of the hard-charging Jason Newsmore. Newsmore seems to have got a little bit shaken by that off-track excursion, maybe just double-checking that the car's okay. But he's under pressure coming from Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe on his tail. Newsmore and van der Merwe have fought on numerous occasions in Polo Cup, but this is the first time they're fighting in Super Cup. So as they come over the line and complete another lap, you can see a bit of support on the sideline there coming from the drivers and from the teammates of those drivers as they head down towards turn 1. Also picking up Dylan Praj, starting to move into the back end, a lot closer to Nicky Vastanis on that pass. And if he gets close to Vastanis, means he'll get close to Davy van der Merwe and Loosemore. The Zimbabwean is coming. That Starling Auto Zimbabwe machine slowly but surely making its way into the front end battle. Pretorius was quickest on the last pass, got down to 15.857. So he tries to bridge the gap now to the leader, Michael van Rooyen, who's only just a second up the road. So there's lots of time still for him to make up the ground and catch his former stablemate. Remember, Pretorius last year was in Ndakani's car, the South African touring car's coloured Toyota Corolla Saloon. He's now in the BMW, and that BMW looks like it's got some great pace, because if you remember, that's the championship car that Robert Volk had last year that Pretorius has been given. Jagger Robertson in the new GTI. Some work being done on that car to get the second GTI onto the track there for Jagger Robertson. His stablemate in Julian van der Walt no longer on track, having to retire after a first lap, first corner incident. Battle's really on there for what is 4th and 5th place in the touring cars. 2nd place starting to heat up again as we're getting a bit more angry from Tate Bishop onto the back end of Mahotsi. Mahotsi and Bishop have gone out on a number of occasions in this category. Usually would have been joined by one of the Campos boys, particularly Keegan, and I hope he's enjoying all this race action. We certainly are missing both Keegan and Jason Campos in this class. It'd be awesome to have them back in here again. Absolutely nothing between these cars as they relatively evenly matched here in this almost midway of race number 2. These guys only got 2 races here today in Cape Town, so they've got a little bit of work to do now heading into these last 6 laps. Flying through sorrel sweepers, Jagger Robertson looking to get onto the podium in his first outing. That'll be probably one of his biggest goals, and an overall podium wouldn't be too bad either. But it looks like with that little less power that's available in that spare engine car, he might be caught here by Ndakani. Ndakani's closed down on him pretty rapidly. He's going to have to now go defensive to keep Munda Ndakani out. We know how fast that Corolla is that's in the hands of Munda Ndakani, as the race leader Anthony Pretorius has taken it to a number of victories in 2024 and a couple of pole positions in it as well, upsetting the normal positioned apple cart up front in the form of Michael van Rooyen, who leads this one. But of course Pretorius' former driver of the car, Robert Volk, and Julian van der Walt, Jagger's teammate. Not quite, well, they are teammates, but they run under slightly different livery. They are Volkswagen branded GTIs there, but both of them of course running in the colours of Chemical Logistics and Investchem. And Jagger particularly being helped out by Liqui Moly and Sparko. Watching the gap come down as well. Once again, Michael van Rooyen answers the fast lap from Pretorius with his own fastest lap. and gets down to a 15.381. So what is that, 1300ths of a second between the top two in terms of lap times, but a gap still of half a second between Van Rooyen and Pretorius. Look at this, Tate Bishop putting the pressure onto Machotsi. Machotsi soaking it up, but what that's doing is the genuine parts Volkswagen car of Machotsi is allowing the Astron and Charles Engineering Volkswagen of his teammate Charles Visser time to get away and concentrate on just getting there. Now heading towards the second half of this race, and they're into it. As Van Rooyen watches those rearview mirrors, he can see the BMW. He would be looking normally at what would be the number 1 plate on that car if it had been here this year, and Robert Volk behind the wheel. But of course it's now the number 60 car, Pretorius. Here's Bishop, inside line for Bishop for the Angry Racing team, and back to second. Super Cup heating up now for second place. Tate Bishop comes back into the hunt and slams up the inside to get through on Jonathan Machotsi. Machotsi down to third. His teammate Jason Nussmore, the Polo Cup champion from last year, is still in fourth and keeping Davy van der Merwe at bay for now. Van der Merwe doing the same thing there to Vistanis, and Paraji slowly but surely reeling Vistanis in, looking for a potential top 5. Bonnet damage there on the Fly Sapphire car of Schofield. So I wonder, he would have gone into the back end there of Ndakani. We'll have to live and look and see if Ndakani's got some battle scars on the back end of his car, because that bonnet is now flapping. It's still secured, but he may have to come in to have it adjusted. Vistanis, as I said, is closing on Van der Merwe, and Darby now in a bit of trouble as both Nicky Vistanis and Dylan Praji start to close in on him. This is a good run here from Charles Visser. Some big points in the bag yet today. Here's a confidence boosting opportunity there for him to look for a title that just eluded him last year. He wanted to go back-to-back out of the Polo Cup into Super Cup and win. Didn't quite work out for him. Machotsi took that honour away. Here comes Praji in that Fast Developments Starling Auto Zimbabwe and first race Polo Cup, Super Cup GTI. Very, very good little driver that, and certainly a man to watch out for in the future of Super Cup from Zimbabwe. Hones his skills at Falls Road, sometimes at Donnybrook, and then comes down to Cape Town to try and use those skills and be at least in the front end of a Super Cup race. Not quite there yet, but mark my words and watch the space. Praji will be there. Saw some improvements massively from him last year. Definitely in with some more this year, and they're on the cards. Machotsi pushing hard. Visser Bishop ahead of him. And in fact, Charles Visser must be wary. Tate Bishop just put in a personal best, 19.298. He's 7/10ths quicker than Charles Visser. So in with a chance of spoiling the day for Visser. Van Rooyen is in trouble. Look at where Pretorius is, all over the back of him. Pretorius looking for an inside line into one. There's a chance here of the last 2 laps, and Anthony Pretorius spoiling the day here for Marco Van Rooyen. Coming up on Andre Besaidenote for Team Perfect Circle, our only Masters competitor in the Super Cup class. It's Marco Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen coming down towards, whoa, it's close stuff. 1.5 laps to go here for these guys as they come up on the back end of that Team Perfect Circle. Super Cup Polo Master, the lone master out there at this stage. He goes push to pass to try and use a little bit of extra pace, but doesn't worry about the two cars that he's fighting against, because he's not really fighting those two. He watches them ooze by. Look at this. Is this Visser under attack for the last lap? It is. Bishop is all over Visser, and Pretorius is all over Van Rooyen. So Visser could spoil the day here, or have his day spoiled, I should say, by Tate Bishop. Bishop looking very dangerous here in the last time of asking here as they come through towards Damstip. Van Rooyen has started the final lap, Pretorius on his tail. These two are headed up towards Sorrel Sweep. They've got a lap and a half to go in the Super Cup class. 1 to go for the touring cars, lap and a half to go for Super Cup as they head down towards turn 5. Have a look at Tate Bishop. Is he going to use the slipstream? He pulls out. Is he close enough? No, he's not. I don't think he's got to push to pass. Oh, he's got one. He gets the door open as Shaw runs wide. Shaw runs wide out of turn 5, and Bishop says, I'll have it. He takes the lead with a lap to go. Tate Bishop is about to start his final lap and leads. And he's now pushing hard to try and stay at the front end. The Lee Thompson Racing boys are going mad there as their boy hits the front. Here comes Fun. Oh, big problems. Jagger Robertson being nailed in the back end by Manda Nakani. Here comes the win, possibly for Pretorius. Anthony Pretorius crosses the line. Does he beat Michael Van Rooyen? Absolutely, he does, to the tune of 0.63. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from him. 600ths of a second between Anthony Pretorius and Michael Van Rooyen for the win in the touring cars. Nakani, I think, might come through for third place if he was able to keep going. But there's going to be some chats there between Munda Nakani and Jagger Robertson. A last-ditch effort to get through there on Jagger Robertson ended up with Nakani unceremoniously sending Jagger Robertson into the kitty litter at turn 5. So Jagger Robertson, he is stricken. The car looks like it might have broken and he's not going to get to the line. So 5th place overall, 4th place overall could go to Tate Bishop. I know we're not done yet. There is some body work on the front straightaway there. That's from Munda Nakani's car. Here comes Bishop. Bishop hangs on. Well, Visser just misses that body work. So does Makotsi. And across the line, Tate Bishop gets the win for Super Cup. Visser in 2nd, Makotsi in 3rd. Loosemore in 4 ahead of Davy van der Merwe, who looks like he just snuck through there and beat Vastanis to the line. Yes, he did. So some bodywork nearly causing some big trouble there for the Volkswagen Motorsport team. They were just able to avoid it, seeing it at the last second. Pretorius, Van Rooyen and Ndakani will be your top 3, but we'll wait to see what the overall is, because there, as I said, there may be a little chat in the COC's office between Jagger Robertson, who unfortunately got sent into the kitty litter there by a late ditch effort to try and get up the inside from Manda Nakani. Let's have a look at that one more time. Here he comes. Nakani's coming from a long way back. There's no way through there. He tags the back end of Jagger Robertson and sends him into the kitty litter. Jagger held his line. I think Manda could be in a bit of trouble there. I'm not going to make that call, but yeah, I think there's a bit of room for error there, unfortunately, from the off-roader. And I know he was going for potentially what was going to be the podium, but Jagger Robertson, unfortunately, ending up on the sideline. So that's how we wrap things up here for Touring Cars and Super Cup. An amazing effort from Pretorius to win out over Michael Van Rooyen. And then it's Tate Bishop, Charles Visser, Jonathan Makotsi, your top 3. And Davy van der Merwe actually snuck through there in the end to get ahead of Jason Loosemore in the Toyota Starlet. So good effort there from the Gazoo Racing squad, man. The lone Toyota fighting amongst a whole bunch of Volkswagens there. Great effort. We got 2 more to go. One is Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, and one is Astron Energy Polo Cup. They are both Dunlop shod events, and they'll be back on track as soon as we've got a few cars cleared, particularly Jagger Robertson's down at turn 5. Arguably one of the most awesome sights to see in motorsport, particularly here in South Africa, is that backdrop. And to see Table Mountain in the background. The Mother City has been showing off today big time. And we've had some amazing battles here at the first round of the Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. It's the National Championships. There are 2 more races to go. One comes from the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. They've got another 12 laps of action to come our way. And then 8 more laps of Astron Energy Polo Cup action to wrap up the day's proceedings here. If you've just joined us on our live stream, where have you been? It's about time you joined us. We've been going since early this morning. And I can see that John Murphy's been watching other things other than our Extreme Festival action. He's watching the Stanley Cup at the same time, giving me comments about the Stanley Cup. I suppose that's every man to themselves. Ice hockey is also quite an awesome sport. Certainly no ice here today, though. This commentary booth has been like an oven with the heat that we've experienced here today in Cape Town. But I would certainly far rather be in this cockpit as opposed to the race cockpit that some of these drivers have to be in for the next 12 laps. It has cooled down dramatically. We're into sort of the high 20s at the moment. It was at the top of the day close to the high 30s in terms of ambient temperature here at the circuit. Track temperatures got up to the mid 40s during the race weekend and today particularly. So cooler conditions, fast cars, talented drivers, add them all up, usually ends up in something pretty spectacular happening on the circuit in the last 2 races of the day. George Smallberg has just joined us as well. He's joined us on our live stream from Shield Racing. Thanks for the support there, bud. And of course for the support for You Know What, coming up real soon with that announcement. But you're right on time because your butt's about to go battle and your nephew in a few moments' time as well. But you're going to have to hang tight until we get these cars done and dusted first and foremost. Yes, and I got a message coming through as well from Feather Zafirio saying that he's chilling on his couch with his aircon on. Thanks for that, bud. Much appreciated. I did send you a response. I hope you enjoyed the response I sent you. It comes straight from Sushi Mango. Hope you're going to enjoy that one. Yeah, unfortunately, I've got a whole bunch of people asking about the YouTube feed there. Paulie, did we set a new one up? Because I know that there was an issue. The YouTube just died. Okay, no problem. So just a heads up to anybody that might have been watching on YouTube that joined us on Facebook. Unfortunately, the YouTube feed just did not work with us today at all with the problems we had with live stream. Dependent, of course, on our cell phone towers and with the current setup here down in Cape Town and around the country with the reintroduction of our famous load shedding. We unfortunately had no other option other than to shut it down and just go Facebook. Facebook, though, seems to be working well. I haven't had any issues from people that have asked for leads and for links. Sending those links, they seem to be working well. And I mean, I've had my Facebook link up the entire day, and it doesn't look like it's been affected too badly. So, Liebenberg on the pole is a concern for Jonathan DeToy and for Charles Arungis, particularly because those 2 cars ended up on the sideline at the end of race 2. As we watch them come to the line right now, there would have been some frantic work being done in the pit lane to ensure that at least those 2 cars could get back on track. They are both there, but Brad Liebenberg was the car to beat in that battle. You can see a bit of duct tape tattoo work being done there by Stradale Motorsport and Trans Africa Racing. Watch for the Porsche of Franco Scrivanti coming from 6th place. He was quick off the line the last time. Is he going to be as quick this time? The lights go out. He goes to the inside line of turn 1 and outside, of course, of the main straightaway. Around the outside, up into 4th place and ahead of Gianni Giannacoro, who looks like he's got ahead there of Budnick. So John Okora for the first time ahead of the Viper. There's a change up in terms of the GT3 and Class B and A battles. Jackson and Paul Hill had a bit of a tangle in turn 2 in race 2. So they're going to try and stay out of each other's ways this time, I'm sure, as Franco now starts to warm up the general. And he'll be looking for possibly maybe the final revelry for the day to make it 3 wins out of 3 starts there for the general and the Class A honours overall in today's race action. I see that I've got Josh Wolford coming all the way from the United States of America as well, saying he's been enjoying all the race action. He's been up since 3 o'clock this morning watching it, so looks like he's had no issues on his side of things. I think it's just a case of where you are in the country, and if you have been under load shedding, that's affected you as well, possibly, not only here down in Cape Town. But we are doing our best to bring you all this race action, and remember there will be a Volkswagen post-production show and a Toyota Gazoo Racing production show that you can pick up on Ignition TV in about 2 weeks' time. Supercars are in it. They do a sort of every third of the year an update on all the race action that's happened, so it won't be a show going out for the Supercars just yet, but a third way through the year we'll do a wrap-up of probably the first 3 rounds, which would be this one, Killarney and PE, and then we will do a second one later on in the season just before the final to give you a little bit of a taste test of how things have gone throughout the year as well to get them to the final stages of 2025 Championship. Listen to me talking about the end of the championship, but listen, ladies and gents that are watching here on our live stream, don't forget that we are already into March, and we're a week into March actually, so that's how fast this year is going. Everybody was sitting only a couple of weekends ago saying we're not even out of January. Well, we're out of January, out of February, and we're into March. That's how rapidly this year is going. Across the line, Brad Liebenberg continues to lead things out over Ranjis. Franco is up into 3rd ahead of the Toy. So he's ticked off 1 of the 3 that he has to get through on. I think the Toy will be consolidating here, not wanting to do anything over exuberant and spoil his chances of some championship points, which were quite costly in the end for race 2 when he tagged his teammate in turn 2 and both the Ranjis and him went off. Going through, is that the Sheriff has got a problem? I just thought I saw the Porsche slowing, and yeah, there's definitely a problem there for Franco, so it's not going to be 3 out of 3 for Franco Scribanti. He pulls the Sheriff to the sideline and the Porsche's out. It's going to move Gianni Giannacaro up into 4th place overall, and also into 4th place in the GT3s. There is the Sheriff stricken on the sideline. Franco's day done and dusted. Tough one there for the team, but Franco Scribanti unfortunately out of race number 3. So it's all about Brad Liebenberg, Charles Ranjis and Detroit. They're going to run like that until the end of the day, I can tell you. There won't be any push from Charles Ranjis. He's looking to consolidate some good points here. He knows that Brad is in good form, so why risk it? There's a long way to go in this championship, and points in the bag are a lot more important than going home with a broken car. You can just ask Franco Scribanti about that. 2 great victories and then a DNF. Budnick now inherits Class A's lead ahead of Paul Hill. Class B is Jackson. He leads out over Ricky Giannacaro and Blunden. This is Gianni Giannacaro fighting with Budnick. Budnick on the inside of Giannacaro. McLaren versus Viper. The Dodge wins out. Budnick with a little bit of a moment coming out of turn 5 there. A little understeer on that big, massively V-powered machine. Front end pushing a little bit. Had to catch it. Did so, and crosses the line now up into 4th overall. Leading Class A. Gianni being closed down by Paul Hill and Marius Jackson. Paul Hill, of course, in the Class A one. Johnny's got a problem as well. Gianni slowing up in the McLaren. This is the risk they take when they run 3 races. These cars are built for endurance, for sure, but they're not necessarily built for 3 sprint races in a day. So Gianni Giannacaro now nursing the McLaren and dropping by the wayside. His brother about to go up the inside and pass him in the Mercedes-Benz AMG. Ricky Giannacaro, second in Class B, looking to try and get onto the back end of that Audi of Action Jackson. Marius at this stage 7th overall, will now be 6th overall with the demise of Gianni Giannacaro. So it looks like there's going to be a couple of changes here in the standings as they cross the line and get themselves into the first third of the race completed. Here we go. Liebenberg, Arunjis, Detroit. They are equidistant apart, and I think they're going to stay that way right to the end unless one of them has some kind of an issue. Jono is starting to go a little bit quicker though. He gets down to 11 dead. You've got 11 3s and 4s coming out of the first 2, so maybe Jonathan Detroit isn't going to give up without a fight. He's going to bring that oyster catcher. Almost Rocky Balboa-esque looking car now with the left eye strapped up with duct tape. And I've got to say, great effort there from Stradale Motorsport and the Trans-Africa Racing team to get that Lambo sorted. The front left of that car is actually still down at turn 2. So they had to go and fetch it, bring it back, and then do some tattooing, taping, and stitching up with zip ties. I love the saying that I'm going to say next because it's so true in motorsport. If you don't know how to fix a race car using zip ties and duct tape, then don't come racing. Because that's exactly what they did at Stradale and Trans-Africa Racing. And it's still able to do 10 9s. 10-9 out of Jonathan Detroit, trying to close down on Charles Arunjis. He's answered slightly with an 11 dead of his own. Oh, and that's Arunjis. Was that Arunjis off? Or was that Roy Aubrey? I think it was Aubrey. Yeah, it was Aubrey. No, it wasn't. It's definitely Arunjis. Arunjis off there. There you go. The yellow lights in the background tell me it's Arunjis. And he's made a mistake coming out of Sorrel Sweep. The Vol Fluid Solutions Porsche's made a mistake. Is there a problem with that car? Maybe he picked up a puncture. Let's see if he continues. He does, he continues. So he must have made a mistake coming out of Sorrel Sweep. Maybe these Dunlops are starting to feel the effects now of 3 sprint lap races. They've all been 12 lappers. So it's been a lot of time in the hot conditions here. And maybe that Porsche just lost the back end and Charles caught it, fortunately, and brought it back on track, but it's dropped him down to 3rd place now, behind his stablemate, Jonathan Detroit. I thought it was him. I know both those Porsches are similar colours, but there's a lot more red in the Vol Fluid Solutions machine here of Arunjis. Both of them, of course, come out of the same racing stable, and Roy Aubrey's car looks very similar, so apologies for that. We thought it might be Roy, but it actually turned out to be Charles Arunjis. Sounds like there might be some kind of an issue out there as well. I'm listening to the PA in the background saying that they're smelling some kind of oil burning around the circuit, so somebody must be dropping oil somewhere. Is it maybe possibly coming out of the McLaren? I saw a little puff of smoke there, or was that maybe just some dust being kicked up? There's some kind of an issue there for one of the cars out there. I think it might be slowing up. Gianni Giannacaro is nursing that car. He's being lapped by the cars that are passing him now, but he's staying out to try and secure some points, at least in Class A. In Class GT3, I beg your pardon. And looks like Ant Blunden also starting to slow now. So both of the McLarens seem to be picking up a bit of an issue here in this third gear. There's definitely smoke. Definitely smoke coming out of Blunden's car. So they're going to have to be wary. Is that thing dropping some fluids onto the circuit? We'll have to wait and see. He's coming up to be lapped by his teammate. Change of surface down into turn 1. Somebody must have pulled something onto the sidelines. This is Aubrey flashing his lights down into turn 1. Hill comes through, Jackson comes through. And so does Giannicaro, coming to lap and Blunden now. So he's lapped both of those McLarens out of the G&H Transport Racing stable. So the lead car out of G&H looks like it's in the hands of Ricky Giannicaro. He's got his hazards on. I'm not quite sure why he has his hazards on. Maybe just saying thank you to Ant for getting out the way. I think that was what the reason was. But I also saw a couple of cars with flashing lights in the background. So I was having a look to see maybe we've gone under a sneaky safety car, but it hasn't happened. Jonathan du Toit hangs on to second place. Orangis, I think, is going to hang on into third. He's not going to push too hard now, realizing that maybe there's not enough time left to catch and pass that Lamborghini, even though it's a little damaged. A couple of drivers have mentioned it during the weekend, saying, you know, you don't win a championship in the first round, but you can certainly lose it. And a couple of cars that have had some battle scars, had some offs, had some off-track excursions that came back on. There's change of surface down into turn 5 as well, so there is certainly some kind of fluid on the circuit somewhere. And a couple of guys might have been caught out there naughtily, still circulating and possibly dropping some fluids onto the track. Jackson outgunned by Aubrey. Roy Aubrey dives on the inside as the leader comes up on the two of them. Brad Liebenberg should make pretty much light work out of these two. He'll get past on Jackson. And now look to close in on the back end of Roy Aubrey, the other 991 Porsche. Aubrey saw him coming, let him through, realizing that he's got no real chance to even run with Brad's pace. No one has in this third heat. Coming up on the back end, the McLaren there of Blunden. And then holds him up slightly through Sorrel Street, goes around the outside. I don't think Ant saw him coming. I don't know if the blue flags were waving to warn him that Brad was coming, but Brad, of course, has got one corner and one lap to go. And with that traffic slowing him down slightly, it has given Jonathan du Toit maybe a little whiff of a chance of closing in. Getting there is going to be difficult. Overtaking is going to be even more. Particularly with the fact that we've already seen Jonathan du Toit have an off-track excursion in the late part of race 2. Doesn't want to risk another one here in the late part of race 3. Brad Liebenberg coming down to a 19.9 on that last lap. 16.6 from Jonathan du Toit. But that was due to traffic. I don't think Brad's worried about Jonathan du Toit closing in and possibly spoiling his day. Brad, with this win, potentially could get overall in the GT3 class ahead of Jonathan and Charles. Budnick with the win here could potentially wrap up Class A ahead of Paul Hill and then Franco Scribanti. Class B, Ricky Giannicaro is going to have that one over Jackson and then Blunden. Class C is going to go to Torrente and Class C will go to Jimbo Giannicaro. So down into turn 5 for the last time. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. And it's the Turn Me On and Sparko Audi of Brad Liebenberg, the rookie to the class. He's going to take a maiden overall victory in Class GT3. Winning out ahead of a seasoned campaigner and former champion in this category, Jonathan du Toit in the battle-scarred Lamborghini Huracan. And then it's Charles Orangis for third place in GT3 and third overall on track. Lights flashing from Roy Aubrey. He comes across the line to take the Class C honours. He'll be happy with the performance of that Porsche, definitely. First time out in the new car. And he'll take the victory. and possibly the overall for Class C as well. Jackson comes through, winning out possibly overall Class B, but not the race 3 honours. That went to Ricky Jonakaro, but of course Jonakaro was a long way back in the first 2 heats behind Marius Jackson. So the AMG might have to settle for second overall. This is Class A's winner, Budnick to the line. Chris Budnick heading to the line now for the Class A win in the V10 powered Dodge Viper. What an awesome looking race car. It's a great road car. You see one of those on the road and you'll lose your mind. But in race trim, Chris Budnick has got a really awesome car underneath him. There are the unofficial results. Brad Liebenberg, Jonathan DeToy and Charles Orangi is your top 3 in GT3. Budnick wins out over Paul Hill and Franco Scribanti for Class A. Class B is Ricky Jonakaro ahead of Marius Jackson and Blunden. Class C goes to Roy Aubry ahead of Renzo Torrente. And Jimbo Jonakaro will hang on for the win in Class D. So for the final race of the day now, they make their way onto the circuit. It's Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, and it's Astron Energy Polo Cup Heat 3. 8 laps coming away. We have had some phenomenal Polo Cup action here today, and Rory Atkinson has taken a victory. We've seen a win coming out of a hard charge, and I can tell you something, there's going to be more of that, because Ethan Coetzee has to come from a huge way back in 4th place, not where he wants to start. Have a look at how things line up though. Rory Atkinson alongside the pole sitter and the only second lady ever to get pole in Polo Cup yesterday in qualifying, Tyler Robinson. She's on the front row along with Rory, and I'll try and get the drop off the line if she can to stay with Rory. But we've seen how chaotic turn 1 can be, and particularly now that you've got to the end of the day's racing, it's the final heat of the day. There are some slightly worn Dunlop rubber on those cars, and it's going to be a case of who has been able to nurse their tyres the best out of all those hard charges at the front. Ethan Coetzee and Mo Karodia make up the second row. It's Srin Rajpaul and Hannes Skeepers, the Works Motorsport team. Wow, such an incredible day there, I've got to say, for those 2 drivers. Srin at one stage was a man looking to be at the front end of the race, literally from the word go, because he was on the front row on race 1 and he led the race for almost 5 of the 8 laps before a small mistake cost him. But Dion Holiday and Works Motorsport, they've done such an amazing job on both Hannes Skeepers and Srin Rajpaul's cars. So let's see what they can do now from that 3rd row. Lonika Martins and Nirav Singh line up alongside each other. Lonika, of course, the second lady of Polo Cup Racing now, joining Tyler Robertson in Team Red Racing as well. And alongside Nirav, the Ninja Singh, and the Kyle Army Exhaust and TNT Creative Silver Dream Racer. It's Charles Smallberger and Bjorn Berthold that make up the 5th row. They're ahead of Divian Naidu and Judd Berthold, Carl Fisser, Roshan Goodman, Pierluigi Mussolini and Milan Emsley. Then John Kruger resumes pole position ahead of Wayne Masters, Derek Smallberger and Mike Barbaglia for the Masters, with Elio and Roberto, and then Gavin Ross bringing up the rear end of the field there and looking for an opportunity to now go and get into the mix there a little bit higher up. He was in it a little bit more in race 2, that is for sure. Gavin Ross running in Paybar and Norbrake colours. And of course, I mentioned earlier on that Paybar have come on not only as sponsors to Mike Barbaglia and a bit of an assistant sponsor to Gavin Ross, but also a series sponsor now, one of our partners in the Polo Cup. And we welcome Mike Barbaglia and his team along for the ride, and certainly hope they're going to enjoy all the action that comes with Polo Cup. So we are into race 3, final heat of the day. A little bit of an oily track out there to play on. Polo Cup drivers fired up and ready to go. Oh, this has the setting for an incredible dice. But also, unfortunately, has the setting for chaos. And as I said, at this stage of the day, as that 2-minute board goes up, we're going to see the safety car roll away and lead them around the track one more time before we get into race action here for the final race of round 1 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. You'll see there's well, you can't see it from there, but there is a gap between the back end of the Cup class and the front end of the Masters class. So Milan Emsley will have some hard charges in the Masters category coming at him pretty rapidly. The Masters we're talking about right there. Bob Bagley going side to side in the pay bar machine, looking for a chance to have another run, possibly at Derek Smallberger in the OMP and Sabertech machine. Maybe Wayne Masters in that Ferro Energia and Alpha ESS machine, or even the Habot car and Team Red Racing machine of John Kruger. There it is. The one I'm speaking about right now goes through shot. See the safety cars at the back and safety vehicles going around, hopefully for the last time today. Well done to the marshalling team for getting us back up and running, and in record time there, considering the amount of oil that was spilt all around the track there by one of the supercars. You can see that they are also showing change of surface flags at the areas where the oil was sort of more prominent than the other parts of the track, which means you've got to be a little bit wary of going in there. Most of them will see that there'll be a bit of dry-zit environmental, or at least some cement dust down where they were cleaning. There it is on the left-hand side. That dry-zit environmental stuff is unbelievable. I don't know what Greg Parton's team did to create that product, but it literally soaks up oil and anything that might be deemed dangerous for a race car or motorcycle in record-breaking time. They use it as well on all of the airport surfaces around the country and around the world, in fact, to mop up any spills that might be deemed dangerous for aeroplane traffic, just taxiing around, or actually landing zones as well. So if it can work well at an airport to clean up an airport, it certainly works brilliantly here, and particularly here in Cape Town. As if you look on the left-hand side, this little fence and wall down the left-hand side of the shot we got right now is sponsored by Dry-Zit Environmental, with their support for the classes that race here regularly at Killarney International Raceway. Right, so let's bring the final Cup cars to the line. Judd Berthold, Roshan Goodman, Milan Emsley, and then the Masters will line up just behind them. Wayne Masters is second in that Masters category. Is that Carl Fisser having to start from the back of the pack? So he must have been deemed to be in trouble in the first of the two heats of racing today, and has been punished by being put at the back of the pack, which means that the Team Red and Shaw engineering car has got a lot of work to do to come from that part of the track to get to the front end. 5-second board. We've been told to watch for the lights for the final time today. The lights go out. Atkinson did not get a good start. It was a much better start from Karodia. Karodia sneaks through and just threads the needle between himself and Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson tucks in behind Rory Atkinson for third, and then a little bit of locking up of the brakes on the inside from a couple of cars coming through that pack. Just watching to see who that car was. It was on the inside of Nirav Singh. I would say probably Lonica Martins, who was locking up there going into turn one, trying to find a way to sneak through on Nirav Singh, the Ninja. The Masters coming out of turn one now, heading up towards turn two. Couple of cars off track, little bit of wheel on the dirt there. I think that came out of Gavin Ross. Yeah, Gavin Ross running a little bit wide. He got ahead of Mussolini, and looks like he's also got ahead of Franco. They're 3x3 coming out of turn two, Castral Corner though, and heading into the kink. Somebody has to give. It's Gavin Ross who sneaks through and tucks in behind his teammate in the paybar car there, Mike Barbaglia. So Masters out of turn three, up the Tigerberg Straight and into Sorrel Sweep. And an amazing run so far from John Kruger continues. But unfortunately, he lost out on the start to Wayne Masters, who got off the line a little bit better. Back to the front pack. Let's get into this Cup class. Berthold out of shape. He gets onto the dirty stuff and runs off. Just running too high and into that oily area. And BJ, unfortunately, has put it onto the dirty stuff and off the track. He'll drop right into the back of the field, but right into the clutches of the hard chargers coming from the Masters category. Karodia leads out. He's got ahead of the poleman, Rory Atkinson, and he stayed there. Nirav Singh in that Killarney exhaust car now, putting the pressure onto the back end of Skippers. Skippers feeling the pressure. The Works Motorsport and DDS machine definitely having a bit of tough time. In fact, it's not. It's Charles Smallberger that he's fighting with there. It's Hannes Skippers further up the pack there. Hannes Skippers has had a phenomenal start there in the DDS and Works Motorsport car. Masters versus Kruger versus the Sabertech and OMP car of Derek Smallberger, with Bjorn Berthold now in the mix there. Just getting in the way of that little Masters battle ever so slightly, the youngster. But certainly being in that pack, you're going to learn a lot. It's not a bad place to be there, BJ, actually. So just hang tight and learn something from the Masters. Tyler Robinson goes to push to pass, gets away from Shrij Rajpal. Rajpal and Skippers flying high here. Formation flying in 4 and 5. And alliteration aside, that Works Motorsport team are now in the mix at the front end of the race, closing down on the Team Red machine and AF Fans car of Tyler Robinson. Industrial petroleum car runs a little wide, puts a wheel on the dirt there, and it's Fast 5 and OMP out front with Lee Thompson Racing prepping that car as Kurodia leads and completes another lap. We got 2 down and 6 to go. Kurodia quickest, 1:26.4 coming out of Mo Kurodia. That's 3/10 quicker than any of the first 4 cars on track. His teammate Ethan Kutsia battling to get through the field. Here comes Smallberger diving through on the inside of Lonica Martins. Charles Smallberger makes up one place and gets through on the second lady there. Second lady out of Team Red Racing. Welcome to it and into the mix there properly. Carl Fisser also starting to make his way to the front. Not quite in the top 10 just yet, just outside there. Behind Divian Naidu, but looking to try and close down on Naidu and on Nirav Singh. Chucking through into turn 3. Tyre Mart and Sabertech car there of Charles Smallberger in 8th place at the moment. Got a bit of pressure coming from Lonica Martins, but he's trying to get to the back end and find a way to get past her and fend off the attack coming from that Silver Dream racer of Nirav Singh. John Kruger has not found a way through yet on Wayne Masters. Wayne Masters controlling things at the front end of the Masters category for the Ferra Energia and Alpha ESS team. Performance Masters, of course, prepped that car, his own company. But his teammate will be back hopefully by the time we get to Killarney in Luigi Ferro, joining Wayne Masters. Kurodia now with a bit more pressure being applied, and personal best coming out of Rory Atkinson for this race moves him that much closer to the back end of Mo Kurodia. It's 0.3 of a second between the top two, another 0.3 down to Our Lady in third. Tyler Robinson looking for her best result here, that is for sure. Possibly up into an overall podium as well for her. Might just be off that one slightly though, because of her first race didn't quite go according to plan. Shrij Rajpal has got ahead of Skippers. So the two Works Motorsport boys are now fighting behind the Team Red Racing lady. Looking for a way past, but Tyler's making that car very wide. Turning that Polo GTI into an exceptionally wide Volkswagen Touareg. Not going to give any room there to the Dub Core or DDS cars. Ethan could see it, trying to bridge the gap there as well, but you can see on your own it's not easy to do. Two cars certainly go through the air better than one, particularly down here on this long straightaway. And that's why the two Works cars have been able to close up on the back end of the leading Team Red car of Tyler Robinson. Tyler hangs on for third place though. How's this fight at the front as Mo just hangs on for now, keeping out Rory Atkinson. John Kruger, a lot closer now to the back end of Wayne Masters. Kruger on the attack for the Masters side of the battle. Wanting to try and find a way through if he can. Certainly not an easy man to get past his Wayne Masters. John Kruger knows how to do it. He's done it on a few occasions. Judd Berthold still in the mix there. This time though behind Smallberger, who's found a way past on him. So Derek Smallberger for Sabertech, and of course the OMP team doing a super job there to get up into third place and get ahead of Judd Berthold, who looped out early on out of the Cup battle and fell into the Masters battle. But as I said, being in that Masters battle is not a bad place to learn a huge amount of skill and lines and where to brake And a little bit of race strategy could be learnt as well in amongst the Masters side of this class. What a sorrel sweep. They come down that back straight away. We are just coming up to completing the halfway stage. We're about to go into the second half of the race right now. It's Srin Rajpal putting pressure onto Tyler. Tyler soaking that pressure up. The Dubcore and the Works Motorsport team on the back end of Universal Motorsport, Team Red Racing and AF Fans. And now Mo Karodia thinking, hang on a second, I've got this. This looks like it could be a win for Karodia. Karodia, as I said earlier on in the commentary, if you're listening, in race 1 and race 2, during the off-season, he's been spending a lot of time at his own racetrack there at Fast 5 Motorsport, just in the south of Joburg, honing his skills off the line with some drag racing that happens there. And of course, loving entertaining the crowds that come out there. The Cortec fuel's now burning frantically in these cars from Astron Energy. And, the Dunlop tyres are probably starting to feel the effects of 3 very intense 8-lap races here. Who has nursed their tyres the best? Who's got that little bit of extra rubber to play with? As we get into the second half of this race, and possibly into the last quarter as well. 2.5 laps to go. Masters, Krugers, Smallberger. Berthold between them and the second pack of cars, led out by Mark Barbaglia. Mark Barbaglia is ahead of his teammate or stablemate there in Gavin Ross. Look at that. That's the gap between the Masters and the Cup class. That's how fast the Masters have been lapping. They're about to get onto the back end of the Cup category with 2 laps to go. Cup class crosses the line with Mo Karodia going quickest on a 1:26.289. 26.4s, 26.4s and 26.4s for all 4 cars behind him. Qualifying was a 25.9, so they're not too far off the qualifying times now. And that's on 3 race old tyres. And possibly feeling the fatigue a little bit as well. Remember, Mo Karodia is fasting as well, so that just shows you also how much this man has put into the effort of this win. He is, of course, celebrating the month of Ramadan and is in the fasting, but he's still out here trying to win races and secure championship points. So by the end of the season, it might pay off for him, and he wants to seek to get that number 1 plate and put it onto the Fast 5 car and Lee Thompson Racing Polo. Equidistant there between the first 3, but very much a trailer on the back end of Tyler Robinson is that Works and Dubcore machine of Srin Rajpal. She's got about half a car length now. Srin was a little closer to her on the last couple of passes, but they're about to start the final lap, and Mo Karodia has got to just keep it all together now. No mistakes. Concentrate on your braking points. Concentrate on the gear changes. Don't run wide. Don't open up any doors. If you open up a door, Rory Atkinson will make you pay. Atkinson in second place. Tyler Robinson under a little bit of threat there as Srin had a big look. Wasn't close enough. Looks like Smallberger's closed on Kruger. Kruger's closed on Masters, so 3-way fight for the Masters could end up with a bit of late race action here from the Masters category. Tyler Robinson hangs on for third. But that Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 Motorsport Polo of Mo Karodia has got enough in hand. There's going to be no answer here from Atkinson. The only one we need to worry about is Srin Rajpal having a go possibly at Tyler Robinson into the last corner. But as they head down that back straightaway now for the last time, Tyler, I think, had to push the pass left and used it. She pulls a little bit of a margin there over Srin Rajpal. Great timing there from Tyler. That last push to pass certainly helped her to keep in front and stay ahead of Srin. She runs up onto the banking and out of Fostron corner for the last time, headed to the line. Mo Karodia is going to get a win. An amazing effort there from the Lee Thompson team. And Fast 5 and OMP are going to take the victory ahead of the Industrial Petroleum car of Rory Atkinson. Tyler Robinson hangs on for a 3 and a podium for the ladies there, ahead of Shrun Rajpaul and Hannes Skippers out of Works Motorsport. The DDS machine just hanging in there. This is a bit further back. Franco versus the Norbrake car of Gavin Ross. Waiting for the Masters to come to the line. They should have probably crossed the line already by now. They have indeed. And as they go through there, it looks like Wayne Masters hang on to take the win over John Kruger and Derek Smallberger. This is for the latter part of the proceedings. Mussolini, the last car across the line. And Elio will be happy with the little fight that he had there with Gavin Ross. So it is all about Astron Energy wrapping up the day with Polo Cup heat number 3. Some happy drivers out there. Mo Karodia particularly. Hats off to him considering the fact that he has been fasting as well. I mean, a lot tougher day than most of the drivers have had. They've been able to replenish their stocks in terms of the fuel for the body. Mo hasn't been able to do that. Atkinson in second place, doing an incredible job in the second heat to take the victory, of course, in honour of his mom. He took the Super Pole yesterday. And Tyler Robinson putting a lady onto the podium in the last race and possibly up into the top 6 overall for her with that podium. Great drive from Shrun Rajpaul, the rookie in the class, getting to the front end in race 1, showing what the Works Motorsport team can do. So hats off to all of our Polo drivers for another phenomenal day's action there. 3 heats of race action there for Polo Cup, and everybody coming away. Ethan Katsia even with a win earlier on in the day. It wraps up our Extreme Festival action here from the Killarney International Raceway. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action. We do apologise, of course, for some breakup earlier on. It was nothing to do with our live stream team. Unfortunately, we fought AISHCOM and some load shedding there, which threw a couple of gremlins into the works. But I think everybody stayed on and watched right till the end. We do appreciate your support. Please like and share. Pass it on to all your friends and fans and family and tell them all about the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Once again, a massive thanks to Killarney International Motorsport team behind the scenes. Des, Mariska, Paul, all the ladies in the office, Joy and Brian Hoskins for race control and the race secretary for the weekend. We do appreciate all the support of the marshals and medics that are out there and our tow vehicles that had to work a little bit frantically more than most. They are always appreciated. Our TV crew out there for giving us all the race action, and of course some of the post-production action that will come from Volkswagen and from the Toyota Gazoo racing shows that will go out in about 2 weeks' time. To Dave and Paul inside the studio here for giving us all the race direction and the production aspect, and Claudio for joining me on the grid earlier on as well for a little bit of a pit walk there. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the race action here from the first round of the National Championship at Extreme Festivals presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. On behalf of everybody else here in Cape Town, the Mother City shone and it showed off today. Good luck to all the riders tomorrow in the cycle tour, and we'll be back here later on in the year for another round of Extreme Festival. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.